Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The pen felt cold in my hand, a stupid thing to notice with the weight of everything we'd ever wanted sitting on the lawyer's polished desk. I'm Alex, and I scrawled my name right next to hers, the ink still looking wet under the fluorescent lights. We'd done it. The elderly couple across from us beamed, the old man gripping his wife's hand, so tight his knuckles were white. "You'll love it," the woman whispered, her eyes getting shiny. "It's a special place." Their joy seemed real, contagious, and for a minute we just floated on it. The sheer impossibility of a house that nice for a price that low. Our lawyer, flipping pages, let out a soft chuckle. "This is a new one," he said, tapping a paragraph called Addendum 17B. It laid out rules for a nightly rental of the basement. The old man leaned forward, his smile gentle. "A family tradition. A silly old promise we made. It must stay in the contract." We shrugged, signed it too, figuring it was some eccentricity, a quirky tax thing, who cared? The realtor had said they were motivated, wanted a young couple to love the place, and we felt like we'd won the lottery. The lawyer slid the paper over, pointing to the line. "It's a covenant that runs with the land. Just a weird condition of sale." His voice was bored, professional. We signed without another thought. It was the last signature. The old woman let go of her husband's hand and reached into her purse, pulling out a single, heavy iron key. She pressed it into my palm, her fingers surprisingly strong and cool. "You must follow the rules," she said, and her smile was gone, just for a second. "For your own good." Then it was back, warm and crinkly, and they were gathering their things, wishing us well, and shuffling out the door. We drove to our new house in a daze, laughing about paint colors and where the couch would go, the weird basement rule already a fading joke. The house was perfect, better than the pictures. Sunlight poured through the stained glass on the landing, the floors gleamed, and the kitchen smelled like lemon polish and old, happy wood. We ran from room to room like kids, our voices echoing in the empty spaces. The basement door was in the kitchen, a solid, old thing with a black iron latch. I turned the key, the lock clunking open with a sound that felt important, final. We flicked the light on and peered down the steep wooden stairs into the gloom. It was just a basement. Concrete floor, stone walls, a furnace humming in the corner. A little damp, a little dusty. We looked at each other and grinned. "Our phantom boarder's sweet," she said, and we laughed, shutting the door and forgetting about it. The move was chaos, boxes everywhere, but by nightfall we'd at least gotten our bed set up in the big room overlooking the backyard. We were exhausted, bone-tired, but too buzzed on new house energy to sleep. We lay there in the dark, holding hands, listening to the unfamiliar creaks and sighs of the old place settling around us. It felt like a living thing, breathing softly. "Can you believe this is ours?" she whispered. I couldn't. I was just about to say, so when the first sound cut through the comfortable quiet. It was 1:15 on the digital clock. A distinct, solid click. It came from downstairs. It was the sound of that black iron latch on the cellar door opening. Not from the kitchen side, where we were. From the inside. My grip on her hand tightened. We both froze, not breathing. Then came the groan of the door's hinges, slow and deliberate, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stone stairs. Not the quick, scampering steps of an animal. These were measured, human steps. One. Then another. A pause. Then another. They were down there. In our basement. The rule flashed in my mind, the lawyer's bored voice. The nightly rental period is between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. The homeowners shall not interfere with or attempt to observe the tenant during this period. We had laughed. Now the words felt cold and serious, etched into the foundation of the house itself. The footsteps moved across the concrete floor, a slow, shuffling walk. They stopped right below our bedroom. We lay there, stiff as boards, staring at the ceiling as if we could see through it. A long, slow, scraping sound drifted up through the floorboards, like something heavy being dragged across the stone. It went on for a full minute. Then it stopped. The house was quiet again, but it was a different kind of quiet, a waiting quiet. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure it was making the bed shake. I wanted to whisper to her, to get up, to grab a baseball bat and go down there and shout that this was our house. But the rule, and the old woman's serious eyes when she gave me the key, held me down. Do not interfere. So we didn't. We just listened. For what felt like hours, there were soft, indeterminate sounds. A faint rustling. A wet, sticky sound I couldn't identify. Once a low, guttural sigh that definitely wasn't the furnace. We didn't speak. We just held onto each other in the dark, wide awake, every muscle tensed. Then, at exactly 3:58 a.m., the footsteps started again. They crossed the basement floor, climbed the stone stairs. The cellar door groaned shut. The iron latch clicked back into place, locked from the inside. And then nothing. The normal night sounds of the house slowly returned. The hum of the fridge. The tick of a pipe. We finally let out our breath in a shared, shuddering gasp. "What was that?" she breathed, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said, which was the truth. We spent the next hour talking in frantic, hushed whispers. It had to be a prank. The old couple had a key. Maybe it was a squatter they knew about. It was bizarre, it was terrifying, but it was explainable. We had to call the police, or at least the lawyer, in the morning. We finally fell into a fitful sleep as the sun came up, agreeing that we would handle it, that we were not going to be scared in our own home. The morning light made everything seem silly. We were tired, we'd imagined it, we'd heard the house settling, and our brains filled in the rest. We made coffee in our beautiful new kitchen, and the basement door was just a door. I checked the lock. It was firmly shut. I almost opened it, but something a little knot of cold in my stomach stopped me. We decided not to call anyone. We didn't want to look like fools on our first day. We unpacked boxes, the normalcy of it pushing the strange night to the back of our minds. We joked about it weekly over lunch. "Our midnight tenant," she said, trying to smile. "Better have paid his rent." The day was good, productive. By evening, we were exhausted again. We went to bed early, but sleep wouldn't come. We just lay there, waiting. The clock ticked past midnight. 12:30, 12:45. My mouth was dry. At 1 a.m. exactly, the click came again. The latch opened. The door swung inward. The footsteps on the stone stairs were clearer tonight, less shuffling, more purposeful. They walked around down there. We heard a new sound, a soft, repetitive thud, like a steady, gentle tapping. It went on for a while, then stopped. The fear was back, colder and sharper. This was real. This was happening. And we were just lying here, letting it happen. I felt a surge of anger. This was our house. I started to sit up, but she grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. In the faint light from the window, I could see her wide, pleading eyes. She shook her head just once. The rule. The warning. The lawyer's words about the contract. I sank back down. We were prisoners in our own bed, listening to something live beneath our feet. At 3:58 a.m., the ritual repeated. Footsteps, the door, the latch. Silence. We didn't talk that time. We just stared at the ceiling until dawn, a new, horrible understanding settling between us. This wasn't a one-time thing. This was the routine. The third night, we developed our own routine. The 12:55 a.m. bathroom trip. It was easier than lying there waiting. We'd use the bathroom, avoid looking at each other in the mirror, and slip back into bed just before the latch clicked. That night, the sounds were different. There was a liquid trickle like water, and a series of sharp, brittle snaps. It was worse not knowing, our imaginations painting pictures far more frightening than anything we could see. During the day, we were a normal couple in a normal house. We hung curtains. We argued about where to put the dining room table. But the argument felt hollow, strained, because underneath every word was the shared secret of what happened when the clock struck 1. We were living two lives, a bright, sunny one by day, and this tense, terrified vigil by night. A week in, we found the first note. It was Tuesday morning, a crisp, white piece of paper sitting right in the middle of the foyer floor. It wasn't there when we went to bed. It was typewritten in plain font. Rule number 1. Do not leave any personal belongings on the basement stairs. It obstructs the passage. We looked at each other, then at the cellar door. It was locked, the key on my ring. We had left nothing on the stairs. We hadn't even opened the door since the first day. The note had to have come from under it. From the inside. That was the moment the prank theory, the squatter theory, all of it really died. Something that lived in our basement at night was leaving us notes. It was communicating, and it was telling us it didn't like clutter on its walkway. We checked the door frame, the floors, for cameras, for wires, for any sign of how this was being done. Nothing. The house was just a house. Until it wasn't. We took the note, folded it, and put it in a drawer, like if we hid it we could hide from what it meant. That night, we were extra careful. We tiptoed around after midnight, jumping at every creak. At 1:05 a.m., after the usual sounds had started, she bumped the small decorative vase on the hall table near the cellar door. It toppled, shattering on the hardwood with a crash that sounded like a gunshot in the silent house. We both gasped, frozen in place. The sounds from the basement stopped. Completely. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. It was a listening silence. Then, we heard the footsteps on the stairs. They came up. Not the stone basement stairs, but the wooden steps that led up to the kitchen. They reached the top. They stopped right outside our bedroom door. We could hear a soft, wet, sniffing sound, like an animal testing the air. It went on for 10 seconds. 20. Then a low, guttural exhale, a sound of pure displeasure. The footsteps retreated, back down to the basement. The nightly sounds did not resume. At 4 a.m., the door shut, the latch clicked. We didn't sleep at all. In the morning, a new note was waiting. This one wasn't typewritten. It was handwritten in a sharp, angular script that dug into the paper. Cleaning was adequate. Do not be so careless again. The next disturbance will require a deeper cleaning. The word deeper was underlined twice. I looked at her, and she looked at me, and we didn't need to say a word. We were not homeowners. We were caretakers, and we had just been warned by the thing in the basement that we were on thin ice. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and we were trapped in a beautiful nightmare with a landlord who came out after dark. We sat at our new kitchen table, the note between us, and for the first time, I truly wondered what we had signed our names to, and if we would ever be allowed to leave. The note changed everything. Before, we had been scared tenants in our own home, but we could almost pretend it was a bizarre, awful misunderstanding. The sharp handwriting on that paper, the threat of a deeper cleaning, made it real. This was a relationship now, a terrible one with rules and consequences. We didn't talk about calling the police anymore. The warning felt bigger than that, so we adapted. Isn't that what people do? We developed a strange, new normal. Our lives began to orbit the nightly event. We'd make sure the hallway near the cellar door was spotless by sunset, not a sock or a shoe out of place. We went to bed not when we were tired, but before 1 a.m., like clockwork. It wasn't out of courtesy. It was out of a raw, instinctive fear that felt like a cold rock in our guts. We'd lie there, holding hands so tight it hurt, and listen. The sounds became a catalog of horrors we tried not to think about. Some nights it was the shuffling walk and the soft, wet dragging. Other nights there were clicks and scrapes, like tools on stone. Once, there was a low, rhythmic pulsing hum that made the glass of water on my nightstand vibrate. We never got used to it, but we got better at enduring it. The notes kept coming. They appeared every few days, always in the foyer, always when we weren't looking. Keep the hallway thermostat at 68 degrees exactly. We adjusted it, and the old radiator near the cellar door clanged to life, pumping out a dry, consistent heat that made the air feel stale. The smell of garlic is disruptive. Cease cooking with it after 8 p.m. My favorite pasta recipe went out the window. We obeyed, not out of respect, but because the alternative was written in that angry script. We were being trained like animals. The worst part was, during the day, the house was still perfect. The sunlight still streamed in. The floors still shone. We'd have coffee on the back porch and try to laugh, but it was a thin, fragile sound that cracked too easily. We were living a double life, and the strain was starting to show in the little cracks between us. We snapped at each other over stupid things. A dish left in the sink, the TV volume, because we couldn't snap at what we were really afraid of. One Tuesday, a week after the vase incident, a new directive came. The night tenants require auditory privacy for their work. Effective immediately, during the rental period, you will run the master bathroom sink to a moderate flow. This masks operational sounds. Compliance is mandatory. I read it aloud, my voice flat. She looked at me, her eyes wide. Run the sink? All night? That's insane. The water bill. The waste. I just shrugged, a helpless, angry gesture. What's the alternative? We didn't know, and we weren't willing to find out. So that night, at 5 minutes to 1, I went into our bathroom and turned the faucet handle. The sound of the water hitting the porcelain basin was loud, ordinary, human. It was a stupid little rebellion, this normal sound we were choosing to make. We got into bed. At 1 o'clock, the latch clicked. The door opened. The footsteps came, and with the sink running, it was different. The worst edges of the sounds from below were softened, blurred into a distant, muddy rumble underneath the steady splash of water. It was almost worse. Our imaginations, fed by the parts we could still hear, a sharp crack, a wet slap, filled in the blanks with images we couldn't shake. but we were following the rule. We were good caretakers. That thought made me sick. About 2 weeks into this horrible rhythm, we had our first real fight. It was about something trivial, a forgotten grocery item, but it boiled over into shouts in the kitchen. We were both so wound up, so full of a fear we couldn't express, that it burst out of us. I yelled. She cried. It was ugly and loud. And we did it at 10 p.m., right near the cellar door. We made up before bed, holding each other, whispering apologies, but the air felt charged and wrong. That night, the sink ran, the door opened, but the sounds from below were different. There was a new quality to them. Faster, almost eager. A skittering, scratching noise mixed in with the usual drags and thumps. At one point, I could have sworn I heard a sound like a low, wet chuckle underneath the white noise of the water. We held each other, confused and more afraid than ever. The next morning, there was no note. Instead, on the third step from the top of the basement stairs, visible through the gap under the door, was a small, dark lump. Using a broom handle, I managed to hook it and drag it into the kitchen. It was a dead rat, but not chewed up by a cat or caught in a trap. It was perfectly intact, but utterly flat, as if every bone inside it had been gently, thoroughly crushed. Its little black eyes were wide open. We stared at it, speechless. Then slowly we understood. We had fed it. Not food. Our fight. Our anger. Our loud conflict. It had liked that. The thing in the basement had enjoyed our misery and left us a gift? A receipt? A sign that it was paying attention to more than just our obedience. It was tasting our emotions. We disposed of the rat, our hands shaking, and cleaned the spot on the floor with bleach, but the message was burned into our minds. Our peace fed it one way. Our strife fed it another. We were a meal on legs. Things got quieter between us after that, a careful, walking on eggshells quiet that was more exhausting than fighting. We were so busy trying not to feed the house with our emotions that we stopped talking about anything real. We became ghosts in our own home during the day, just waiting for the night to come so we could perform our ritual. The cleaning, the thermostat check, the sink turned on, the tense waiting in bed. We were so focused on the basement that we almost didn't notice the other changes at first. The house itself began to feel different. The consistent warmth from the hallway radiator seemed to seep into the walls nearby. The wallpaper in the foyer, a bland floral pattern, started to look faintly damp at the seams, not with water, but with a kind of oily softness. One afternoon, I dropped a coin in the hall. When I picked it up, I pressed my fingers into the wood. It gave just a little, like pressing on a ripe peach. I jerked my hand back. The floorboard was firm again. I told my girlfriend about it later, and she just nodded, her face pale. She had felt it too, the sponginess underfoot near that door. The house was not just a house anymore. It was changing. It was becoming part of it. The notes became less frequent, as if the thing downstairs was satisfied with our training and was now focusing on other things. The sounds at night, even with the sink running, grew more complex. There were long periods of a strange, liquid bubbling, and sometimes a high, keening whine that set our teeth on edge. Then came the night of the storm. The wind howled around the eaves, and a crack of thunder shook the windows just before midnight. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out with a pop, plunging us into a blackness so complete I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. We fumbled for candles, lit a few, their small flames casting jumping, monstrous shadows on the walls. We sat on the bed, the storm raging outside, and realized with a fresh jolt of terror that we had no power, and therefore no running water for the sink. The rule was going to be broken. We had no choice. At 1 a.m., in the absolute stillness left by the dead appliances, the latch clicked. The sound was as sharp as a gunshot. The door opened, and the footsteps on the stone stairs were crisp, clear, and horrifying. Without the sink's noise, we could hear everything. The wet, slithering movement, the rhythmic drip, thud that my girlfriend had once said sounded like a heartbeat. Now, in the stark quiet, it was unmistakably organic, a process. And then a new sound, a soft, tearing crunch, like celery being snapped deep underwater. We sat frozen, candles flickering, listening to the business of our basement tenant with a clarity that felt like a violation in reverse. We were the ones who felt exposed. The storm raged on, but inside, there was just the awful, intimate symphony from below. It felt like it went on for years. When the sounds finally stopped and the door closed at 4 a.m., we were still sitting up, clutching each other, coated in a cold sweat. The power came back on with a sudden surge at dawn, the lights blazing, the fridge humming back to life. We blinked in the harsh electric light, feeling raw and scraped out. We didn't speak. We just got up and mechanically started our day. There was no note that morning. Instead, when I went to shower, I found a single long, dark brown hair stuck to the inside of the bathroom faucet. It was coarse and thick, and it wasn't mine or hers. I pulled it out, my stomach turning, and flushed it away. The message was clear. The sink was their idea, but they didn't need it. They could come up here if they wanted. They were reminding us that the rules were for our benefit, not theirs. That night, exhausted and hopeless, we went through the motions. I turned the sink on. We got into bed. We waited. The door opened. The footsteps came, and then something different happened. About an hour into the usual sounds, we heard the footsteps climb the wooden stairs to the kitchen again. They stopped at the top. Our breath caught. They weren't coming to our door this time. We heard a faint metallic jingling, then the distinct sound of the cellar door's new, strong deadbolt. The one we had installed on the outside the week we moved in, for our own peace of mind, being turned. The bolt slid back with a smooth, oily shunk. Then, the footsteps retreated back down to the basement. The nightly sounds continued. At 4 a.m., we heard the door shut. The latch clicked, and then a moment later a new sound, the positive, final clunk of the deadbolt being pushed back into place, locking the door from the inside. They had a key, or they didn't need one. They had just shown us, in the clearest terms possible, that they could lock us out of their space anytime they wanted. More than that, they could unlock it from the inside. The barrier we thought we had was meaningless. The next morning, we found a single note on the foyer floor. It was typed again, brief and to the point. A previous tenant was disruptive. Remedial action was required. A new occupant will arrive tomorrow night. You may hear. Renovation. Do not investigate. Maintain the sink protocol. The word renovation was typed in a slightly darker, bolder font. And just below it, the paper was marred by a faint, brownish smear that held a faint, coppery smell we both recognized, mixed with the scent of wet soil. We looked at each other across the length of the hall, the morning sun illuminating the dust in the air. And for the first time, I saw not just fear in her eyes, but a deep, chilling understanding. We weren't just housing a tenant. We were housing something that replaced its tenants. And tomorrow night, it was going to make room for a new one. The word renovation sat in my gut like a piece of bad meat. We spent the day in a state of low-grade panic, jumping at every normal sound. The house felt different, expectant. The usual warmth from the hallway seemed to pulse, a slow, steady beat of heat that made the air taste stale. We tried to go about our business, but our movements were stiff, our conversations clipped and quiet. We were waiting for a delivery we didn't want. As dusk fell, the rules felt more important than ever. We checked the thermostat, 68 degrees. We made a bland dinner with no garlic, no strong smells. We cleaned the hallway until it shone, making sure not a single speck of dust obstructed the passage from the cellar door to the front of the house. There was a new, unspoken rule between us now too, no fighting. Our conflict was food for it, and we couldn't afford to feed it tonight, not when it was preparing for something big. We went to bed early, but sleep was impossible. We just lay there, holding hands, watching the numbers on the clock change. 11 p.m., midnight, 12:30. The house was so quiet I could hear the blood rushing in my own ears. Then, at 12:45, a new sound broke the wait. It wasn't from the cellar door. It was a single, solid knock that echoed up through the floorboards. It came from inside the basement. It was a signal. My girlfriend's fingernails dug into my palm. We didn't speak. We just listened. At 1 a.m. exactly, the nightly ritual didn't begin with a click. It began with a violent, sudden crack as the cellar door was flung open from the inside, hitting the wall so hard we heard plaster dust sift down into the kitchen below. The footsteps that came out were not the usual shuffling or measured steps. They were a rapid, scuffling stampede, multiple sets of feet, light and frantic, and they were accompanied by a high, chittering whine that rose and fell, a sound of pure animal terror. Then the sink protocol began. I stumbled into the bathroom, my legs weak, and turned the faucet on full. The water roared into the bowl, a pathetic attempt to mask what was coming. I got back into bed, and we clung to each other. The renovation had begun. The sounds that followed, even through the wall of water noise, were the worst we had ever heard. They were not the sounds of construction. They were the sounds of deconstruction. There was a series of hard, wet thwacks, like a butcher tenderizing meat. The chittering whine rose to a piercing squeal, then was cut off with a sickening, final crunch. Then came the wet, tearing drags, long and drawn out, like something being pulled apart. Underneath it all was a new sound, a crisp, mechanical snick snick snick, and the high whine of a drill biting into wood. They were installing something. The new lock, we had assumed. But the sounds were wrong. They were too numerous, too busy. It wasn't just one lock. It was many. We lay there, trapped in our bed, as the symphony of violence played out beneath us. My girlfriend had her face buried in my shoulder, her body shaking with silent sobs. I held her, but I was gone, lost in a cold, numb place where the only real things were the horrible sounds and the feel of her trembling against me. The dragging sounds would stop, then start again from a different corner of the basement. The drilling and hammering came in bursts. Once, there was a sound like a sack of wet gravel being poured onto the concrete floor. The water in the sink seemed to mock us, a cheerful, mundane sound completely at odds with the nightmare happening below. The clock crawled from 1 to 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. The activity didn't lessen. If anything, it became more organized, more purposeful. The frantic scuffling was gone, replaced by slower, stronger drags and the methodical tap-tap-tap of what might have been a hammer. At 3:58 a.m., the sound ceased all at once. The abrupt stop was jarring. We heard the familiar footsteps approach the stairs, but they were slower now, confident. They climbed the wooden steps to the kitchen. We heard the cellar door being pulled shut. The latch clicked, and then a series of new, final sounds. The smooth slide of a bolt, the turn of a key in a lock, and the solid thunk of a deadbolt engaging. Not just one. We heard 3 distinct locking mechanisms snap into place from the inside. Then nothing. The sink was still running, a ridiculous soundtrack to a finished horror. I got up, my legs like water, and turned it off. The sudden absence of sound was a physical pressure in the room. We didn't speak. We didn't move until the gray light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. Then together, we crept out of our room and into the hallway. The cellar door stood closed, but it was different. The old, simple iron latch was still there, but now, flanking it, were 3 new locks. An industrial-grade deadbolt, thick and tarnished brass. A heavy keyed lock above the doorknob. And at the very bottom of the door, a large, sturdy slide bolt, all made of the same aged, oily-looking metal. They were not locks meant to keep something in. They were locks meant to keep something out. Us. The door was now a fortress wall, and it belonged to them. My girlfriend reached out a trembling hand, stopping just short of touching the cold brass. "They've locked us out of our own basement," she whispered, her voice hoarse. I just nodded, a hot, helpless anger beginning to burn through the numbness. It was no longer a rental. It was a secession. The basement was its own country now, with borders we could not cross. The day was a blur of shock. We tried to clean, to eat, but everything felt pointless. The house felt alien. The hallway by the door now truly felt like a border crossing into forbidden territory. The warmth from the walls was stronger, and the floorboards nearby had a definite, unsettling give to them, like walking on stiff carpet over soft ground. In the afternoon, driven by a need to do something, I went outside. I walked around to the side of the house where the small, grimy window wells for the basement were. They were choked with dead leaves and cobwebs. Grabbing a rake, I cleared one off, the glass so dirty it was almost opaque. I cupped my hands and pressed my face to the cold pane, peering into the gloom. My eyes adjusted slowly. I wasn't looking into a basement. The geometry was all wrong. The stone walls seemed to curve inward, meeting not at a corner, but in a soft, rounded join. And they weren't flat stone. They were striated, ribbed with lines of darker material that pulsed slightly in the weak light filtering down from the well. It looked less like a foundation, and more like the inside of a body. Then I saw them. Embedded in the earthen, rib-like walls, faint but unmistakable, were shapes. The outline of a hand, fingers splayed. The curve of a shoulder. Further down, the hollows of a face, mouth open in a silent cry. They weren't carvings. They were impressions, as if people had been pressed into the wet clay of the earth a long time ago, and the earth had hardened around them. Dozens of them, layered and overlapping, fossilized in the walls of that space. I jerked back from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. The previous tenants, the ones who were disruptive, they didn't leave. They became part of the foundation. The phrase liquidation of equity in the property and person from the contract flashed in my mind with terrifying new meaning. I stumbled back into the house, my face pale. I told her what I'd seen. She listened, her expression crumbling from fear into a deep, weary despair. We sat at the kitchen table as the sun set, the locked cellar door standing sentry in the next room. We were trapped in a beautiful house that was also a living, hungry monument to all the people who had come before us and failed to follow the rules. That night, we went through the motions like sleepwalkers. Thermostat, clean hull, bland food. At 12:55, I turned the sink on. The sound of the water was a sad echo of the violence it was meant to cover. We got into bed. We waited. At 1 a.m., the locks on the cellar door disengaged with a series of sharp, precise clicks. Click, clack, snick. The door did not swing open wildly. It opened just enough. And then a new sound started. It was not the sound of something new being torn apart. It was a low, rhythmic, organic pulsing. A deep, wet lube dub that vibrated up through the floorboards and into the bones of the house. It was slow, steady, and powerful. And as we lay there listening to this new, horribly vital sound, we both felt a second, fainter vibration through our mattress, a gentle, answering rhythm. It was coming from down the hall. We looked at each other, the same thought dawning in our eyes. Slowly, without a word, we got out of bed. We crept to our bedroom door and looked down the hallway toward the spare room, the small empty bedroom we hadn't yet used for anything. The door was closed, but from the crack under it, a soft, pulsing, amber light glowed in time with the sound from the basement. Lube-dub glow! Lube-dub glow! Something was in there. Something that belonged to the basement, or something the basement had made. And it was alive, and it was beating in time with the heart of the house. We stood in our doorway, frozen, watching that thin line of rhythmic light, understanding that the borders had shifted again. The basement hadn't just seceded. It was expanding. The pulsing light under the spare room door held us frozen for a long time. It was a gentle, warm glow like the embers of a fire, but its steady rhythm synchronized with the wet, beating sound from the basement made it feel like a threat. It was a visible heartbeat for the house, a sign that whatever was growing inside it was thriving. We didn't dare open the door. We just stood there in our pajamas, feeling the faint vibration through our bare feet, until the sounds from below stopped at 4 a.m. and the light under the door flickered out. The next morning, the house felt different. The constant, feverish warmth from the hallway walls had spread. Now the whole first floor held a cozy, womb-like heat that should have been comfortable but felt suffocating. The air tasted sweet, like overripe fruit and wet soil. We avoided the spare room entirely, giving its door a wide berth as if it were radioactive. But we couldn't avoid the notes. They started appearing again, not just in the foyer, but anywhere. One was stuck to the refrigerator with a drop of something clear and sticky. Increase the thermostat to 72 degrees. Another was tucked into the pages of a book I was reading. Play music during the day. Classical is preferred. The demands were moving into our daylight hours, shaping our environment to its liking. We were no longer just night wardens. We were full-time caretakers for a growing organism. The worst note came 3 days after the renovation. It was typed on that same crisp paper, but the letters were blurred, as if typed by trembling hands. It said, "The new occupant is settling. Its needs are specific. You will provide an offering of contrition for past disruptions. Place a valued personal item on the top basement stair before 1 a.m. This will restore balance and ensure continued peace." I balled the note up in my fist. "No," I said, my voice tight. "No way. That's a step too far." My girlfriend looked at me, her eyes hollow from lack of sleep. "What's the alternative? We've seen what happens to people who disrupt things. They end up in the walls. So we just feed it? We give it a piece of us? That's what it wants. It's not about an offering, it's about claiming something." We argued, our voices rising in the warm, sweet air. It was our first real fight since the rat, and it felt ugly and necessary. The house seemed to drink it in. The warmth in the room intensified, and I swear I felt a floorboard swell slightly under my foot. In the end, fear won. As midnight approached, the fight drained out of us, leaving a cold, shared dread. She went upstairs and came back down holding her grandmother's locket, a simple silver heart she never took off. Her eyes were red. "It has to be something that matters," she said softly, answering the question I hadn't asked. "That's the point." At 12:55, with me standing watch, she approached the cellar door. The 3 new locks looked down on her like dark, metal eyes. She knelt on the hallway floor, which gave spongily under her knee, and reached out to place the locket on the very top step, just inside the threshold of the door. As the silver touched the old wood, something happened. The stairboard softened, just for a second, like pressed flesh. The locket sank 1/4 of an inch into the surface with a faint, sucking sound. She yanked her hand back as if burned, and we both scrambled away, back to the perceived safety of our bedroom. We didn't turn the sink on. We just listened. At 1 a.m., the locks disengaged. The door opened only a crack. From the darkness within, something extended. It was not a hand or a foot. It was a long, fibrous tendril, the color of a wet tree root, glistening with a clear, oily fluid. It moved with a slow, blind purpose, questing across the hallway floor until it found the locket. It wrapped around the silver heart, not with a grab, but with a caress. Then it began to contract, dragging the locket back toward the crack. Just before it disappeared into the darkness, we heard a sharp, metallic crunch. The tendril vanished. The door remained ajar. The night was not filled with the usual sounds of activity. Instead, there was a new sound, a soft, contented, bubbling gurgle that seemed to come not just from the basement, but from the walls around us. It was the sound of something digesting. We didn't sleep. At 4 a.m., the door closed, the locks engaged. At dawn, we went a look. The locket was gone. In its place, centered perfectly on the top step, was a perfect, sticky imprint. It was a molar, with all its roots, pressed deep into the grain of the wood. The message was clear, a trade. Something precious for a piece of something else. We were part of an economy now. The following days were a slow slide into a stranger reality. The sweet smell grew stronger. The pulsing light under the spare room door returned every night, growing a little brighter, the rhythm a little stronger. The floorboards throughout the house developed more give, a unified sponginess that made walking feel like moving across the deck of a ship. The walls, when you leaned against them, were warm and faintly resilient, like living skin. We stopped calling it a house between ourselves. We started calling it the host. It was the only word that fit. We were living inside something. One afternoon, a new note appeared, not on paper, but scribbled in the thin layer of condensation on the bathroom mirror after a shower. The words dripped and ran, but were clear enough. Prepare the spare bedroom. That was it. No please. No explanation. A command. We stood before the spare room door, hand in hand. I turned the knob. The door swung inward without a sound. The room was transformed. The walls were no longer painted drywall. They were covered in a fine, web-like network of pulsing pink and violet filaments, like a vast, intricate system of veins. They glowed with a faint internal light, casting the room in a dusky, rosy twilight. In the center of the ceiling, a bulbous, gland-like node had formed. It was the size of a fist, translucent, and inside it, something dark and shapeless slowly turned. From its tip, a thick, honey-colored sap dripped with a slow plink into a perfect, shallow pool that had formed on the floorboards beneath it. The sweet, cloying smell was overpowering in here. This was not a room for a guest. This was an incubator. We backed out, closed the door, and leaned against the wall in the hall. There were no words. That night, the sounds from the basement changed again. No tearing, no dragging. Just that strong, steady, lubed-up pulsing, now accompanied by a soft, tearing creaking sound, like new growth pushing through old bark. The light under the spare room door pulsed in perfect time. We realized the truth then. The host wasn't just feeding. It was getting ready to reproduce, to give birth to something, and we were there to midwife it. The helplessness was complete. We couldn't leave. The lawyer's warning about the contract claiming us was a constant whisper. We couldn't fight. The thing in the basement and the house itself were too powerful, too intertwined. All we could do was follow the rules and watch as our home became a nursery for something unspeakable. A week after the prepare the spare bedroom command, we found the final note. It wasn't on paper or mirror. It was in the house. I was in the kitchen when a section of the swollen door frame near the cellar door split open with a wet, ripping sound, like a seam giving way. Inside the split, nestled in the fleshy, fibrous interior of the wall, was a piece of parchment, brittle and ancient. I pulled it out with trembling fingers. The handwriting matched the first desperate note we'd found, the one that had said, "It's not a rental. You have to understand, it's a feeding." This note was longer. It read, "You are the probiotics. You balance the gut flora of the host. Your fear, your peace, your love, your conflict, you ferment them. The night things are the digestive enzymes. They break down the raw material. We, the homeowners, are the culture. The last family that rebelled, they became the foundation, the prebiotic fiber, the substrate for the next growth. You don't own the house. You are its microbiome. And when the culture is ripe, it is harvested." I read it aloud to her, my voice a dry rustle. The clinical, biological terms made it more horrifying, not less. We weren't haunted. We were digesting. Our entire emotional life was just chemistry for this thing. The harvest was coming. The pulsing in the walls, the incubator room, it was all leading to that. That night, we didn't go to our bedroom. We sat at the kitchen table, the locked cellar door to our left, the closed door to the pulsing spare room down the hall to our right. The whole host hummed and gurgled around us, a living, breathing entity that we were trapped inside. "I won't be its food," she said finally, her voice clear and strangely calm. "And I won't be its wall." She looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, I saw a flicker of something other than fear in her eyes. It was resolve, edged with a touch of madness. "If we can't leave," she whispered, "then we make it sick. We poison the culture." She stood up and walked not toward an exit, but to the kitchen sink. She turned on the cold water, filled a glass, and then, holding my gaze, she walked to the hall thermostat and turned it all the way down to 50 degrees. The furnace gasped and shut off. The constant warmth in the walls began to cool, and the fleshy, web-covered walls of the spare room, visible through its open door, gave a visible, shuddering contraction. The slow drip of sap from the ceiling node sped up into a frantic trickle. It was a tiny rebellion, a shock to the system. And as the clock in the hall ticked toward 1 a.m., we stood together in the cooling, darkening house, waiting to see how an organism reacts when its microbiome turns against it. The locks on the cellar door began to click, one by one in the dark. The clicks of the locks in the dark were slow, deliberate, and wrong. They usually snapped open with a quick, mechanical precision at 1 a.m. This was different. Click, clunk, snick, each one sounding stiff, like the mechanism was gummed up or cold. The final deadbolt slid back with a long, grating whine. The cellar door did not swing open. It stayed shut. From behind it, we heard a low, vibrating rumble that was not the usual wet pulsing. This was a sound of displeasure, a deep, organic growl that made the mugs on the kitchen counter tremble. The host was reacting. The chill from the lowered thermostat spread through the hallway, a stark contrast to the weeks of clinging warmth. The fleshy walls of the spare room, visible through the open doorway, visibly puckered and contracted, the network of glowing veins dimming to a dull, bruised purple. The slow drip of sap became a sporadic, anxious plinking. Our tiny act of defiance, turning down the heat, was a shock to its system. We stood frozen by the kitchen table, holding hands so tight our knuckles ached. The growl from behind the cellar door faded, replaced by a new sound, a frantic, skittering scratch like many small, hard things scrambling over stone. Then a single, sharp thud against the inside of the door, making the wood jump in its frame. We flinched back. The door held. The scratching intensified, moving from the door down to the baseboards, traveling along the wall shared with the kitchen. It was inside the walls, moving through them. We could hear it pass behind the refrigerator, a frantic, scrabbling journey. Then, from the direction of the spare room, came a wet, tearing shriek. The pulsing light in the room flared bright crimson once, twice, then went out completely, plunging that end of the hall into a blackness deeper than the night. The skittering in the walls shot toward the spare room, converging on it. There was a moment of awful quiet, broken only by the trickle of sap and a new weak, mewling sound from the black doorway. Then, the locks on the cellar door began to move again, engaging one by one, sealing it shut from the inside. The rest of the night passed in a tense, cold stillness. The host was not going about its business. It was tending to a wound. We finally slept, huddled together under extra blankets, as the house grew genuinely cold for the first time since we'd moved in. The morning light revealed the cost of our rebellion. The hallway was a mess. The formerly spongy floorboards near the spare room were warped and split, weeping a clear, sticky fluid that smelled like rotten honey. The vein-like filaments on the walls of the spare room had turned black and brittle. Many had snapped and hung loose like dead ivy. The gland on the ceiling was deflated, a wrinkled sack dripping the last of its sap. The room felt dead, or in a coma. But the cellar door stood intact, its 3 locks gleaming dully. We had hurt the new growth, the harvest, but we hadn't touched the core of the thing. We had made it angry. The notes stopped. No more typed commands, no more mirror writing. The communication was over. Instead, the house itself began to communicate in other ways. The food in our pantry, which had been rotting slowly, now putrefied overnight. A loaf of bread became a slab of fuzzy green mold by breakfast. Milk curdled in the carton an hour after opening. The sweet smell was gone, replaced by a persistent, sour odor of spoilage and damp earth. The host was no longer preserving its environment for us. It was expelling us, making the place uninhabitable. Bruises appeared on our arms and legs overnight, yellow and purple marks with no explanation, as if we'd been gripped hard in our sleep. We woke up exhausted, our muscles aching, our heads fuzzy. The house was leaching something from us directly now, a subtle drain on our energy, our health. It was collecting on the debt it felt we owed. The warm, resilient feel of the walls turned clammy and cold, like the skin of a corpse. A sense of active malevolence filled the spaces where there had once been just eerie rules. Doors we knew we'd left open were found closed. The water from the taps ran lukewarm and tasted metallic, no matter how long we let it run. One afternoon, I tried to call our lawyer from my cell phone. The call wouldn't connect. I tried the landline we'd never used. There was no dial tone, just a soft, rhythmic clicking that matched the old lube-dub pulse from the basement. We were being isolated, cut off. The message was clear, no outside help. This was between us and the host. Days blurred into a grim routine of cold, hunger, and fear. We ate canned beans and crackers, the only things that seemed immune to the rapid decay. We slept in fits and starts, always waking feeling more tired than when we lay down. The constant chill sank into our bones. We stopped talking about escape or rebellion. We were just trying to survive another hour. Then, one evening as we huddled under blankets on the couch, a new development began. A sound started in the walls, not a skittering or a growl, but a wet, grinding, crunching noise, like massive teeth chewing on gravel. It was slow and methodical, and it came from all around us. The house was eating. Eating what? We didn't know, but the sound was unmistakable. And with it came a change in the structure. The warping of the floorboards became more pronounced. In the living room, a long, jagged crack opened up in the plaster ceiling, and from it dangled thin, root-like tendrils that swayed gently in still air. The host was breaking down its own form, repurposing material. It was preparing for something. A last-ditch effort at the harvest, maybe, or a final punishment for us. The fear became a cold, solid lump in my chest. This wasn't just scary anymore. It was a slow, inevitable crushing. We were watching the world we lived in digest itself, and we were next on the menu. My girlfriend, however, was changing too. The hollow fear in her eyes had been replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. She stopped flinching at the sounds. She started studying the changes in the house, tracing the patterns of the cracks, watching the slow movement of the tendrils. She wasn't giving up. She was looking for a weakness. "It's an organism," she said one night, her voice quiet but firm over the sound of the grinding walls. "It has rules. Biology has rules. It needs heat. It needs the right emotions. It needs balance. We unbalanced it. Now it's desperate. A desperate animal is dangerous, but it's also stupid. It makes mistakes." She looked at me, and that flicker of mad resolve was back, brighter now. "We gave it a stomachache. Next, we give it a fever." I didn't understand what she meant until the next day. She went into the garage and came back with the old space heater we'd packed away, the kind with glowing red coils. She plugged it into an outlet in the hallway, right across from the cellar door. She turned it on full blast. The coils glowed orange, then red, pumping out a wave of dry, artificial heat that fought against the general chill. The reaction was immediate. The grinding in the walls stuttered. The tendrils hanging from the ceiling crack twitched and recoiled. The warped floorboards near the heater let out a sharp pop as they dried and contracted. She had found a trigger. Too much cold hurt it. Too much direct, wrong heat hurt it too. It needed its own specific, controlled environment. We were learning its biology. Emboldened, she did something else. She dug out her old laptop and found a playlist of the most chaotic, aggressive, dissonant music she could. Industrial noise, screaming metal, static. She set it on a loop, placed the laptop in the hallway next to the heater, and turned the volume up as high as it would go. The shrieking guitars and distorted screams filled the hall, a violent assault on the senses. The house convulsed. The walls rippled. The dangling tendrils whipped back and forth. The grinding sound became a pained, high-pitched shriek of its own, vibrating up through our feet. The locks on the cellar door rattled violently in their housings. We were no longer just disobeying. We were attacking. And the host, wounded and desperate, began to fight back in earnest. That night, at 1 a.m., the locks didn't just click open. They exploded open with a sound of shearing metal. The cellar door didn't swing. It was blown inward, slamming against the wall with a crash that shook the house. And from the absolute blackness of the stairwell, something new emerged. It wasn't a tendril. It was a flood, a rushing, oily black liquid, thick as tar, poured up the basement steps and onto our hallway floor. It didn't spread like water. It moved with purpose in a wave, and it was coming fast. It wasn't aiming for us. It was aiming for the heater and the shrieking laptop. The wave hit the space heater first. There was a loud hiss and a puff of acrid smoke as the coils shorted out. The liquid flowed over the laptop, silencing the music with a gurgling pop. Then, having dealt with the immediate threats, the black tide stopped its advance. It began to pull back, flowing with a horrible, sucking sound back toward the basement stairs, leaving behind a gleaming, sticky residue on the hardwood. But it left something else, too. Sitting in the middle of the hallway, where the tide had been thickest, was an object. We approached it slowly. It was a bone, a long, slender human femur, stained dark and polished smooth. It wasn't old or fossilized. It looked fresh, and carved along its length in precise, angular letters was a single word: enough. The word wasn't a request. It was a final warning, delivered not on paper, but on a piece of what we could only assume was a previous homeowner. The black fluid had drained away completely, back into the sealed darkness of the basement. The hallway was just a hallway again, cold and damaged. We looked from the bone to the open cellar door. The darkness beyond the threshold was complete, a solid wall of black that seemed to drink the light from the hall. It was an invitation, or a threshold. The host had shown us it could reach out now, could defend itself with more than just sounds and notes. It had a physical weapon, and it had told us to stop. My girlfriend picked up the bone, her face pale but set. She didn't drop it in horror. She held it, her fingers tracing the carved word. She looked at the open cellar door, at that waiting darkness, and then at me. "It's afraid," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "It wouldn't warn us if it wasn't afraid. We're hurting it." She walked toward the kitchen, still holding the bone, and placed it carefully on the table. She turned to look at the open cellar door, a doorway that had never before been left open after its nightly business was done. It was a breach in the protocol, a sign of distress. "It wants us to stop," she said, "so we have to go further." She walked to the sink, filled a glass with the metallic-tasting water, and drank it slowly, her eyes never leaving the dark rectangle of the basement entrance. The house around us was quiet, listening. The grinding had stopped. The only sound was the faint, wet drip from the ruined spare room. The battle lines were drawn. The next move was ours, and the open door was a challenge we couldn't ignore. The open cellar door was a void. It had never been left like that after the nightly ritual. It was a sign of panic, of a system breaking down. The word "enough" carved into the bone wasn't just a warning, it was a plea. The host was in distress, and for the first time, we had a real weapon: knowledge. We knew we could hurt it, but the bone on the table was also a promise of what happened to those who hurt it too much. We couldn't just keep randomly poking it with noise and heat. We had to understand it. We had to find its heart, or its brain, or whatever passed for one. So we changed tactics. We stopped the overt attacks. We turned the thermostat back to a neutral 70 degrees. We cleaned up the hallway as best we could, mopping up the sticky residue, though the floorboards remained warped and stained. We unplugged the dead heater and the ruined laptop. We acted, outwardly, like obedient caretakers again. But inside, we were planning. The open door was an opportunity. We needed to see. That night, with the door still standing open, a black rectangle in the hallway wall, we prepared. We had flashlights with fresh batteries. We wore thick-soled shoes and work gloves. We stood at the threshold, the cool, damp air from below washing over our faces, carrying that familiar smell of wet earth and copper. The stairs descended into absolute blackness. The single bulb at the bottom was dead. My girlfriend went first, her flashlight beam cutting a shaky path down the steep wooden steps. I followed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The stairs creaked under our weight, a normal sound that felt obscenely loud. We reached the bottom. The concrete floor was there, but it was wrong. It was covered in a glossy, hardened layer of that black, tar-like substance, smooth and uneven like a lava flow. Our flashlight beam swept the room. It was not our basement anymore. The stone walls were alive, throbbing with that same vein-like network we'd seen in the spare room. But here it was denser, darker, a tangled map of purple and black capillaries that pulsed with a slow, sick light. The rib-like structures I'd seen from the window were even more pronounced up close, curved supports of hardened earth, and something else that looked like cartilage. And the faces. They were everywhere. Not just impressions, but clearer now, as if being pushed closer to the surface. Contours of cheeks, the slopes of foreheads, mouths frozen in endless screams or slack in empty despair. all woven into the fabric of the walls. This was the foundation the note had mentioned. This was where the previous owners went. But our lights also found something new. In the center of the room, the black tar substance had pooled and risen into a shape. A mound about 3 feet tall. Its surface was smooth and reflective, and from its peak a single thick tendril, like an umbilical cord, snaked up and disappeared into a hole in the ceiling joists, directly toward the spare room above. This was the connection, the heart or the stomach of the operation, and it was still. No pulsing, no movement. It looked dormant, wounded from our attacks. We didn't speak. We just took it in, the awful truth of the place. This wasn't a haunted basement. It was a digestive chamber. We were about to retreat when her light caught something tucked behind the furnace, almost invisible against the dark wall. It was a box, a simple, rusted metal lockbox, sitting on the floor as if placed there deliberately. We approached it. I pried the lid open with a gloved hand. Inside were not bones or secrets, but papers, deeds, old, crumbling documents. The one on top was the original deed for the house, from 1890. There, in flowing, formal script, was a clause not included in our modern paperwork. Hereby enters into a covenant of sustenance with the resident spirit of the glen, the terms of which shall be maintained in perpetuity by the title holder, who shall act as steward and provide a suitable tranquility for the spirit's nourishment and growth. The next page was a handwritten journal entry, photocopied and brittle. The handwriting was tight and frantic. The house is not a structure, it is a symbiont. I have built not upon rock, but upon a living system. The spirit is not a ghost, it is a fungal network, a mycelial mind that feeds on emotional resonance. Fear, peace, anger, love, it metabolizes them. The basement is its root structure. The homeowners are the culture medium. The night tenants are the nutrient source drawn to the energy. A perfect, self-sustaining ecology. My masterpiece. It was signed by the original owner, a biologist named Alden. We were living in someone's deranged biological experiment. The next document was a faded photograph from the 1950s. A family stood on our porch, smiling stiffly. But in the background, in the small, grimy basement window, was a blurry pale shape. A face, pressed against the glass from the inside, its mouth a dark oval of a screen. The final paper was a more recent legal addendum from the 1970s. It was the same nightly rental clause, but with a handwritten note in the margin from a lawyer to another. The covenant remains legally binding due to the original peculiar grant. The liquidation of equity clause is unenforceable in standard courts, but is considered operative within the parameters of the covenant itself. Advise clients to comply. The Petersons learned the hard way. The Petersons. The name meant nothing, but the implication was clear. We packed the papers back into the box. We had our blueprint. The house was a living thing, a fungus that fed on emotion and used physical material. Tenants, disruptive homeowners, to grow. We were the current crop. The harvest was likely the full assimilation of our essences into the foundation, making room for the next culture medium. But we also had its creator's notes. And in biology, every organism has a weakness. As we turned to leave, my flashlight beam passed over the dark mound in the center of the room. For just a second, I saw it. The glossy surface wasn't perfectly smooth. A hairline crack had formed across its top, and from within the crack, a faint, familiar amber light glowed, weak but steady. The heart wasn't dead. It was healing, and it was watching us. We hurried up the stairs, back into the hallway. We closed the cellar door. It didn't feel like sealing something in anymore. It felt like closing a lid on a coffin we were both standing in. But we had information now. The next day we put it to use. We went to the local historical society, a small, dusty building on the edge of town. We asked about the house, about Alden the biologist. The elderly volunteer perked up. Alden? Oh yes. Eccentric fellow. Brilliant, they said, but obsessed with what he called living architecture. He believed houses could be grown, not built, that they could form a symbiotic relationship with the inhabitants. She dug out an old town ledger. He only lived in the house a few years. Disappeared, actually. They found his clothes folded neatly on the porch, but he was never seen again. The house was sold. It's had quite a few owners since then. She flipped pages. Let's see, the Petersons in the 70s. They only lasted a year. Moved out suddenly. The husband died just weeks later in a new apartment. The records say of rapid physical deterioration. Like he just wasted away. She said it like a mild curiosity. We knew better. The lawyer had mentioned the Petersons. They had broken the contract, left the house, and the liquidation of equity had followed them. The host had claimed its due from a distance. We were trapped. Leaving wouldn't save us. The biological bond, the covenant, was in our signatures, in our very presence. We thanked her and left, the sunshine feeling like a lie. On the way home, we stopped at a library. We didn't look up ghosts. We looked up mycology, the study of fungi. We read about fungal networks, how they communicate, how they digest, how they can be killed. Some needed specific pH levels. Others were sensitive to certain frequencies of sound. Some could be poisoned by particular chemicals. We weren't dealing with a ghost. We were dealing with an invasive, intelligent fungus that had learned to build a house around itself and farm humans. We drove home in a new kind of quiet, not of fear, but of grim calculation. The house looked the same from the outside, a beautiful, quaint Victorian, a perfect mask for the monster within. We parked and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. We always locked it. Inside, the sour smell was stronger, and on the kitchen table, where we had left the carved bone, was a new display. Every single note we had ever received, the ones we had saved and hidden in a drawer, were now spread out in a perfect, fan-shaped array. The typed rules, the handwritten warnings, the mirror condensation command, all of them laid out as if for review. And in the center of the fan, placed with deliberate care, was the locket she had sacrificed. It was crushed flat, the silver twisted and mangled, but there it was, a reminder of what we had given, and a display of its power to retrieve anything within its domain. It was a show of force. It knew we had been investigating. It knew we had been in its basement. It was telling us it saw everything. My girlfriend didn't scream or cry. She walked slowly to the table. She picked up the crushed locket, held it in her palm for a moment, then closed her fingers around it. She looked at the spread of notes, at the history of our subjugation. Then she looked at me, and her eyes were clear, cold, and focused. "It's scared of what we know," she said. "It's trying to remind us who's in charge. But it made a mistake." "What mistake?" I asked, my voice low. She pointed at the notes. "It showed us its rules, all of them in one place. It thinks that's a threat, but it's a manual. It's a list of its needs. It needs quiet at night. It needs specific temperatures. It needs us calm or fighting in specific ways. It needs offerings. It's a list of pressures points." She swept the notes onto the floor with a single, sharp motion. "We don't need to break out. We need to make this environment so toxic, so perfectly wrong for it, that it has to eject us. To break the covenant itself." "How?" I asked, the scope of her plan dawning on me. "By giving it exactly what it wants," she said, a strange, thin smile on her lips. "All at once, until it chokes." She walked to the thermostat and cranked it up to 80 degrees. The furnace kicked on with a roar. Then she went to the stereo, hooked up her phone, and turned on the classical music it preferred. But she maxed the volume, letting a screaming opera aria fill the rooms. She took a clove of garlic from the rotting pantry and began crushing it in a mortar and pestle, releasing its pungent smell everywhere. She was following every rule to its extreme, creating a sensory overload of obedience. The house reacted immediately. The warmth became a stifling, oppressive heat. The opera music seemed to vibrate in the clogged air. The smell of garlic mixed with the existing rot. The walls began to sweat a clear, oily fluid. The floorboards bubbled. The host was getting everything it was supposed to want, but too much, too fast. It was gorging itself. And as we stood in the kitchen, the music wailing, the heat baking us, the cellar door began to rattle. Not from something trying to get out. It was shaking as if the house itself was having a seizure. The pulsing amber light from the crack in the basement mound bled up through the floorboards, flashing in a frantic, arrhythmic stutter. We were no longer attacking the host. We were overfeeding it, forcing a metabolic crisis. The open cellar door had given us a glimpse into its workings, and now we were using its own rules to send it into a panic. The rattling grew more violent. A fine crack appeared in the plaster of the kitchen ceiling. The opera singer hit a sustained high note, and with a sound like a great cable snapping, the dangling tendril from the living room ceiling tore free and fell, writhing, to the floor. The system was overloading. We watched, hearts pounding, as the house convulsed around us, wondering if we had just found a way to break the covenant, or if we had simply signed our own death warrants faster. The house didn't just shake. It screamed. A high, shrieking whine tore through the air, louder than the blaring opera, coming from the walls themselves, from the floor, from the vibrating cellar door. The amber light flashing through the floorboards stuttered like a frantic heartbeat. The heat became a physical pressure, a wet blanket smothering the kitchen. The oily sweat on the walls began to run in rivulets. We were overloading its systems, giving it exactly what it demanded, but in a lethal dose. The rattling cellar door suddenly flew open again, not with a slow groan, but with a crack like breaking bone. From the darkness within, the black, tarry liquid surged out again. But this time it wasn't a purposeful wave. It was a spasm. It spilled onto the hallway floor and just stopped, bubbling and frothing at the edges as if confused. The central mound downstairs was losing control. My girlfriend stood her ground, the crushed locket still in her fist, her face set in a mask of furious determination. "More!" she shouted over the din, though I don't know if she was talking to me or to the house. She ran to the sink and turned on both taps full blast, then yanked open the cabinet below and started banging pots and pans together, adding a crashing, discordant clangor to the opera and the house's own shrieks. She was creating a cacophony of obedience, a perfect storm of everything the rules required, pushed to a breaking point. I joined her, not out of the same fierce clarity, but out of a desperate, survival-driven madness. I grabbed a broom and started smacking the ceiling, dislodging chunks of wet plaster. The house convulsed in response. A section of the hallway wall bulged inward, the floral wallpaper stretching like skin over a boil. With a wet, ripping sound, it split open, not a crack, but a gash. And from within the gash, not tendrils or black liquid, but a pale, fleshy substance pulsed, exposed to the air for the first time. It was the interior of the host. It looked raw muscular, and it was contracting in rapid, pain spasms. The flashing amber light from below began to dim, the pulses becoming weaker, further apart. The shrieking from the walls dropped in pitch to a pained, gurgling moan. We were winning. We were killing it. Or so we thought. Just as the opera reached another crescendo, everything stopped. The music cut out. The taps at the sink shut off on their own. The banging and shrieking ceased. The only sound was the frantic, wet pulsing from the fleshy gash in the wall and our own ragged breathing. The sudden void of noise was a shock, a vacuum that pulled at our ears. Then a new sound started. It was a low, wet, bubbling growl that seemed to originate from every corner of the house at once. It wasn't a sound of pain anymore. It was a sound of anger, of a deep, fundamental rage. The cellar door slammed shut with such force the frame splintered. The three locks engaged simultaneously with a sound of finality. The flashing amber light from the basement went out completely, plunging that part of the house into a profound dark. The house had stopped reacting. It had started thinking. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a swift, penetrating cold that made our breath fog. The oily sweat on the walls solidified into a glistening, rubbery film. The bubbling tar on the hallway floor hardened into a glassy, black crust. The host was shutting down non-essential systems, conserving energy, and switching tactics. We were no longer unruly livestock. We were a disease, and it was initiating a fever. The fleshy gash in the wall began to knit itself back together, the edges creeping toward each other with a sound like Velcro tearing. We backed into the living room, away from the healing wound. The house was quiet, but it was the quiet of a predator that has sighted its prey and is now slowly, surely, moving in for the kill. No more notes. No more warnings. The communication was over. The war had begun. The next hours were a lesson in psychological terror. Lights would flicker off and on in random rooms. The cold intensified, seeping through our clothes. We heard new sounds, a soft, clicking rustle inside the walls, like thousands of insect legs moving in unison. The sour smell of decay was joined by a new, acrid odor, like ammonia and burned hair. We huddled on the couch, wrapped in blankets, watching our breath cloud in the air. We had pushed it too far, too fast. We had shown it we could fight back on its own terms, and now it was changing the terms. At what should have been 1 a.m., the cellar door remained shut, locked tight. No sounds came from below. The house was ignoring its own cycle. It was hunting on its own schedule. Then the whispers started. At first, they were so faint we thought it was the wind whistling through the newly cracked window frames. But they grew closer, more distinct. They weren't in any language we knew. They were a sibilant, clicking murmur that seemed to come from the air vents, from under the floor, from inside our own heads. They conveyed no words, only intent, a cold, hungry malice. My girlfriend gripped my arm, her nails biting through my sleeve. "It's in the walls," she whispered. "It's everywhere now." As if on cue, the clicking rustle inside the walls grew louder, converging on the living room. We saw the wallpaper near the ceiling ripple, as if something was moving behind it, something broad and many-legged. We couldn't stay there. We retreated to our bedroom, the only room that still felt somewhat like ours, though the doorframe was now warped and wouldn't close all the way. We barricaded it with a dresser. The cold was even worse in here, a deep, damp chill that felt like a cellar. The whispers followed us, seeping through the gaps in the door. We sat on the bed, shivering, waiting for dawn, but the night felt endless. The clock on the nightstand had stopped at 3:03 a.m. Time itself felt suspended inside the host. Just before a gray, false dawn lightened the windows, the attack came. It wasn't physical, not at first. A wave of sheer, hopeless despair washed over me, so sudden and powerful it drove the air from my lungs. Images flashed in my mind, the faces in the basement walls, their mouths open in silent agony, the crushed locket, the old couple smiling, knowing faces as they handed us the key. A voice that wasn't a voice, but a feeling hissed in my mind. You will join them. You will be part of the Foundation. Forever. I gasped, doubling over. Next to me, my girlfriend let out a choked sob. She was experiencing it too, her own tailored nightmare. The host wasn't just scaring us. It was weaponizing our own memories, our own fears, and feeding them back to us. It was digesting our minds. The psychic assault lasted for minutes that felt like hours, leaving us trembling and hollowed out. As it faded, we were left with a crushing certainty: we couldn't win. It was too big, too old, too integrated into the very structure of our world. Our rebellion had just made our eventual assimilation more painful. The gray light at the window strengthened, revealing the room in its new state. Fine, black cracks webbed the ceiling. A dark, vein-like pattern had emerged beneath the paint on one wall. The host was no longer hiding. It was marking its territory. We were too exhausted, too broken to move. We just sat there as full morning arrived, the cheerful sunlight a mockery. Then, a practical, terrible thought occurred to me. The lawyer. I croaked, my throat raw. He knew. He said the contract would claim us if we left. But what if it claims us because we're losing? What if staying is just letting it digest us slowly? She looked at me, her eyes red-rimmed but sharp. You want to run? I want to not end up in the wall, I said. Maybe running forces its hand. Maybe it has to reach out, and that makes it vulnerable. Or maybe we just die faster somewhere else. I don't know, but I can't sit here and wait for the whispers to eat my thoughts. She was silent for a long time, staring at the black veins on the wall. We need a witness, she said finally. Someone from outside who sees, who knows. The lawyer was part of it. He won't help. But if we can get someone else here, see this. She gestured at the cracked, veined room. Then maybe the covenant breaks. Symbiosis needs secrecy. Exposure might kill it. It was a thin hope, thinner than the morning light. But it was a plan, a direction. We had to get someone to come to the house, to see the reality, and to believe us. And we had to do it before the host decided to stop playing with its food and simply absorb us into its growing, angry flesh. We spent the day in a state of frozen truce. The house was quiet, watchful. The cold remained. The whispers stayed at the edge of hearing, a constant reminder of its presence. We didn't try to attack or overfeed it again. We acted broken, defeated. And perhaps we were. But underneath the defeat, a new resolve was forming, born not from anger, but from a desperate need for a witness. We needed to show someone the nightmare, to make it real outside of our own crumbling minds. As evening fell, we made our choice. We would call an old friend of mine, someone practical, skeptical, who lived a few towns over. We would beg them to come, to see. It was a huge risk. It might bring an innocent into the host's grasp. But it was our last, best chance to break the cycle. I picked up my cell phone. The screen glowed normally. For a moment, I dared to hope. I found the number and hit dial. It rang once. Then, the whispering in the walls rose to a crescendo, and the call didn't disconnect. Instead, a voice answered. It wasn't my friend's voice. It was a dry, rustling, many-voiced mimicry that sent ice down my spine. It spoke with the cadence of my friend, but the words were all wrong. Don't bother, the chorus of whispers said through the phone. We are the house. We are the land. We are the covenant. There are no witnesses here. Only food. The line went dead. The phone was just a cold piece of plastic in my hand. The host had shown us its final card. It wasn't just in the walls. It was in the wires. It was in the signals. It was the house and the land and the very agreement we had signed. Isolation was complete. We were utterly alone with it, My girlfriend took the phone from my numb fingers and set it on the dresser. She looked at the barred door, then at me. The fierce light was back in her eyes, but it was colder now, hardened by the absolute certainty of our trap. "Okay," she said, her voice quiet and flat. "No witnesses. Then we don't need a witness. We need evidence it can't ignore. We need to give it a problem so big, so undeniable, that the outside world comes looking, even if we're not here to see it." She walked to the bedroom window and looked out at the gathering dusk. "We make a scene it can't clean up." The meaning of her words settled over me, a final, terrifying plan. We weren't trying to escape the host anymore. We were going to make sure that when it finally consumed us, it would choke on what we left behind. The phrase, "make a scene it can't clean up," hung in the cold air between us. It was a declaration of war, with no thought of survival. The old, instinctive fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now wrapped in a layer of grim purpose. We weren't fighting for our home anymore. We were fighting for our epitaph. The first step was reconnaissance. We had to understand the full extent of the host's reach. We spent the next day in a methodical, quiet exploration of our prison. The cold was pervasive, a damp chill that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The whispering was a constant, sibilant background noise, just below the level of comprehension, a psychic static that frayed our nerves. We started with the perimeter. Every window was sealed shut, not locked, but fused. The paint and wood of the frames had swelled and merged with the glass in a smooth, seamless bond, as if the house had grown over its own openings. The front and back doors opened, but only a few inches before meeting a solid, invisible resistance. Not a force field, but the warped wood of the door frames themselves pressing inward, creating a barricade of matter. The host was physically locking us in, becoming its own cage. The interior changes were more grotesque. The black, vein-like patterns on the walls had spread and deepened, pulsing with a sluggish, dark rhythm. In the living room, the fallen tendril from the ceiling had been reabsorbed, leaving only a stained, puckered scar on the plaster. The fleshy gash in the hallway wall was completely healed, but the new skin was a different texture, slick and iridescent like a slug's trail. The spare room was a tomb. The vein network on the walls was dead and black, the gland on the ceiling a deflated, leathery sack. The sweet smell was gone, replaced by the general odor of rot. Our attack had aborted whatever was growing in there. That was one small victory. The kitchen was the worst. The appliances were dead. The refrigerator hummed with no power, its interior warm and fuzzy with mold. The faucets, when turned, emitted only a rusty gasp and then a drip of foul-smelling, brackish water. The host was cutting off our utilities, making the environment unlivable. It was speeding up the process. We found the central point of the change in the basement doorway. The 3 locks were now partially buried in the wood, as if the door was swallowing them. The wood around the frame had bulged outward, forming a distorted, fleshy lip. The hallway floorboards in front of it were no longer just warped. They were soft, giving way underfoot like peat moss, threatening to swallow a shoe. This was the epicenter, the interface between our world and its root system. It was here we would make our stand. My girlfriend's plan took shape as we surveyed our prison. "It needs order," she said, her voice a low monotone against the whispers. "Specific temperatures, specific sounds, specific emotional tones. It's a delicate ecology. We gave it chaos before. Now we give it contradiction. We give it things that can't be digested, things that will make it sick from the inside out." We gathered our weapons. They weren't much. A bottle of bleach from under the sink, though it was mostly empty. A can of gasoline for the lawnmower half full from the garage. The garage door, thankfully, was still just a stuck garage door, not yet fully absorbed. A handful of copper pennies from a jar. A small battery-powered AM/FM radio. A bag of rock salt. Her crushed silver locket. My old, printed-out, pre-host photos of us. Items with symbolic weight, or chemical properties, or the ability to transmit information. Things that didn't belong in its biological system. Our goal wasn't to blow anything up. It was to implant foreign objects into its heart. At dusk, we set to work. We started with the gasoline. I carefully poured a thin line of it along the baseboards of the hallway, starting at the front door and tracing a path toward the cellar door. The sharp, acrid smell cut through the rot. The whispers in the walls sputtered and rose in pitch around the fumes. Gasoline was a poison, a substance with no nutritional value, only toxicity. Next, she took the bleach and sprinkled it onto the soft, peaty floorboards in front of the cellar door. The wood hissed and sizzled faintly, releasing a choking chlorine smell that mixed horribly with the gasoline. The bulge around the doorframe recoiled, the fleshy wood pulling back an inch. We were applying antiseptic to a wound. Then came the pennies. We pushed them, one by one, into the soft wood around the doorframe, embedding the copper coins into the living tissue. Copper was antifungal. The radio was next. We tuned it to a spot between stations, filling the hallway with a loud, hissing static, a pure noise it couldn't metabolize into emotion or meaning. We wedged it into the gap where the door met the bulging frame, letting the static blast directly into the seam. The whispers became a shriek of feedback, a painful discordance. We scattered the rock salt in a rough circle around the door. An old ward against evil, but more importantly, a dehydrating agent. Salt sucked moisture from living things. Finally, the personal items. She placed her mangled locket right on the threshold of the cellar door. I taped our smiling photos to the bulging wood of the frame. We were giving it memories of a life before it, a happiness it didn't create and couldn't consume. We were giving it indigestible souvenirs. The reaction was not immediate violence. It was a slow, building convulsion of rejection. The house began to tremble, a fine, constant vibration. The black veins in the walls throbbed erratically. The whispers coalesced into a single, coherent, raging voice that boomed from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Defilement. Purge. Purge. The cellar door started to sweat, not oil, but a clear, acidic fluid that smoked where it hit the bleach and gasoline. The soft floorboards began to heave, trying to push the foreign objects out. The pennies turned black and were spat onto the hallway rug with wet, popping sounds. The static from the radio was drowned out by a deep, subsonic roar that made our teeth ache. We retreated to the living room, watching from a distance as the host fought to expel the contaminants. It was working. We were causing a systemic allergic reaction. But the host was adaptive. The acidic sweat from the door began to neutralize the bleach. The bulging wood around the frame expanded, enveloping the photos, dissolving them into a pulpy, gray mass. The gasoline line on the baseboards was slowly being absorbed, the wood drinking it in and turning a sickly purple. The static was being dampened, the radio's plastic casing beginning to melt. Our weapons were being digested, albeit painfully. We needed a bigger shock. My girlfriend looked at me, her face pale but calm. "The furnace," she said. "It's old. It runs on the same system. If we introduce a contaminant into the air ducts." We ran to the basement door. The area was a seething, angry mess of bubbling wood and acidic smoke, but the door itself was still shut, the locks holding. The furnace was down there. We couldn't reach it, but the air return vent was in the hallway ceiling. I dragged a chair over. I pried the vent cover off with a screwdriver. The dark shaft within exhaled a breath of warm, foul air. This was part of the host's respiratory system. Without a word, she handed me the nearly empty gasoline can. I upended it, pouring the last few ounces of fumes and liquid into the vent. Then I threw the can itself in. We heard it clatter down the metal duct. For a moment, nothing. Then, from deep within the bowels of the house, came a sound like a massive, wet cough. The furnace in the basement roared to life, then choked, then roared again. Banging, clanging sounds echoed up through the floor. The subsonic roar from the cellar door cut off abruptly. The host was having a pulmonary crisis. The victory was short-lived. The house's retaliation was swift and targeted. The ceiling above us, where I just poured the gasoline, sagged. The plaster turned a dark, wet brown, and with a sickening tear, a large section gave way. But it didn't fall in chunks. It peeled back like a petal, and from the opening, a nest of thick, ropey, white tendrils erupted. They were not black and oily. They were pale and dry, like the roots of a willow tree, and they moved with a terrifying, whip-fast grace. They didn't come for me. They lashed out at my girlfriend, who was still standing on the chair. One wrapped around her ankle and yanked. She cried out, tumbling to the floor. Two more wrapped around her wrists, pinning her. They began to drag her toward the open hole in the ceiling. It wasn't trying to digest her. It was trying to store her, to put her in the walls. I moved without thinking. I grabbed the only thing within reach, the screwdriver I'd used on the vent. I lunged and stabbed at the tendril around her ankle. The tool sank into the fibrous flesh with a surprising resistance, like stabbing a tough rubber hose. A clear, sap-like fluid sprayed out. The tendril recoiled, not in pain, but in surprise, releasing her leg. The other two tightened their grip, hoisting her partly off the ground. She kicked and thrashed. I stabbed again, hacking at the one on her left wrist. It held fast. The whispers became a deafening, furious scream in my head. From the hole in the ceiling, more pale tendrils snaked down, aiming for me. I was going to be overwhelmed. In that moment of sheer panic, she did the only thing she could. She twisted her free hand, the one still clutching the crushed locket, and slammed the sharp, twisted silver into the tendril holding her other wrist. She sawed at it, not trying to cut it, but grinding the metal into its surface. And something happened. The locket, an item of deep personal meaning that had already been offered and rejected, was now being forced back as a weapon. The tendril holding her right wrist blistered where the silver touched it. It turned gray and brittle, and with a sharp crack, it broke apart, crumbling to dust. She fell the rest of the way to the floor. The remaining tendril around her left wrist loosened in confusion. I grabbed her under the arms and pulled with all my strength, tearing her free. We scrambled back, away from the hole. The pale tendrils writhed in the air, questing, but didn't pursue beyond the edge of the living room carpet. They retreated back into the ceiling, and the sagging plaster slowly knit itself back together, leaving only a damp, brown stain. We lay on the floor, gasping, covered in sap and plaster dust. The acidic smell from the hallway was fading, replaced by a new, pervasive odor of burnt sugar and necrosis. The host had been wounded, forced to reveal a new defense, and had been repelled by a symbol of its own previous consumption. We had found another weakness. The returned gift, the rejected offering, had power. But as our breathing slowed, we looked at the hallway. The conflict was over. The gasoline was gone, absorbed. The bleach was neutralized. The radio was a melted husk, the static gone. The pennies and salt were swept into a corner. The door stood, scarred and smoking, but closed. And the floorboards in front of it were no longer soft. They were hard as stone and dark as obsidian, a permanent armored scar. We had not made a scene it couldn't clean up. We had just forced it to evolve, to grow tougher, more defensive. We were still trapped, and now it knew we would fight to the last. The cold in the house deepened. The whispers returned, but they were different now. They weren't trying to scare us. They were calculating, assessing. They were the sound of a predator that has learned its prey is dangerous, and is now deciding on the most efficient way to end the hunt. We crawled to the couch, our energy spent. The night closed in, longer and darker than any before. We had thrown everything we had at the host, and it had simply incorporated our attack. We were out of ideas, out of weapons, and almost out of time. The only thing left was to wait for its final move. And as we waited, a new, terrible sound began, very faint at first, from deep within the basement. A slow, wet, grinding crunch, like massive jaws working, preparing to feed. The grinding crunch from the basement was a new kind of sound. It wasn't the wet tear of remodeling, or the organic pulse of growth. This was mechanical, deliberate, and hungry. It was the sound of a millstone of great, slow gears made of bone and gristle turning, preparing to reduce something to paste. We lay on the couch, wrapped in a single blanket, listening to it work. The fight had gone out of us. Our attack with contaminants had failed, only hardening the host's defenses. The pale, storing tendrils had shown us a new, horrifying fate. Not just becoming a face in the wall, but being absorbed alive, pulled into the structure to be digested at its leisure. We were bruised, exhausted, and empty. The cold was so deep it felt like the marrow in our bones was freezing. The whispers had settled into a constant, locust-like hum, a vibration in the air that was less a sound and more a physical pressure on the eardrums. The house was no longer trying to scare us. It was preparing a final solution. Dawn came, a gray, weak light that did nothing to warm the room. The grinding continued unabated. It was a shift in the host's metabolism. Before, it had been growing, cultivating, harvesting emotions. Now it was breaking down, consolidating. It was getting ready to process us. My girlfriend was the first to move. She sat up slowly, her movements stiff with cold and pain. She looked at the hallway, at the obsidian-hard floorboards and the scarred, silent cellar door. "It's not grinding stone," she said, her voice a raw scrape. I didn't want to ask. I knew. It was grinding what was left of the previous tenant, the one that had been renovated. Or maybe the bones from its collection. It was preparing raw material. For what? I couldn't fathom. We can't just wait for it to finish. "Whatever it's doing," she said. She stood up, wincing, and walked to the living room window. The glass was still fused to the frame, but she peered out into the gray morning. "We need to understand the final stage. The harvest. The note said when the culture is ripe, it's harvested. We forced its hand. We made the culture toxic. So maybe the harvest is different now. Maybe it's salvage." The word sent a new chill through me. Salvage. Not a careful reaping, but a brutal stripping of anything useful. The grinding fit that. How do we understand it? I asked, my own voice sounding foreign. We can't go back down there. The door is a fortress. The window well is too small. She turned from the window, her eyes landing on the ceiling, on the brown stain where the pale tendrils had emerged. We don't go down, she said. We go up. The attic. We hadn't been up there since the move. It was a cramped, unfinished space full of insulation and old boxes left by the previous owners. The access was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. It was right near the cellar door. The thought of being up there, in the dark, with the grinding directly below us and the memory of those tendrils fresh in our minds, was worse than any horror movie. But it was the only vantage point we had left. We needed to see the blueprint of the beast from above. It took us an hour to muster the courage. We drank the last of our bottled water, ate some crumbling crackers. We armed ourselves with the only tools left, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and the crushed locket, which she kept in her fist like a talisman. We stood under the attic access panel in the hall. The cold here was sharp, and the hum of whispers was louder, buzzing in the metal of the ladder. I pulled the cord. The ladder unfolded with a shriek of rusty springs, dropping a shower of dust. The opening above was a square of pure black. The smell that wafted down was not dust and old wood. It was the smell of the basement, wet earth, copper, and that new burnt sugar necrosis. The host's territory extended into the attic. She went first, climbing slowly, the flashlight beam spearing the darkness above. I followed, each step on the rickety ladder making my heart clench. The attic space was low, the ceiling joists draped with cobwebs that glistened with the same oily residue as the walls below. The insulation between the beams wasn't pink fiberglass anymore. It had transformed into a thick, matted, gray-white substance that looked like fungal mycelium, a sprawling, fuzzy carpet that covered every surface. The few stored boxes were half consumed by it, their cardboard melted into the mass. The air was warm and damp, a shocking contrast to the freeze downstairs. This was part of its active body. We had to crouch to move. The mycelial carpet squished under our shoes, releasing puffs of spores that glittered in the flashlight beam. We made our way toward the center of the house, above the living room and kitchen. The grinding sound was clearer up here, a deep, rhythmic vibration coming up through the joists. And there was another sound, a faint, trickling drip, like water moving through pipes. We reached a spot above, what should have been the basement. Here, the fungal growth was thickest, forming raised, ridged patterns that converged on a central point. In the center of the convergence, the drywall of the ceiling had been completely dissolved. We were looking down through a hole into the basement below, but we weren't looking at the basement floor. We were looking at the top of the black, central mound. It had grown. It now reached almost to the first floor joists. Its surface was no longer smooth and glossy. It was cracked and fissured, and from within those cracks, the grinding sound emanated. And we could see the machinery. Parts of the mound had formed into hard, bony plates that moved against each other, rotary grinders of living calcium, crushing dark, fibrous material between them. It was a gastric mill, a gizzard. This was how it processed the physical material, the tenants, the offerings, the bones. It was mechanically breaking them down into slurry. But that wasn't the worst of it. From the edges of the hole, we could see the connections. Thick, root-like cords, pulsing with a dull light, ran from the mound up into the walls of the house, into the floors. These were the nutrient lines, feeding the slurry to the rest of the structure. One particularly thick cord snaked up the wall, right next to our peephole, and disappeared into the attic growth above us. We followed it with the flashlight. It led to a large, bulbous sac, like a fleshy beehive, attached to the underside of the roof. The sac was translucent, and inside, suspended in amber fluid, we could see shapes. Dark, curled shapes. Dozens of them. They were too small to be human. They looked like grubs, or pupae, waiting. The harvest wasn't about absorbing us into the walls. That was for failures, for the disruptive. The harvest, for a ripe culture, was reproductive. We were being used to feed its young. The culture, our emotions, our peace, our strife, was the nutrient broth. Our physical bodies, when the time came, would likely be ground down in that mill to feed the next stage. We were a farm, and the crop was about to be collected. The horror was so vast, so biologically certain, that it felt like my mind was short-circuiting. This wasn't a haunting, it was in life cycle, and we were a doomed part of it. My girlfriend gripped my arm, her fingers like ice. She pointed the flashlight away from the sack, across the attic. The beam caught something else, tucked against the far eave, partially grown over by the fuzzy mycelium. It was a shape, a human shape. We crept closer, our feet sinking into the soft growth. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was sitting upright, leaning against the chimney brick, covered in the gray-white fuzz. His clothes were old-fashioned, a tweed suit from another century. His skin was pale and waxy, like a mushroom stalk. His eyes were open, milky white, unseeing. Tendrils of fungus grew from his ears, his mouth, his eye sockets, connecting him to the network. This was Alden, the biologist, the creator. He hadn't disappeared. He had become the brain, or the nucleus. The mycelial network was his extended nervous system. He was part of the host, maybe directing it, maybe just a preserved component in its system. A trophy and a CPU. We stared at the fungus man, the grinding mill below us, the sack of pupae above us. The full, awful truth of the covenant was laid bare. We weren't homeowners. We weren't even tenants. We were fertilizer, and the harvest was imminent. As we watched, Alden's milky eyes seemed to shift. They didn't focus on us, but his head turned, just a degree, with a sound like crackling celery. A tendril of fungus detached from his jaw and quested into the air, tasting it. It pointed toward us. The hum in the attic changed pitch, becoming a focused, alert drone. We had been detected, not by the house's general awareness, but by its core intelligence. We backed away, toward the attic opening. The mycelial carpet beneath our feet began to writhe, tendrils rising to snag at our ankles. We stumbled, fighting through the suddenly sticky growth. The grinding sound from below stopped. In the sudden quiet, a new sound started, a soft, wet, tearing sound from the sack above us. One of the pupae was moving. We didn't wait to see more. We half fell, half clambered down the ladder, kicking away fungal tendrils that looped down after us. I slammed the attic panel shut, but it wouldn't latch. Fungal threads were already gumming the mechanism. We stood in the cold hallway, breathing hard, covered in gray dust and spores. We had seen the heart of the beast, and it had seen us. The grinding did not resume. The house was still. The whispers had stopped. The cold seemed to deepen, concentrating, focusing. The host was making a decision. Alden was awake, and we were no longer just a problematic culture. We were a threat to the nursery. The rules of the game had changed for the final time. We retreated to the living room, our minds reeling with the image of the sack, the pupae, the fungus man. We had minutes, maybe hours, before the harvest began in earnest. My girlfriend looked at me, her face a mask of grime and despair. We can't poison it. We can't fight it. It's going to grind us up and feed us to its children. I nodded numb. So we don't let it grind us, I said, the idea forming from sheer desperation. We contaminate the product. From the inside. She blinked. What? The slurry. The stuff it's making down there. If we can get something into that mill, into the nutrient lines, something that will poison the pupae, maybe it will reject the whole batch. Maybe it will. Abort. It was an insane plan. It required getting past the armored door into the basement and tossing something into a living, grinding stomach. Suicide with extra steps. But it was the only move left on the board. With what? She asked, holding up the locket. This? It hurt a tendril. It won't stop a mill. I thought of the chemicals we'd used. The gasoline was gone. The bleach was gone. Then I remembered something from the attic. The boxes. The ones being consumed. What did people store in attics? Old papers. Clothes. Christmas decorations. And sometimes chemicals. Old paint cans. Pesticides. The attic, I said. There might be something up there. Something old, toxic, that it hasn't fully digested yet. We looked at the closed attic panel. Fungal threads were already creeping out from its edges, feeling their way down the hallway wall. Going back up, there was a death sentence. But staying down here was a slower one. The choice was made for us. From the basement, we heard the cellar door's locks disengage. Not with a click, but with a series of wet, popping sounds. The door did not open. Instead, the obsidian floorboards in front of it began to liquefy, turning into a black, tarry pool. An opening was being created, not through the door, but through the floor. An invitation, or a mouth. The host was ready for the final ingestion. It was calling us down. We had one chance. We had to get to the attic, find a toxin, and get to the mill before that black pool swallowed us whole. We looked at each other, a final, unspoken communication passing between us. Then, together, we ran for the ladder, pulling it down as the black pool in the hallway began to bubble and spread. The black pool in the hallway bubbled like a tar pit, its edges creeping across the hardwood, absorbing the light. The invitation was clear. The attic ladder hung open above us, a narrow escape from the maw opening below. We didn't have time to think. She went up first, scrambling into the warm, spore-filled dark. I followed, the ladder groaning under my weight. As I pulled my feet up, a tendril of the black tar lashed up from the pool, sticky and quick, wrapping around the bottom rung. I yanked the ladder up, and the tendril stretched, then snapped, recoiling back into the pool with a wet smack. We slammed the attic panel shut, but it was useless. Fungal threads had already woven it partway open. We were in the belly of the beast now, in the warm, living attic with Alden and the nursery sack. The hum was a physical pressure here, a dense, alert vibration. The grinding from below had started again, louder, more eager. It knew we were coming. We had to move fast. We ignored the central area, the hole looking down on the gizzard. That was our target, but we needed a payload first. We crouch ran toward the far eave where we'd seen the old boxes, skirting wide around the still form of Alden. His milky head turned to track our movement, a dry, rustling sound accompanying it. The fungal threads around him quivered. The boxes were half melted into the mycelial carpet. We tore at them with our hands, the fuzzy growth tearing like wet cotton candy, but regrowing almost instantly. The first box contained mildewed baby clothes, which dissolved into pulp as we touched them. The second held Christmas ornaments, their colors bleached and weirdly soft. Useless. The third box was heavier. We ripped it open. Inside, wrapped in disintegrating newspaper, were glass jars. Some held nails. Others held chemicals. Old, rusted cans of paint thinner. A glass bottle of something called wood preservative, with a skull and crossbones on the yellowed label. Bingo! I grabbed the wood preservative. It was half full of a dark, oily liquid. She found a small, sealed can of turpentine. They were ancient, possibly degraded, but the poison symbols promised toxicity. It was all we had. As we stood, our prizes in hand, the attic changed. The hum rose to a piercing whine. The sack above us, the one holding the pupae, began to rhythmically contract, squeezing its amber fluid. The pupae inside writhed in response. Alden's body shuddered, and a network of bioluminescent lines flashed across the fungal growth, a rapid communication. The host was mobilizing. From the hole in the center of the attic floor, pale, root-like cords began to rise, not the fast tendrils from before, but thick, slow anchor lines, feeling their way toward us, blocking our path back to the ladder. They were hurting us. We were trapped in the corner. Our only path was forward, toward the hole, toward the grinding mill. Maybe that was the point. It wanted us to jump, to deliver ourselves. My girlfriend looked at the bottle in her hand, then at the hole, then at me. A wild, reckless light was in her eyes. "We give it what it wants," she said. "We go down, but we take the poison with us." It was madness, to willingly descend into the gastric mill. But the attic was becoming a cage of living ropes. The black pool was below. There was no other exit. We had to contaminate the slurry at the source. We scrambled over the squelching growth, dodging the questing anchor lines, back to the edge of the hole. The view down was a vision of hell. The black mound filled the basement, its bony plates grinding relentlessly. A paste of dark matter was being pushed out through pores in its side into the pulsing nutrient cords. The heat and the smell of rot and digestion wafted up, choking. There was no ladder, just a 15-foot drop onto a living, grinding organ. "The cords!" she shouted, pointing to the thick, pulsing nutrient lines that ran up from the mound, right past the edge of the hole. They were as thick as my arm, anchored to the joists. They were our fire pole into the pit. She didn't hesitate. She shoved the turpentine can into her waistband, grabbed one of the slick, warm cords with both hands, and swung out into the open space. She slid down fast, the cord vibrating wildly. She landed with a thud on the uneven surface of the mound, stumbling but staying upright, away from the central grinding plates. My turn. I clutched the bottle of wood preservative, took a breath that tasted of spores and death, and grabbed the cord. It was fever hot and slippery. I slid, losing my grip halfway, and fell the last few feet, landing hard on my side on the mound. The surface was tough but slightly yielding like a callus. The sound of the grinding plates was deafening this close, a crushing, gnashing roar. The vibration shook my bones. She pulled me up. We stood on the living island of the host's stomach, surrounded by the dark, ribbed walls with their fossilized faces. The faces seemed to be watching. The cellar door was to our left, shut and irrelevant now. The pool of black tar from the hallway was dripping down the stairs in a slow, thick curtain, sealing the only conventional exit. We were in the digestive chamber, and the stomach was aware of us. The grinding didn't stop, but the mound beneath our feet began to change. The tough, callous skin grew softer, stickier. Our shoes began to sink, very slowly, as if into warm asphalt. It was trying to absorb us directly, to glue us in place for processing. We had to move. We scrambled across the uneven surface, toward the area where the pasty slurry was being extruded. The nutrient cords pulsed where they attached to the mound, sucking the dark paste upward. This was the point of contamination. I fumbled with the bottle of wood preservative. The cap was rusted shut. I banged it against a bony plate, chipping the glass. Finally, I used my teeth, tearing at the rusted metal until it twisted open. The smell that came out was sharp, chemical, and utterly alien in the organic stench of the chamber. She pried open her turpentine, kin with the pocket knife. We shared a look, a final agreement, and hurled the contents into the nearest extrusion pour, just as a fresh wave of slurry was being pushed out. The chemicals hit the dark paste with a hiss. The pour convulsed, snapping shut. The nutrient cord attached to it shuddered violently, its pulse becoming erratic. A wave of contraction passed through the mound, a painful cramp. The grinding plate stuttered, jammed for a moment. A shriek, not from the mound but from the walls, from the house itself, tore through the air. It had worked. We were poisoning its food supply. But the reaction was catastrophic. The entire mound bucked, like a muscle in spasm. We were thrown off our feet. The sticky surface now held us fast, glued at our knees and hands. The black tar dripping down the stairs changed direction, flowing across the basement floor toward us, not to swallow us, but to isolate the contamination. It began to wall off the area around the poisoned pour, building a black, rapidly hardening dam. The host was performing an emergency quarantine. It was sacrificing a part of itself to save the whole. As we struggled against the gluey hold, the pale, storing tendrils from the attic descended. They didn't come for us. They descended toward the quarantine section, their tips sharp and hard. They began to cut, slicing away the contaminated portion of the mound with surgical precision. The mound screamed, a sound of raw, biological agony. A section of its flesh, about the size of a couch cushion, was severed. The tendrils wrapped around it and began to haul it up, back through the hole in the ceiling, taking the poison slurry with it. It was ejecting the tumor we had created. But in its panic, it had forgotten about us. The buckling of the mound had broken the adhesive hold around my legs. I pulled free, tearing my pants. I helped her up. We were standing on a wounded, screaming organ. The grinding had stopped completely. The basement was in chaos, the walls pulsing with frantic, disorganized light. This was our chance. Not to escape, the exit was still sealed by the tar curtain, but to do real damage. To go for the heart. I looked at the severed area. Beneath the removed flesh, the interior of the mound was exposed. It wasn't solid. It was a honeycomb of chambers, wet and glistening, pumping fluids. And deep within, I saw a dense, concentrated knot of those bioluminescent veins, all converging on a central, darker mass. The nexus, the brain of the mound, maybe of the whole host. If Alden was the consciousness in the attic, this was the brainstem, the autonomic nervous system controlling digestion, growth, circulation. She saw it too. Without a word, she reached into the pocket of her sticky jeans and pulled out the crushed silver locket. It was smeared with sap and dirt. She held it up, the broken chain dangling. Then she drew back her arm and threw it, not as a weapon, but as an offering, a symbol, a piece of us, directly into the open, wounded honeycomb, aiming for that central knot. The locket, a piece of personal history it had already consumed and rejected, flew in a tarnished arc and disappeared into the wet, inner darkness of the mound. For a second, nothing. Then, the mound went rigid. The frantic pulsing in the walls froze. The light in the veins dimmed, flickered. A low, deep thrum, like a dying engine, vibrated up from the core. The central knot of veins where the locket had fallen began to blacken. The blackness spread through the vascular network, fast like ink in water. It was a rejection on a cellular level. The foreign body, the indigestible memory, was causing a cascading failure. The mound began to deflate, collapsing in on itself. The bony grinding plates cracked and fell apart. The nutrient cords detached and writhed like dying snakes. The victory was sudden and terrifying. We were standing on a dying organ as the whole organism went into shock. But a dying beast is at its most dangerous. The shriek that came then was not from the house. It came from above, from the attic. It was a raw, human sound of utter rage and loss, filtered through a century of fungus. Alden. The black tar dam on the floor dissolved. The curtain on the stairs pulled back. The cellar door flew open. The host wasn't trying to keep us in anymore. It was expelling us. It was vomiting us out. But not to let us go. The message was clear: get out. Now. Or be buried in the collapse. We ran for the stairs, slipping on the crumbling flesh of the mound, scrambling over the cracked plates. We burst through the cellar door into the hallway. The house was coming apart. The black veins in the walls were hemorrhaging dark fluid. The floorboards were splitting, opening up into pits of writhing, pale roots. The air was thick with spores and the smell of necrotic decay. The front door was still warped shut. The windows fused. The expulsion wasn't an offer of freedom. It was a death sentence in a collapsing cave. We needed to create an exit. I remembered the garage, the one door that had merely been stuck. We ran through the shaking, shedding house into the kitchen, and through the side door into the attached garage. The garage door was a large, sectional thing. It was bowed inward, the wood swollen, but it was still just wood and metal, not yet fully assimilated. The family car sat there, a dumb metal beast. "The car!" I yelled. She understood. We jumped in. I found the keys, still in the visor from a lifetime ago when we felt safe. I turned the ignition. The engine coughed, sputtered, but roared to life. I put it in reverse, backed up as far as I could in the cramped, shaking space, then slammed it into drive. I aimed the grill at the center of the garage door and stomped on the gas. The engine screamed. Tires squealed on concrete. We hit the door with a colossal crash of splintering wood and twisting metal. The door bulged, cracked, but held. I reversed again, farther back, hitting shelves, sending tools flying. Then forward again, faster this time. Another crash. A hinge tore free. A panel splintered inward. Daylight, Real gray daylight, poured through a crack. One more time. I reversed, revved the engine, then shot forward. This time, the garage door exploded outward in a shower of splinters and torn metal. We burst out into the open air, the car bouncing down the short driveway and screeching to a halt in the street. We sat there, panting, the engine rattling. We turned to look at our house. It was contorting. The roof sagged. The walls visibly pulsated, as if something huge was thrashing inside. The windows darkened from within, then shattered outward, not with force, but as if the pressure inside had simply pushed the glass out. A groaning, tearing sound echoed down the quiet suburban street. And then from the chimney, a geyser of black spores and gray mycelial fluff erupted into the sky, raining down on the roof and lawn like filthy snow. The host was mortally wounded. It was expelling its core. But it wasn't dead. The house still stood, a sick, shuddering monument. We had escaped its digestive tract, but we were still bound by the covenant. The lawyer's warning echoed. The contract would claim its equity from wherever we were. We had wounded the house, maybe killed its reproductive cycle. But the bond, the metaphysical tether, was still there. It was still part of us. And as we watched the house tremble, a new, terrible question formed. If the host died, what happened to the culture it was tied to? Would the collapse of the symbiont also mean the death of the hosts? We were free of the walls, but we were not free of the agreement. The car idled roughly in the middle of the empty street. In the distance, a neighbor's curtain twitched. The real world was still out there, oblivious. We had crashed our way out of a living nightmare, but we had driven straight into a new, uncertain terror. We were out, but we were still not safe. The car engine ticked as it cooled, a normal sound that felt alien after the organic groans and shrieks of the host. We sat in the middle of the quiet street, covered in plaster dust, sap, and spores, staring at the convulsing house. It looked like a sick animal, shuddering on its foundation. The geyser of black spores from the chimney had subsided into a trickle of gray flakes that dusted the roof like ash. The windows were dark, empty holes. But it still stood. We were out. The cold, fresh air burned my lungs. The reality of the suburban street, the trimmed lawns, the parked cars, the distant bark of a dog, was a dizzying shock. We had crossed a border back into a world that had rules like gravity and time, not rules about sync protocols and emotional fermentation. But the relief was a thin, fragile thing, instantly punctured by a deeper dread. The covenant, the bond. We hadn't just left a haunted house. We had severed ourselves from a living symbiont, and the lawyer had been very clear about the penalty for that. Liquidation of equity in the property and person. We were the equity. My girlfriend was the first to move. She put a trembling hand on the gear shift. "We can't stay here," she said, her voice hoarse. Someone will call the police. She was right. The shattered garage door, the crashed car idling in the street, our wild-eyed, filthy appearance. It was a spectacle. But where could we go? If the contract's claim could follow us, then nowhere was safe. Yet staying here, in full view of the dying house, felt like waiting for a lightning strike. I nodded, numb, and put the car in drive. We rolled slowly away from the curb. I expected to feel a pull, a physical yank back toward the house, some magical force enforcing the agreement. There was nothing, just the smooth, unnatural freedom of the open road. We drove without a destination. We had no wallets, no phones, just the clothes on our backs and the chemical stink of the house clinging to us. We ended up at a 24-hour diner on the edge of town, a place of bright fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee and grease. We parked at the far end of the lot and just sat, watching the house through the rearview mirror, a dark silhouette against the gray sky a few miles away. It wasn't moving anymore. It just sat, dark and silent. The first hour was the worst. Every ache in my body, every twinge, felt like the beginning of the liquidation. A headache? Was my brain being dissolved? A cramp in my leg? Was the muscle turning to pulp? We were waiting for our bodies to betray us, to unravel from the inside out, because we had broken the lease. But nothing happened. The sun rose fully, a pale yellow disk. The diner's parking lot filled with trucks and early morning regulars. Life went on. The ordinariness was its own kind of torture. We were sitting on a potential time bomb, and the world was blissfully unaware. "We need to know," she said finally, breaking an hour of quiet. "We need to know if it's over, or if this is just the calm before it pulls us back in." "How?" I asked. The answer was obvious, and it made my stomach turn. We had to go back. Not inside. But we had to see. We had to test the bond. We drove back toward the neighborhood, but not to our street. We parked a few blocks over and walked, feeling like criminals, sticking to back alleys and between houses until we had a view of our property from behind a neighbor's tall fence. The house looked dead. The spilled spores on the roof had turned into a dark, sludgy stain. The shattered windows gaped. The front door was slightly ajar, swaying in the breeze. No lights. No movement. No whispers on the wind. It looked like what it should have been all along, an empty, damaged house. But looks were deceiving. We needed a test. A canary in the coal mine. My girlfriend picked up a rock from the garden bed we were hiding behind. She weighed it in her hand, then threw it in a high arc. It sailed over the fence, across our backyard, and smacked against the kitchen window frame with a sharp crack. We ducked, waiting for a tendril to shoot out, for the door to slam, for a wave of whispering anger. Nothing. The house absorbed the insult like a corpse. It was a shell. "I think it's dead," I whispered, a wild, fragile hope budding in my chest. "The core, the mound. We killed it." She didn't look convinced. "Alden," she said. "The fungus in the attic. That was the mind. The mound was the gut. We poisoned the gut. But the mind." She left it hanging. Was Alden's preserved consciousness dead, or was it just disconnected, lurking in the withered network? We watched for another hour. Nothing changed. The sun climbed higher. A city utilities truck rolled down the street, slowed in front of our house, the workers staring at the damage, then moved on. The outside world was beginning to notice. We couldn't stay hidden forever. We had to make a decision. "We call the lawyer," I said. It was the only thread we had to the legal, binding nightmare. We tell him what happened. We see what he says. His reaction will tell us if the covenant is still active. We used a payphone outside a gas station, the kind of relic that felt fitting for our ghostly state. I dialed his office number from memory. A receptionist answered. I asked for him, using our names. There was a long pause. "I'm sorry," the receptionist said, her voice oddly stiff. "He's no longer with the firm." "What? When?" "His departure was effective yesterday," she said, the line clicking as if others were listening. "May I ask what this is regarding?" "The house on Elm," I said, my throat tight. "The one with the addendum." Another longer pause. I could hear papers shuffling. "That file has been transferred to senior management. A Mr. Vance will be handling any ongoing matters. Would you like his voicemail?" The name meant nothing, but the swiftness of the change, the cold, procedural tone, it felt like a cover-up. The legal machine was tidying up. "No," I said. "No, thank you." I hung up. The lawyer was gone. Silenced, transferred, or worse. The system that managed the asset was erasing the evidence. It confirmed our worst fear. This was bigger than one house. There was a protocol for failure. We were now loose ends. We drove to a motel on the highway, the kind that took cash and didn't ask questions. We used the last of the money from my glove compartment to pay for a night. The room was dingy and smelled of mildew and cigarettes, but it was blessedly, normally horrible. We showered, scrubbing at our skin until it was raw, trying to remove the feeling of the host. The water ran brown, then gray, then finally clear. We fell onto the scratchy bedspread, exhausted beyond measure, but sleep wouldn't come. The silence of the room was too complete. Our ears were tuned to the groan of floorboards, the click of a latch, the whisper in the walls. Here, there was only the hum of the ice machine outside and the distant whine of traffic. It was terrifying in its normality. The next few days were a blur of paranoid limbo. We used a prepaid phone to call the police, anonymously reporting structural concerns at our address. We watched from a distance as a patrol car came. Officers walked around, peered through broken windows, and left. They put up yellow caution tape. Nothing else. No investigations. No fire department. It was as if the house itself repelled official attention. We called our insurance company from the motel phone. The agent was polite but confused. Our records show that policy was canceled for non-payment last month, he said. We had paid. The host had interfered, swallowing the mail, corrupting the transaction. We were uninsured, penniless, homeless, and tethered to a dead monster. On the third day, the physical symptoms began. Not dramatic liquefaction, but subtle, eerie things. Our hair started falling out in small clumps. Our skin became dry and papery, sensitive to light. We woke up with the same vivid, technicolor dreams of the basement, of the grinding mill, of Alden's milky eyes. We would wake at exactly 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., our bodies still keeping the awful schedule. The bond wasn't broken. It was withering, and we were withering with it. We were like plants cut from a root system, slowly drying out. The covenant was claiming its equity not through a violent foreclosure, but through a slow, joint decline. We were dying with the host. This realization brought a strange, perverse clarity. We couldn't run from a connection that was part of us. We had to sever it legally, biologically, metaphysically. And to do that, we had to go back to the source. Not to live there. To end it. On the fourth night, we stood again at the edge of our property. The caution tape fluttered in the breeze. The house was a dark void against the starry sky. It looked smaller, diminished. We had a backpack with us now, filled with items bought with stolen moments of normalcy. A flashlight, a hammer, a small can of gasoline, a new one, and a handwritten document. We had spent the afternoon writing it, a formal declaration of severance from the covenant of sustenance. We didn't know if words on paper mattered to a fungal intelligence, but the act of repudiation felt necessary. We slipped under the caution tape and approached the back door. It was still ajar. The smell that wafted out was no longer active rot, but the dry, dusty smell of decay, like an opened tomb. We stepped inside. The house was corpse cold. The black veins on the walls were now just stains, like faded scars. The floorboards were cracked and dry, no longer spongy. The life was gone. We made our way to the kitchen, to the cellar door. It was closed, the 3 locks tarnished and still. I turned the handle. It was unlocked. The door swung open easily, revealing the stairs descending into perfect blackness. We turned on our flashlights. The beam cut through the dust motes. We descended. The basement was a charnel house. The mound was a collapsed, deflated sack, like a rotted pumpkin. The bony plates were scattered like broken pottery. The nutrient cords lay shriveled on the floor. The faces in the walls were still there, but they looked less like trapped souls and more like simple fossils, impressions in stone. The heart was dead. We climbed the stairs to the first floor, then up to the hallway. We pulled down the attic ladder. It came down with a shower of dust and dead fungal matter. The air from above was cold and stale. We climbed up. The attic was a graveyard. The mycelial carpet was bone-dry and crumbling to the touch, like ancient ash. The sack holding the pupae was desiccated, a leathery bag holding small, hard, shriveled things. And Alden, he was still there, against the chimney. But he was different. The fungal growths had retracted, leaving his body a desiccated mummy, skin taut over bone. His milky eyes were sunken. He was just a dead man now. This was where we would do it. We unfolded our declaration. She held the flashlight while I read it aloud, my voice echoing in the dead space. We, the undersigned, hereby renounce and sever all ties, bonds, and covenants, known as the covenant of sustenance, with the entity known as the host or the resident spirit of the glen. We withdraw our consent, our energy, and our persons from this agreement. This bond is broken. We signed it at the bottom with pens we'd brought. Then we took the gasoline and sprinkled it around Alden's body on the dry fungal remains. We weren't going to burn the house down. That would bring the police and arson investigators. We were going to burn the core, the mind, the original point of the bond. I struck a match and dropped it. The gasoline ignited with a soft whoosh, blue flame racing across the dry tinder of the attic floor, converging on Alden's mummy. The fire didn't roar. It crackled and consumed with a hungry dryness. Alden's body went up like kindling, a brief, bright pyre in the center of the attic. The dried sack popped and sizzled. We watched for a minute, until we were sure the old biomass was truly burning. Then we retreated, back down the ladder, through the dead house, and out into the cold night. We stood in the backyard, watching as a thin wisp of smoke, then a thicker plume, began to curl from the attic vents and the crack we'd made in the garage roof. The house was burning from the brain out. We didn't wait for the sirens. We walked away, back to the stolen car, and drove. As we put miles between us and the dying house, a strange sensation began to bloom in my chest. It wasn't pain. It was a release, like a cord that had been pulled taut for months had finally been cut, and the tension was flowing away. I looked at her. She was staring out the window, a single tear cutting a clean track through the dust on her cheek. She felt it too. The slow, withering feeling in our skin, the dryness in our bones. It didn't vanish, but the sense of active draining, of being siphoned, stopped. We were still damaged, maybe permanently, but we were no longer connected. We were free. We drove until dawn, until the gas light came on. We pulled into a rest stop somewhere in the next state. The sky was turning pink. We were homeless, broke, and scarred. But we were together, and the house was behind us, its brain turned to ash. We sat in the car, the heater blowing weak, warm air. The bond was broken. The covenant was severed. But as the new day broke, a final, lingering question settled over us, quiet and insistent. The lawyer had spoken of the covenant as something bigger than one house, something managed by a firm. Alden's journal spoke of a mycelial mind. Fungal networks can span miles, connected underground. If our house was just one fruiting body, one mushroom in a vast, hidden network, then what had we really done? We had burned one mushroom. But had we touched the root system beneath? The mycelial mind that fed on emotional resonance? We were free from our house. But were we free from the idea of it? We sat in the rest stop, watching the sunrise, wondering if somewhere, in the dark soil under other happy homes, something was now aware of us. Something that knew its orchard had been damaged, and was now turning its slow, vast attention toward the two pests who had learned how to start a fire. The sunrise at the rest stop was the most beautiful and terrifying thing I'd ever seen. The colors were too bright, the air too clean. The release from the bond felt like a phantom limb that had stopped aching, leaving behind a strange, hollow lightness. We were free. But freedom, we quickly learned, was a complicated country to enter. We were refugees from a secret war, and we had no papers. The car was out of gas and registered to a dead address. We had no money, no IDs, just the clothes on our backs and the lingering, papery dryness of our skin, our hair thin and brittle. The physical toll of the broken bond was permanent, it seemed. We were marked. We spent that first day in a daze, walking to a nearby town, using the last few dollars in my pocket to buy cheap sunglasses and hats to hide our odd, weathered faces. We found a public library with computers. The news from our old town was a small, bland paragraph on a regional site. Fire investigated at vacant home. No suspects. No mention of strange biological growths. It was being treated as vandalism. The system was covering it up, smoothing it over. The lawyer's firm had done its job. We were non-persons tied to a non-event. We created new email addresses. We used the library computer to search for Covenant of Sustenance, Alden Biologist, Living Architecture. Most results were nonsense, conspiracy forums, or dead ends. But one link, buried deep, led to a scanned, archived letter from a historical society 2 states over. It mentioned a local tradition of land agreements with spiritual tenants in several towns founded in the late 1800s, noting that certain founding families, often with backgrounds in natural philosophy, established unique proprietary covenants that remain on some deeds to this day. It listed 3 other towns, all within a few hundred miles. A network. The idea of the mycelial mind, vast and patient under the soil, became more than a fear. It became a map. We couldn't go to the police. We couldn't go home. We had to disappear, but we also needed to understand what we had escaped from, in case it ever came looking. We became ghosts with a purpose. We used a combination of petty theft, desperate lies, and day labor for cash, always off the books, always in different towns. We slept in the car until we could afford a beater van. Then we slept in that. We were always moving. The paranoia was a constant companion. Every creak of an old house we parked near, every strange pattern of moss on a tree, every odd smell from a basement apartment would set our hearts racing. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the network to sense the void where its fruiting body had been and send out tendrils to find us. Months passed. Our health stabilized, though we never fully recovered our old vitality. We were like plants that had been starved of a specific nutrient. We grew, but we were always a little pale, a little too aware of cold drafts and damp places. We found work where we could, always together, a tight unit of two against the world. We talked about the future in whispers, about maybe getting fake IDs, moving to a desert state where the ground was dry and dead, where nothing fungal could thrive. But the past kept pulling us back. We needed closure, not just from our house, but from the knowledge. We decided to visit one of the towns mentioned in the archive letter. It was a risk, but we had to see. We drove there, a picturesque little place called Miller's Glen. We parked on a side street and just walked, feeling the town. It felt normal. Too normal. The houses were quaint, well kept. People smiled. But we noticed patterns. Several houses had the same peculiar architectural feature. A single, disproportionately deep basement window, like an eye half closed against the ground. And flowers. Every garden was bursting with huge, vibrant blooms, the kind that spoke of incredibly rich soil. We found the Historical Society, a small cottage. An elderly volunteer with kind eyes greeted us. We said we were graduate students studying local land covenants. Her smile didn't falter, but it became fixed, like a painting. "Oh, that old history," she said, her voice sweet. "Those silly old agreements. Best not to dig too much into that, dears. Some things are best left settled." She ushered us out with a plate of homemade cookies we were too afraid to eat. As we left, we saw her watching us from the window, her kind eyes now looking calculating, like a gardener spotting a weed. We drove out of Miller's Glen that night, a cold certainty in the van. The network was real, and it had caretakers. Human stewards, like the lawyer, like that volunteer, people who maintained the silence, who tended the orchards. We were not just running from a monster. We were running from a system. Another year blurred by. We settled into a fragile, mobile routine. We got better at being nobody. We saved a little money. The constant fear became a low hum, a background radiation we learned to live with. We even had moments of joy stolen in national parks, in diners at 3 a.m., in the simple fact of being together and free. We thought maybe we could outrun it. We were wrong. The sign came in the form of a letter. Not an email, not a note under a door. A physical letter, addressed to our old names, forwarded through a convoluted chain of mail drops we hadn't used in over a year. It found us at a temporary job, at a warehouse in a city 1,000 miles from where we started. The envelope was crisp, expensive. The return address was a law firm we didn't recognize. Vance and Associates. Mr. Vance. The name from the phone call. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was not a legal document. It was a photograph. A black and white aerial shot of a neighborhood. In the center, a blackened, collapsed ruin. Our old house after the fire. Circled in red ink were two tiny figures, pixelated but unmistakably us, standing in the backyard the night we burned the attic. The photo was dated that night. Below the photo, typed neatly, was a message. A contract is a contract. The debt remains. The principals are aware of the breach. Your current location is noted. Continued disruption will not be tolerated. For your safety, and for the balance, re-establishment is required. A new stewardship is available. Inquire within. It was an offer, a threat, and a statement of terrifying reach. They had watched us that night. They had tracked us across the country. The principals, the mycelial mind, the network were aware. And they weren't asking for payment. They were offering a job, a new stewardship, to become like the old couple, like the volunteer, a keeper of the silence, a tender of the orchard, to spend our lives maintaining a horror in exchange for our survival. It was the only way to square the debt. We burned the letter. We quit our jobs that hour. We abandoned the van. We used our saved cash to buy bus tickets under fake names, heading in opposite directions for a few states, with a plan to meet up later in a prearranged city. We had to split up to break the trail. The paranoia was no longer a background hum. It was a siren. They were not just a hidden ecosystem. They were a corporation, a secret society with lawyers and aerial photography and a long, long memory. We were not pests. We were assets that had malfunctioned and were now being recalled for reprogramming. The bus ride was a nightmare of jumping at every stop, watching every passenger. I got off 2 towns early and hitchhiked the rest of the way. Our reunion, in a grimy motel in a city that smelled of rain and diesel, was a frantic, tearful clutch in the dark. We were rabbits in a field full of hidden snares. We had money, but it wouldn't last. We couldn't run forever. We had only one move left, the same move we'd used in the attic. We had to go on the offensive. Not with gasoline and lockets, but with exposure. If they were a system that thrived on secrecy, we had to shine a light so big they couldn't extinguish it. We spent our last dollars on a cheap laptop and a secure internet connection. We wrote everything. The whole story, from the first click of the latch to the letter from Vance and Associates. We included descriptions of the biology, the notes, the faces in the wall, the lawyer's warning, the archive research, the town of Miller's Glen. We didn't use our real names, but we used every other detail. We formatted it not as a crazy rant, but as a dry, detailed report. Then we uploaded it, not to one place, to dozens. Public archives, obscure research forums, preprint servers for biologists, historical anomaly databases, even a few true crime subreddits. We set it to auto-post at a specific time the next day, and we set dead man switches. If we didn't reset a timer every 12 hours, more copies would go to major news outlets. We were broadcasting the blueprint of the secret. We were infecting the information ecosystem with their truth. Then we did the last thing we could think of. We walked into the largest, busiest police station in the city. We asked to speak to a detective. We told them we were witnesses to a murder. We gave them the address of our old house. We told them there were bodies in the basement walls. We told them about the lawyer who disappeared. We gave them the name Vance and Associates. We knew they wouldn't believe us. We sounded insane. But we were creating a record, an official, paper trail that couldn't be easily deleted by a firm moving people around. We were creating noise, friction, and most importantly, a time-stamped, geolocated proof that we were here, and we were accusing someone. They took us into separate rooms. They asked confused, skeptical questions. We stuck to our story, repeating the concrete details. The address, the bodies in the walls, the fire. After 6 hours, they let us go with a card and a warning not to waste police time. We walked out into the rainy night. We were exhausted, exposed, and utterly broke. But we had done it. We had planted the seeds. Whether they grew or were plucked out by the gardeners was out of our hands. We found a bench under a bridge, huddled together for warmth. The rain pattered down. For the first time in years, I felt not fear, but a deep, weary calm. We had fought the house and escaped. We had fought the system and revealed it. There was nothing left for us to do but live, or try to. "What now?" she asked, her head on my shoulder. "Now we wait," I said, "and we see if the world is ready to believe in a monster that grows houses." We sat there as the rain slowed to a drizzle. The city lights reflected in the puddles. It was over. Our part was done. We had told our story. We had burned the house and scattered the secret to the wind. We were 2 damaged people on a bench, with no home and no future, but we had each other, and we were free. The debt might remain, but we had refused to pay it. That was victory enough. As we stood to find some shelter for the night, my eye caught a patch of mushrooms growing in a perfect, faintly glowing circle at the base of a nearby tree. A fairy ring, they call it, a sign of a fungal network fruiting. I stopped, a cold trickle going down my spine. She saw it too. We looked at each other, then at the perfect circle of pale caps. It was just a natural thing, a coincidence. But in our world, there were no coincidences. The network was everywhere, in the soil of every town. It was aware, and it had just sent us a message, a quiet, biological postcard. We are still here. We are always here. We turned away from the glowing ring and walked into the city's neon-lit darkness, hand in hand, 2 small figures against a vast, hidden world. We had told our story, but the story, it seemed, was far from over. The final page wasn't ours to write. It belonged to the thing in the earth, and it was just beginning to read. Story number 2. The car was packed to the roof with all the joyful junk a family of 4 and 1 big dog needs for a week in the woods. And the noise inside was our own special kind of music. My wife was navigating from the passenger seat, pointing out clouds that looked like dinosaurs to our 5-year-old in the back, while our 8-year-old had her nose buried in a book, expertly ignoring her little brother's attempts to poke her. And right between them, taking up most of the back seat, was our big, goofy Labrador. He was more than a pet. He was the kids' furry sibling, their first guardian, a pile of warm, panting love we all trusted with our lives. The trip to the new state park took hours, filled with sing-alongs, "Are we there yet?" and the rustle of snack bags. We finally pulled into our campsite, a perfect little clearing surrounded by tall pines with a creek babbling nearby. The kids exploded out of the car, running in circles to stretch their legs. I started unpacking, calling out for my son to stay away from the creek's edge. That's when I saw it, the first tiny crack in our perfect world. I opened the back door to lift my youngest out of his booster seat. Normally, the dog would have barreled past me the second that door cracked, a blur of joyful energy desperate to sniff every new tree. But he didn't move. He was sitting perfectly still on the seat, his body stiff. His eyes weren't on the exciting new world outside. They were locked on my little boy. A low, unfamiliar rumble started in his chest, a sound I'd never heard him make before. It wasn't a playful growl. It was a warning. "Whoa, easy boy," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sudden quiet. My wife laughed from behind the car, her arms full of sleeping bags. "He's just disoriented, honey. All the new smells. He'll settle down." She was probably right. She was usually the practical one. But as I lifted my giggling son into my arms, that cold needle of unease pricked right through the warmth of the afternoon sun, and it wouldn't go away. We started setting up camp, and the normal chaos returned. The kids fought over who got the hammer which tent peg, my wife directed traffic, and the dog, well, he just watched. He followed my son like a dark, silent shadow, staying a few feet behind him everywhere he went. His tail wasn't wagging. It was held out straight and low. We brushed it off, blaming the long drive, the strange place. We got the tent up, a lopsided but sturdy dome that the kids immediately claimed as their castle. My son, buzzing with excitement, tripped over a root and fell onto the soft pine needles with a little oof and a startled cry. It was the kind of fall that happened 10 times a day. Normally, our dog would be there in a heartbeat, licking his face, nudging him with his wet nose, his whole body wiggling with concern. This time, he did the opposite. He took 2 stiff steps backward, his lips curled up just enough to show a thin line of white teeth. The boy, seeing his friend, reached out a hand from the ground. "It's okay, boy," he sniffled. The dog let out a single sharp woof that cut through the forest calm. It wasn't a bark of greeting. It was a shout of "stay back." We all froze. My wife recovered first. "Maybe the boy stepped on his paw earlier and he's sore," she said, her voice tight. "Or it's a new animal smell on his clothes from the car," I offered, grasping for any sane explanation. We called him over, using our happiest voices. He came slowly and lay at my feet, but he didn't relax. His body was a tense rod pressed against my leg, and his eyes never left my son, who was now happily roasting a marshmallow he'd dropped in the dirt. The warm, crackling firelight painted everything in cheerful orange, but it couldn't reach the cold spot growing in my gut. That night, we all climbed into the tent, the kids wriggling into their sleeping bags, the dog following. He had a specific spot, right by my son's sleeping bag, where he'd curl up and sigh like a contented furnace. Tonight, he refused it. He walked over, sniffed the spot, and then deliberately turned around and planted himself firmly between my wife and I and our son's sleeping bag. He lay down facing the boy, his head on his paws. In the dark, I could just see the faint gleam of his eyes, wide open and fixed. And then I heard it, or maybe felt it more than heard it, a continuous, low hum vibrating from him. A growl so quiet it was just a tremor in the air of the tent. My wife whispered, "He's just unsettled. It's the raccoon smells. We are not letting a dog's weird mood ruin our first night." She was the pragmatic one, and her logic was a life raft I wanted to cling to. I agreed with her, mumbling something about giving him time. But I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, watching our dog watch our child. I saw the fur on his shoulders rise when the boy shifted in his sleep. I saw his ears twitch at the small, sleepy sounds my son made. This wasn't the dog I knew. This was a sentry on high alert, guarding us from something only he could see. And that's when the unasked question formed in my mind. A question so terrifying I couldn't give it words, because saying it out loud would make it real. What does he know that we don't? The night stretched on, long and tense. Just as the deepest part of the darkness settled in, around maybe 2 in the morning, my son sat up in his sleeping bag. His eyes were closed. He was still asleep. He began to whisper, his small voice flat and monotone, saying nonsense words that didn't sound like any language. The stones are not for listening. The creek has a dry mouth. At the sound, our dog rose silently to a crouch. The low hum in his chest sharpened into a clear, unmistakable snarl. But he wasn't looking at my son's face. He was staring, teeth bared, at the empty space just above my little boy's head. My blood turned to ice. I held my breath, not moving a muscle. After a minute that felt like an hour, my son lay back down and went quiet. The dog slowly relaxed back onto his paws, but his eyes never left that spot. The rest of the night passed in a sweaty, fearful haze. When the gray light of dawn finally seeped through the tent fabric, it felt like a mercy. My son woke up with his usual sunny smile, bouncing and asking for pancakes. The dog, seeming exhausted, wagged his tail tentatively and licked my hand. My wife and I shared a long, relieved look over the camp stove as the smell of coffee and bacon filled the air. See, we told each other without words. It was just first night jitters. Everything was going to be okay. The relief was a physical weight lifting from my shoulders. We were a normal family on a normal trip. The nightmare of the night before was just a weird blip, a story we'd laugh about later. We sat at the picnic table for breakfast, the sun warm on our backs, and for a beautiful, simple moment, the world was whole again. Then my little boy, humming to himself, picked up his crayons and a fresh sheet of paper. He always drew suns and smiling dogs and lopsided houses. Today, he started drawing dense, spiraling black scribbles that coiled and crashed into each other, covering every inch of the white page. He concentrated fiercely, his small tongue poking out. Our dog, who had been lying in a patch of sun, got up and slunk over. He didn't growl. He sniffed the paper, let out a high-pitched, miserable whimper that sounded like his heart was breaking, and then scrambled to hide under the picnic table, where he lay trembling. My wife's smile froze. My own relief evaporated, replaced by that familiar, deeper chill. I looked at my son's peaceful face, then down at the chaotic, dark storm he'd drawn on the paper. The crack in our world wasn't mended. It was getting wider, and we were all standing on the edge, trying not to look down. I took a slow sip of my coffee, the warmth doing nothing to stop the cold fear spreading in my chest, and I knew the real trouble was just beginning. We blamed the new place, the long drive, maybe a hidden burr in his paw we hadn't found. We crafted a dozen sane, reasonable explanations over that strange breakfast, our words sounding hollow even to us. Our dog, with every low growl he'd offered and that terrible whimper under the table, was trying to tell us we were building our excuses on a foundation of sand. After we ate, my wife, the practical one, decided action was the best medicine. "A good hike," she announced, her voice too bright. "Shake off the weird vibes. Fresh air for everyone." So we got our shoes on, filled water bottles, and put the dog on his leash, which I held tightly. He didn't pull ahead like he usually would, a locomotive of joy on the trail. He stayed right by my side, his body a tense line, his nose constantly working, sniffing the air, the ground, and most often, the space right around my little boy who walked ahead with his mother. The forest was beautiful, dappled with sunlight, but the peace I usually felt out here was gone, replaced by a watchful tension. The trail narrowed, winding between thick ferns and tall, mossy trees. My son up ahead suddenly stopped and pointed. "A butterfly," he said, his voice full of wonder. It was a flash of blue, fluttering near a patch of wildflowers. At that exact moment, our dog went berserk. He didn't lunge at my son. He strained past him, the leash going taut in my hand, barking furiously at a dense thicket of bushes just behind where my child was standing. His barks were sharp, panicked, the same sounds he made when he'd once cornered a raccoon under our deck at home. My wife scooped up our boy, her eyes wide. "What is it? What does he see?" I moved forward, my heart hammering against my ribs, and peered into the thicket. There was nothing there. No movement, no animal tracks in the soft earth, not a single snapped twig. Just still, shadowy leaves. But the air in that specific spot felt cooler, and the hair on my own arms stood up. "Nothing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's nothing there." The rest of the hike passed in a blur of forced cheer. My wife's anger had definitively shifted from confused concern to outright frustration with the dog. "This is unacceptable," she said on the walk back, her arm protectively around our son. "He's becoming a nervous wreck. When we get home, it's a vet visit, maybe a trainer. A muzzle if we have to." I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I saw the problem differently. She saw a behavioral issue to be corrected. I saw an alarm bell, no one knew how to turn off. That afternoon, back at camp, my son ran to give the dog his usual hug, throwing his small arms around the furry neck in a daily ritual of love. The dog stiffened, and as the arms wrapped around him, a full, rolling growl erupted from deep in his chest, a sound of pure threat. My son jumped back as if shocked, his little face crumpling in hurt. My wife swooped in, scooping him up and shooting a look of pure fury at the dog. "That's it. He sleeps outside tonight. I am not having this near the kids." I didn't argue, but my reason was different from hers. I needed to see if the dog's behavior changed when my son was out of sight. I secretly, desperately hoped that with the tent wall between them, our old dog would come back, would settle down and sleep. As dusk fell, I tied his long leash to a sturdy tree close to the tent, giving him plenty of room to move, but keeping him secure. I filled his bowl with water and gave him a pat. He licked my hand frantically, a series of quick, desperate swipes, then stared straight into my eyes and let out one short, sharp bark. It wasn't the warning to stay back from before. This was a plea, a clear, urgent request to listen. I went into the tent with my family, my heart aching. The night inside felt fragile. We played a card game by lantern light, and my son was quiet, more subdued than usual. He kept looking toward the tent flap. Outside, we could hear the dog pacing. The soft shush-shush of his paws on the pine needles was constant. Then the whining started, a low, anxious sound that seeped through the nylon walls. Then a scratch at the fabric, right near where my son's head lay on his pillow. My wife put her hands over her ears. "I can't take it," she whispered. My daughter, our oldest, finally spoke up, her voice small. "Why is he so scared of my brother?" No one had an answer. Eventually, exhaustion won, and my family fell into a fitful sleep. I lay awake, listening to the dog's vigil. The pacing and whining went on for hours. Just when I thought the night would never end, everything outside went still. No pacing, no whining, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. A wave of relief, sweet and warm, washed over me. He'd finally settled. He was sleeping. I closed my own eyes, letting the tension in my shoulders unwind for the first time in 2 days. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe it was just stress, and a good night's rest was all he needed. That's when I heard the new sound. It was a rustle, different from the dog's movements. It was lighter, careful. Then a click, the sound of his leash clip being nudged against the tree trunk. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears ached. Then came a soft, wet sound, a sniffing. But it wasn't the dog's loud, enthusiastic snuffles. This was delicate, inquisitive. It was close to the ground, moving slowly along the edge of the tent, right past my head. A raccoon, I told myself. A possum. Something small and curious drawn by our smell. The sniffing traced the entire length of the tent wall near my son's side. Then it stopped right by the tent flap. There was a pause, long enough for me to consider waking my wife. Then a new noise. A slow, deliberate scratch. One single drag of something against the tent's nylon floor. Not from the outside, but from inside the vestibule, the covered space just outside our door where we kept our shoes. Something was in there with us, or was right outside the door. My blood went cold. I slowly, silently, reached for the heavy flashlight beside my sleeping bag. The dog outside had not made a single sound through all of this. No warning growl, no bark of challenge. That was the most terrifying part of all. I clicked the flashlight on and unzipped the tent flap in one sudden motion, the beam of light spearing the darkness of the vestibule. It was empty. Our shoes were undisturbed. I shone the light out toward the tree where the dog was tied. He was lying down, but his head was up, his ears pricked forward. He was staring not at the tent, but off into the blackness of the woods beyond the fire ring, his body rigid. He looked at me for a second, his eyes reflecting the light, full of a fear I now understood completely, then turned his gaze back to the darkness. I zipped the tent back up, my hands trembling. I didn't tell my wife what I'd heard. There was nothing to tell, nothing to show. Just a sound in the night and a dog's fearful posture. But as I lay back down, the flashlight clenched in my fist. The old, simple trust one had in the world was gone. Something was out there. Our dog knew it. And whatever it was, it had come right up to our door, and the dog, our brave protector, had been too afraid to make a sound. The rest of the night passed with me staring at the tent ceiling, the flashlight like a weight in my hand. When morning came, it was gray and damp, a mist clinging to the trees and muting all the colors of the forest. The atmosphere in camp was strained, a pot about to boil over. My wife made oatmeal in a stony quiet. The kids were feeling it too, eating without their usual chatter. The dog was a statue of anxiety, sitting by my feet, his eyes tracking my son's every move. The tension was a living thing, and it needed to break. My wife finally spoke, her voice flat. "We're leaving. Today. Pack up. This trip is over." I opened my mouth to agree, to say yes, let's just go home and forget this horrible place. But before I could speak, my son looked up from his bowl. His eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a sudden, bright excitement. "But we didn't see the old fire tower on the hill," he said, pointing up through the trees to where a rusty metal structure was just visible through the mist. "The ranger said we could climb it. Please, just one thing before we go." It was a normal kid request, a last adventure. My wife looked at his pleading face, her resolve softening. She let out a long breath. "Fine. One quick thing. Then we pack and we go. All of us." It felt like a compromise, a way to end the trip on a slightly better note. We decided to make the short walk to the base of the fire tower. It was a clear, defined goal. Something normal. The path was steep and slick with damp leaves. The dog stayed on his leash, walking behind everyone, his head swiveling constantly. The higher we climbed, the thicker the mist became, until we were walking in a soft, white cloud that swallowed the trees just a few feet away. The world shrank to our little family on a dirt path. Then, through a sudden break in the mist, I saw a man. He was standing among the trees, maybe 50 yards off the trail, perfectly still, just watching us. He was tall, wearing dark clothes. I felt a jolt of human alarm, the kind you get when you realize you're not alone in a remote place. I squeezed my son's hand and muttered to my wife, "Don't look, just keep walking straight." She tensed but followed my lead. When I glanced back a few seconds later, the man was gone, dissolved back into the mist. But our dog wasn't looking in that direction at all. He was straining at his leash, not toward where the man had been, but snarling at a patch of empty, swirling fog right beside my son, his teeth bared at the nothingness. We reached the base of the rusty fire tower, its metal legs disappearing up into the gray. The view was just a wall of white. "Well, that's that," my wife said, her voice echoing in the muffled air. "Let's go back down." My son, however, was already grabbing the cold railing of the stairs. "Just a little bit up. Please? I can't see anything anyway." It was a silly request, but before we could stop him, he took 3 quick steps up the open metal staircase. The dog let out a choked whine, and pulled so hard I almost dropped the leash. My son laughed, a sound that seemed too loud, and went up a few more steps, his small form getting fainter in the mist. "That's high enough, come down now," I called, starting up after him. My wife stayed below, her face pale. I climbed to where my son stood, about 20 feet up. The world below was just a sea of white. "See, Daddy? It's like we're in the sky," he said, smiling. I took his hand. "It is. Now let's go down." As I turned to lead him back, the metal grid of the step under my foot shifted with a loud, groaning creak. A bolt, rusted through, gave way. My foot slipped through the opening, and I stumbled, my grip on my son's hand tightening reflexively. I caught myself on the railing, my heart in my throat. That's when I looked down, through the gap in the steps, to the ground below. My wife was looking up, her hand over her mouth, and our dog was beside her, staring straight up at us, or rather, at the space around us. But from this angle, I could see it clearly. The mist wasn't just swirling randomly. Around my son and I, it was curling back, moving away, as if there was something solid there, something the fog itself was flowing around, something I couldn't see but that occupied the space right next to us on the tower. A shape in the mist that wasn't mist. The dog saw it too. He let out a long, howling bark that was ripped apart by the damp air. I didn't breathe. I just pulled my son close and started down the stairs as fast as I could, my bad ankle screaming in pain. We reached the bottom, and I didn't stop. "We're leaving. Now. Don't stop walking," I said to my wife, my voice leaving no room for argument. We half walked, half jogged back down the path toward our camp, a frantic, silent retreat. The hook was set now, deep and undeniable. It wasn't just the dog. It wasn't just my imagination. There was something with us, something that followed my son, something that even the air moved around, and we were taking it home with us. The packing was a frenzied, silent operation. We threw everything into the car, not bothering to fold, just shoving it in. The dog jumped into the back without being asked. My wife finally spoke as I slammed the trunk shut. "What did you see up there?" I looked at my son, who was already buckled in, looking out the window at the trees. "Nothing," I said, and it was the truth. I had seen nothing at all, and that was the problem. We drove away from the campsite, the tires crunching on the gravel road. The further we got, the more the knot in my chest began to loosen. We were leaving. We were going back to our bright, safe house, with its street lights and neighbors. The forest nightmare was behind us. In the back seat, my son fell asleep, his head lolling against the window. My wife reached over and put her hand on mine. "We're okay," she whispered. "It's over." I nodded, wanting to believe her more than I had ever wanted anything. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Our dog wasn't sleeping. He was sitting up, staring intently at the back of my son's headrest. And as I watched, his nose twitched, and he let out a small, troubled huff of air, his eyes fixed on a point just above my sleeping boy, a point where there was nothing to see but the empty space of the car. The ride was smooth, the road straight, and home was only a few hours away. But as I drove, a new and terrible certainty settled over me. We weren't leaving it behind. We had packed it up, and it was in the car with us, riding quietly in the back seat. And the only one who knew for sure was the trembling dog who couldn't tell us what he knew. The drive home felt like moving through a dream, the kind where you're trying to run, but your legs are made of wet sand. Every mile we put between us and that misty fire tower should have been a relief. But the air inside the car was stiff, like the world was holding its breath. My wife stared out her window, her hand still on mine, but her grip loose, far away. The kids were quiet in the back, our daughter back to her book, our son now awake and just looking at the passing trees with a blank expression that was wrong for a 5-year-old. And our dog, he lay on the back seat, but his head was up, his nose twitching every few seconds as he stared at the back of my son's head. He wasn't growling anymore. He was just watching, like a soldier on a wall waiting for the enemy to show itself. We pulled into our driveway hours later, the familiar sight of our white house with its blue shutters looking like a painting of somewhere safe. Unpacking the car was a silent chore. We carried bags inside, the normal sounds of homecoming, the hum of the fridge, the tick of the hall clock, sounding strangely loud. My wife took the kids upstairs for baths, eager to wash the forest off them. I stayed in the living room with the dog. He didn't run to his water bowl or his favorite squeaky toy. He stood in the middle of the rug, turning in a slow circle, sniffing. He went to the foot of the stairs, looked up, whined once, and then came back to sit at my feet, leaning his weight against my leg. That night, we ordered pizza, a tradition for the first night back from a trip. We ate on the couch, a movie playing for the kids. My son sat between my wife and I, a slice of cheese pizza untouched on his plate. He was usually a vacuum cleaner for pizza. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, ruffling his hair. He looked up at me and smiled, but it was a slow, careful smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm tired, Daddy." His voice was flat. After the movie, we got the kids ready for bed. The rituals of home, brushing teeth, reading a story, felt like we were all acting in a play, pretending everything was normal. I tucked my son in, pulling his dinosaur comforter up to his chin. "Good night, champ. Love you." "Love you too," he whispered, and then he closed his eyes. I turned off the light and left the door open a crack, the way he liked it. Our dog, who always slept on a rug in the hallway, immediately got up from where he'd been lying outside the door and pushed his way into the room. He walked over to the bed, not jumping up like he sometimes tried to do, but just standing there, looking at my son's face in the dim light from the hall. Then he did something he'd never done before. He turned around and lay down with his back against the bedroom door, blocking it. He was facing into the room, his head on his paws, his eyes 2 points of reflected light in the dark. I left him there. I didn't have the heart to move him. I went to my own bedroom, where my wife was already in bed, reading a book with a fierce concentration that told me she wasn't seeing the words. "He's blocking the door," I said softly. She didn't look up. "He's confused. He'll settle in a day or two." But he didn't settle. The next morning was Saturday. I made pancakes, trying to force the normalcy with syrup and butter. My son ate a few bites, then asked to be excused. He went into the living room and turned on the TV, not to his usual cartoons, but to a nature show about deep ocean creatures. He sat cross-legged, inches from the screen, watching the weird, glowing fish drift through the black water. Our dog lay on the couch behind him, not watching the TV, but watching the space between my son and the screen. My wife decided we needed to get out of the house, to break the strange mood. "The library," she announced. "The summer reading program kickoff is today. Music, puppets, ice cream. It'll be good for them." It sounded blessingly mundane. The library was a bustling, bright place full of kids and parents. The noise of laughing children and upbeat folk music from a guy with a guitar should have been a tonic. We found seats on the floor in the children's section. My daughter ran off to see a friend from school. My son sat between us, his body rigid. He didn't clap along to the music. He didn't smile at the puppets. He stared at the performer with an intense, unsettling focus. Our dog was on his leash at my side. For the first time since the trip, he seemed almost relaxed, lulled by the crowd and the noise. Then the performer started making balloon animals. He twisted a long blue balloon into a poodle and gave it to a little girl up front. The crowd of kids oohed and awed. The performer made a sword for a boy. Then he looked out, pointed at my son, and said, "How about for you, young man? What would you like?" My son didn't answer. He just stared. The performer, trying to be funny, said, "Cat got your tongue? How about a parrot?" He started twisting an orange balloon. My son stood up. He took a step forward, away from us. He spoke, but his voice wasn't his own. It was lower, flatter, with a weird rhythm. "The strings are the same," he said, clear as a bell in a momentary lull in the music. "The man is full of hot air, and the strings are the same." A few parents nearby chuckled awkwardly, thinking it was a strange kid joke. My blood went cold. The performer's smile faltered. He finished the balloon parrot and held it out. My son didn't take it. He reached out a hand, not for the balloon, but for the limp, untwisted end of it dangling from the performer's fingers. He touched it, and then he said, "It's empty. Just like you." My wife moved then, fast as a snake. She grabbed his arm, her face white. "I'm so sorry," she blurted to the performer, and she pulled our son back through the crowd, me following with the dog, who was now alert and pulling on the leash, a low rumble back in his throat. We didn't stay for ice cream. In the car, my wife was shaking. "What was that? What did he say?" "I don't know," I said, but I was lying. It had felt like a performance, but not my son's. It felt like something else was using his voice, trying out the controls, and deciding to be cruel. We got home. The incident at the library had broken the last of my wife's rational resistance. She paced the kitchen. "We're taking him to the pediatrician on Monday, and the dog to the vet. There's something wrong. Maybe a virus. Maybe he picked up something in the woods that's causing a fever, affecting his behavior." I nodded, but I was thinking about the fog on the tower, the space it flowed around. I was thinking about strings. That night, after the kids were in bed, I found myself standing in front of the hall mirror, just staring at my own tired face. Our dog padded up and stood beside me. He looked at my reflection, then turned and looked at the real me, then back at the reflection. He did this twice, a confused look in his eyes. Then he turned and looked down the dark hallway toward my son's bedroom. He looked back at the mirror and let out a soft woof. Not at me, but at the reflection of the empty hallway in the glass. A prickle went up my spine. I remembered how he'd stared at the mirror in the campground bathroom. I knelt down beside him, putting a hand on his back. "What is it, boy? What do you see?" He licked my hand, then looked back at the mirror and growled, just once, a short, definitive sound. He wasn't looking at my reflection. He was looking at the reflection of the space behind where I was kneeling. I stood up fast and turned around. There was nothing there. Just my hallway, the pictures on the wall, the door to my son's room at the end. But in the mirror, for just a flash, had the light been wrong? Had the reflection of that doorway looked darker than it should? I shook my head. I was seeing things now, chasing shadows. The next day, Sunday, was overcast. My son asked if he could draw. We got out his big box of crayons and a stack of paper. He sat at the kitchen table and began to draw the same spiraling, frantic black scribbles from the campsite, page after page. The only sound was the scratching of wax on paper. My wife and I watched from across the room, not speaking. Our dog lay under the table, his head on my son's foot, something he hadn't done since before the trip. He wasn't growling. He just lay there, his eyes open, watching us watch our son. It felt like a terrible, fragile piece. Late in the afternoon, my son said he was thirsty. My wife went to the fridge to pour him some milk. The carton was empty. "I'll run to the corner store," I said, grabbing my keys. It was a 5-minute drive. I needed the air. "I'll come," my wife said quickly, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She didn't want to be alone with him. I understood. "Okay, kids, we'll be right back. You guys hold down the fort." Our daughter was on her tablet in the living room. Our son was still drawing at the table. He didn't look up. Our dog looked at us, then got up from under the table and went to lie down in the hallway between the kitchen and the front door, right in our path. He was blocking us from leaving. "Move, buddy," I said gently. He didn't. He looked at me, then at my son, and whined. "It's okay," my wife said, her voice strained. "We'll be 5 minutes." We stepped over him. He let out a single, sharp yelp as I closed the front door behind us. The trip to the store was a blur. We bought the milk and hurried back, not speaking. We pulled into the driveway just 7 minutes later. The house looked quiet. We went inside. Our daughter was still on the couch. "Where's your brother?" my wife asked. She shrugged. "He went to the bathroom." I put the milk in the fridge. My wife walked down the hall toward the bathroom. "Sweetie, you okay?" There was no answer. She pushed the door open. It was empty. A cold fist closed around my heart. We checked his room. The backyard. He wasn't there. "He has to be here," my wife said, her voice rising. We started calling his name, moving from room to room. Our dog was frantic, running ahead of us, sniffing the floors, whining. Then he stopped in front of the closed door to the basement. We never let the kids play down there. It was unfinished, cluttered with storage boxes. The door was always latched with a hook too high for my son to reach. The hook was undone. The door was closed, but not latched. I pulled it open. The stairs went down into darkness. "Oh God," my wife whispered. I flipped the light switch at the top. A single bulb lit the bottom of the stairs, leaving the rest of the large basement in deep gloom. "Hey, buddy," I called, my voice echoing. "You down here?" No answer. We started down, the dog pushing past me, taking the stairs fast. At the bottom, the concrete floor was cold. The air smelled of dust and old laundry. The bulb lit a small circle near the washing machine. Beyond that, the shadows were deep and full of the angular shapes of stored furniture and stacked boxes. And then we heard it. A small, quiet sound. The sound of humming. A tuneless, wandering melody. It was coming from the darkest corner of the basement. The dog took off toward the sound, a bark caught in his throat. We followed, my wife gripping my arm. As our eyes adjusted, we saw him. My son was sitting on the floor in the corner, behind an old rolled-up rug propped against the wall. He was facing the corner where the two concrete walls met. He was just sitting there, cross-legged, humming to himself, rocking slightly back and forth. In front of him, on the floor, were 3 of his drawings, the black scribble pages, arranged in a triangle. And he was not alone. Sitting across from him, also facing the corner, was a shape. It was the size of a large cat, but wrong. It seemed to be made of the same deep shadow as the corner itself, a lumpy, indistinct form. It was perfectly still. My son reached out a hand and placed it on top of the shape, like petting a dog. The shadow did not move. The dog stopped a few feet away, his whole body shaking. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He let out a low, continuous moan of pure dread. My wife screamed my son's name. The sound broke the spell. My son's head snapped around. The humming stopped. The shadow in the corner seemed to melt, not moving, but dissolving into the existing darkness of the corner until there was nothing there but wall. My son looked at us, his eyes clear and confused. "Daddy, what's wrong?" he asked, his own voice small and scared. I rushed forward and scooped him up, holding him tight, feeling his small heart pounding against mine. My wife was crying, her hands over her mouth. The dog crept forward, sniffing the spot where the shadow had been, then backed away, his tail tucked between his legs. We carried our son upstairs, away from the basement, into the bright, safe light of the kitchen. We hugged him, we checked him over. He seemed fine, just scared by our reaction. He had no memory of going downstairs. He said he was drawing, and then he was in the corner, and we were there. We didn't mention the shape. We couldn't. We put on a cartoon for both kids, something loud and colorful, and we sat with them on the couch, the 4 of us huddled together under a blanket, the dog pressed against our legs. The incident had a perverse effect. It shattered the last of the weird tension and replaced it with a raw, shared fear. My wife and I were on the same page now. Something was very wrong. We talked in hushed tones after the kids were finally asleep that night, in our bed with our dog lying across the doorway. We made a plan. First thing Monday, we would call the pediatrician. We would tell them everything. The behavior changes, the strange statements, the sleepwalking to the basement. We would demand tests, referrals, help. It was a solid adult plan. It made us feel like we were back in control. As we drifted off to sleep, the plan a comforting blanket in our minds, I heard my son's door open down the hall. I sat up. A small figure padded to the bathroom. I heard the toilet flush, the sink run. Normal sounds. Then the footsteps came back down the hall. But they stopped outside our door. I could see his shadow under the crack of the door. He stood there for a long moment. Then his voice came, a soft whisper through the wood. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy," I said, my voice thick with sleep. "The quiet man in the basement says the doctor's toys won't find him. He says he lives in the little spaces now, in the quiet between the ticks of the clock." Then the footsteps moved away, and his bedroom door clicked shut. My wife was awake beside me, her body frozen. We didn't speak. We just lay there in the dark, listening to the clock in the hall tick, and for the first time, I heard the space between each tick, a tiny, endless void where anything could be waiting. Our plan for Monday felt like building a sandcastle at the edge of the rising tide. Monday morning arrived with a brittle, sunlit normalcy that felt like a lie. We moved through our routines with robotic precision, getting the kids dressed, feeding them breakfast, all while avoiding each other's eyes. The plan was our lifeline. We would take our son to the pediatrician, a good man named Dr. Evans who had seen the kids since they were babies. We would explain, we would get help. It was the logical, sane next step. My wife made the call, her voice carefully calm, saying we needed an urgent appointment about some new behaviors and possible night terrors. They squeezed us in for 10 a.m. Our son was quiet during the car ride, looking out the window. He wore his favorite t-shirt with a rocket ship on it. He looked small and vulnerable, and my heart ached for him. Our dog whined as we left him at home, scratching at the front door. The pediatrician's office was its usual cheerful chaos of crying babies, rattling toys, and bright murals of animals on the walls. The noise was a relief. It was real-world noise. We checked in, and were called back quickly. Dr. Evans was a kind man in his 50s with a gentle manner. He smiled at my son. "Well, hello there, astronaut. Ready for a checkup?" My son didn't answer. He just stared at the framed diploma on the wall. The appointment started normally. Height, weight, ears, throat. Everything was physically fine. Then Dr. Evans sat back. "So, Mom and Dad, what seems to be the trouble?" My wife took a deep breath and began, her words spilling out in a nervous rush. She talked about the camping trip, the dog's strange behavior, our son's quietness, the incident at the library, the sleepwalking to the basement. She left out the shadow shape and the words about the quiet man. She stuck to the observable facts. Dr. Evans listened, nodding, making notes. He asked my son a few simple questions, which he answered in monosyllables. Then the doctor did a few neurological checks, following a light with his eyes, touching his finger to his nose. Our son performed them perfectly. Dr. Evans put down his pen. "Okay, I hear you. This is clearly very distressing. What you're describing could be a few things. Sometimes, after a period of high stress or a change in routine, children can exhibit regression or new anxieties. The dog's behavior could be feeding into that, a feedback loop. The sleepwalking is not uncommon. The strange statements, well, kids have vivid imaginations, especially when they're processing something unsettling." He suggested a child psychologist for an evaluation. He offered to run some basic blood tests to rule out any physical cause, like a deficiency. It was all reasonable, measured, and sane. It was exactly what we had come for, and it felt completely useless. I found myself speaking, my voice sounding strange. "Doctor, what if it's not in his head? What if he's perceiving something? Something real that we can't see?" Dr. Evans gave me a look of professional sympathy. That's a very common feeling for parents when their child is struggling. We want to find a tangible cause. The mind is a powerful thing, and a child's mind can create realities that feel incredibly vivid to them. He meant well. He was following his training. But he was speaking a language of psychology that had nothing to do with the cold, creeping dread in our basement or the intelligent malice in the words whispered through our bedroom door. We left with a referral slip and a slip for a blood draw at the lab downstairs. My wife held the papers like they were priceless. I felt numb. We took our son to the lab, where a friendly phlebotomist took a vial of blood from his small arm. He didn't even flinch. He just watched the dark red fill the tube with a detached curiosity. "All done, brave guy," the phlebotomist said, putting a blue superhero bandage on his arm. On the drive home, my wife said, "It's a start. It's a process. We'll get him the help he needs." I nodded, but I was thinking about the quiet between the ticks of the clock. We got home. Our dog greeted us with frantic relief, but he immediately went to our son and sniffed him all over, especially the bandage on his arm. He whined a high, worried sound. The rest of the day was a waiting game. We tried to engage our son in normal play. He built a few blocks, then lost interest. He asked to watch the Deep Ocean documentary again. We let him. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the results, waiting for the next strange thing to happen. That evening, after dinner, my wife was giving our daughter a bath. I was in the living room, pretending to read the news on my phone. My son was on the floor, drawing again. This time, he wasn't scribbling. He was drawing our house. He drew the square shape, the door, the windows. Then, very carefully, he began to draw small, stick-like figures in each window. Mommy in the kitchen window. Sister in the bathroom window. Daddy in the living room window. And in the window of his own bedroom, he drew a stick figure, but it was black, completely filled in with a dark crayon. And next to it, he drew another shape, a form that was just an oval with too many lines coming out of it, like a crude sun or a spiky bug. He pointed at the black stick figure. "That's me," he said. Then he pointed at the spiky shape. "That's my friend. He lives in the walls." He said it plainly, like stating the color of the sky. I put my phone down. Can your friend talk?" My son looked at me, and for a second his gaze seemed to sharpen, to become older. "He doesn't use my mouth anymore. It's tired. He likes the wires better. The hum is a better voice." He went back to coloring. I sat there, my skin crawling. The wires. The hum. Like the electrical wires in the walls. The pediatrician's referral slip on the coffee table seemed to mock me. My phone rang, making me jump. It was Dr. Evans. His voice was warm but concerned. "I got the preliminary blood work back faster than expected. Everything looks completely normal. No markers for infection, no deficiencies." "That's good news." "It is," I said, my mouth dry. "So, the next step is that psych evaluation. I can recommend." I interrupted him, something I never would have done before. "Doctor, thank you. We'll look at the list." I hung up. Normal. Everything was normal. That was the most terrifying result of all. It meant the tools of my world had nothing to grab onto. The enemy was not a germ or a chemical imbalance. It was something else. Night came. We put the kids to bed with extra vigilance. Our dog resumed his post, lying against my son's closed door. My wife and I went to bed early, exhausted not from work, but from fear. I must have fallen into a deep, hard sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a hum. A low, electrical hum, like a transformer on a pole or an old refrigerator. It was coming from the baby monitor on my wife's nightstand. We still used it for our son's room. The screen was dark, showing the empty, grainy gray of his unlit room. But the hum vibrated from the speaker, a steady, pulsing drone. My wife was awake too, clutching my arm. "What is that?" she whispered. I got up and went to the monitor. I turned the volume knob down. The hum got quieter, but didn't disappear. It was coming through even on the lowest setting. Then a voice cut through the hum. It was my son's voice, but distorted, stretched and crackly like a bad radio signal. "Can you hear the house breathing now?" The words were followed by a burst of static. My wife gasped. I grabbed the monitor and walked out into the hall. Our dog was standing now, hair on his back up, staring at my son's door. The hum was not just coming from the monitor. It was in the air, a faint vibration I could feel in my teeth. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. I put my hand on my son's doorknob. The metal was warm. Not hot, but unnaturally warm, like it had been sitting in sunlight. I pushed the door open. The room was dark. The hum was louder here. My son was in his bed, asleep, where he seemed to be. The night light, a soft globe of stars, was pulsing in time with the hum, dimming and brightening. And on the wall above his bed, where the glow from the night light reached, the shadows were wrong. They didn't lie still. They rippled like heat haze off asphalt, or like something was moving just beneath the surface of the paint. The dog pushed past me into the room, growling, staring at the writhing wall. My son's eyes snapped open. They reflected the pulsing light. He didn't look at me. He looked at the wall. And he smiled. It was a wide, peaceful smile that did not belong on his face in the middle of the night, with that awful sound filling the room. I rushed forward and scooped him out of the bed. He was limp in my arms, still smiling. "Wake up," I said, shaking him gently. "Buddy, wake up." His eyes focused on me. The smile faded. The hum from the walls dropped to a faint buzz, then stopped. The nightlight steadied. The shadows on the wall became just shadows again. "Daddy," he mumbled, sleepy and confused. "Why are we up?" I carried him out of the room, past my weeping wife in the hallway, and took him to our bed. The dog followed, his nails clicking on the hardwood. We all spent the rest of the night in our room, the kids nestled between us, the dog on the floor. No one slept. In the morning, in the clear light of day, my wife looked at me, her face etched with a new determination born of sheer panic. "We can't stay here," she said. "We have to go. Now. Today." I agreed. The house was no longer safe. It was becoming an instrument. We packed suitcases with a frantic energy, throwing in clothes, toiletries, the kids' favorite stuffed animals. We told the kids we were going on a surprise trip to a hotel, like an adventure. My daughter was excited. My son just nodded. As we carried bags to the car, I saw him pause in the front hallway. He looked up at the ceiling vent. He waved a small, casual flip of his hand. Then he got in the car. We drove to a chain hotel on the other side of town, a bland, clean place with a pool and free breakfast. Checking in felt like crossing a border into neutral territory. The room had 2 double beds, floral prints, and the faint smell of carpet cleaner. It was wonderfully, boringly normal. The kids were thrilled by the novelty. They jumped on the beds. We ordered pizza to the room. We swam in the pool until they were exhausted. That night, as we all lay in the dark hotel room, the only sounds were the distant hum of the ice machine and the steady breath of my sleeping daughter. My son was asleep between us. The dog was curled on the floor at the foot of the bed. There was no pulsing hum, no warping shadows. For the first time in days, I felt a genuine flicker of hope. Maybe it was the house. Maybe something in the old wiring, a frequency, a mold, was affecting him and the dog. Maybe getting out was the cure. I closed my eyes, letting the steady rhythm of my wife's breathing lull me toward sleep. And that's when the tapping started. It was a light, rhythmic sound. At first I thought it was the ice machine, but it was too close. It was coming from the headboard of the bed. Tap, 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 tap. A pause. Then again. Tap, 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 tap. It was the same pattern. The pattern from the basement drawings. The pattern from the campsite door. My wife's breathing had stopped. She was awake too. I slowly reached out my hand in the dark and touched the headboard. I could feel the tiny vibrations. The tapping was coming from inside the wall, or inside the headboard itself. My son stirred between us. In the dim light from the crack in the bathroom door, I saw his eyes open. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the blank hotel room wall across from us. His lips moved, whispering something I couldn't hear. And then, on that smooth, painted drywall, a shape began to form. It wasn't a shadow cast from anything in the room. It was as if the wall itself was darkening in one spot, the beige paint turning a deep gray. It spread, forming a familiar, spiky outline, the same shape he had drawn next to the black stick figure. The oval with too many lines. It hovered on the wall for a moment, a stain of pure wrongness in the safe, normal hotel room. Then it slowly faded away, like ink dissolving in water, until the wall was just a wall again. My son closed his eyes and went back to sleep. The tapping stopped. My wife's hand found mine under the sheets, her grip bone-crushing. We lay there, frozen, staring at the spot where the shape had been. We had run. We had done the logical thing. We had moved to a clean, anonymous, new place. And it had followed us. It hadn't needed the wires in our old house. It needed him. Our son was the conduit, and we could no more outrun it than we could outrun his own shadow. The hope I'd felt earlier withered and died, replaced by a cold, absolute certainty. The doctor couldn't help us. Running couldn't help us. We were not dealing with an illness. We were dealing with a passenger, and it had just shown us its ticket. The hotel room, which had felt like a sanctuary minutes before, now felt like just another box it had already unpacked in. We were trapped, not by walls, but by the thing living inside our little boy. The question was no longer how to escape it, but how we could possibly fight something we couldn't even see, something that spoke through the walls and slept in our child's skin. The rest of that night in the hotel was a long, dark stretch of staring at the ceiling, listening to the ordinary sounds of the building, a door closing down the hall, the elevator ding, the hum of the air conditioner, and wondering which, if any, were just sounds. My wife finally fell into a fitful sleep near dawn, but I stayed awake, my mind circling the terrible truth. It wasn't the house. It was my son. He was the door it was coming through. The thought was so big and awful I could barely hold it in my head. When the gray morning light finally leaked around the edges of the blackout curtains, it felt like a reprieve, however small. The kids woke up, excited for the free hotel breakfast. We went down to the lobby, a bright, noisy room full of families and the smell of waffles and coffee. Normal people doing normal things. We loaded plates for the kids, found a table. My son ate a bowl of cereal, quiet but seeming present. My daughter chattered about the pool. For a little while, sipping bad coffee, I could almost pretend the horror on the wall had been a shared nightmare. Almost. After breakfast, we went back to the room. We needed a plan, but planning felt impossible. How do you make a plan against a thing that lives in the shadows and uses your child's voice? My wife sat on the edge of the bed, her face pale but set. We can't go back to the house. I know, I said. We could my sister's place. She's out of state, but she has that cabin up north by the lake. She offered it to us anytime. I said it as a suggestion, but the moment the words were out, I felt a strange shift in the room. My son, who had been coloring quietly with hotel stationery, looked up. He didn't say anything, but he watched me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. My wife considered it. Is it isolated? Yeah, pretty much. Trees, the lake. No close neighbors. She nodded slowly. That might be good. No one around to see anything. We could just be alone, figure this out. She was thinking of privacy, of not having to explain our son's behavior to anyone. I was thinking of containment. If this thing was with us, the last place I wanted it was in our suburban neighborhood, near other kids, near schools and parks. A remote cabin felt like a cage, but maybe we could be the ones on the outside of the bars. Okay, I said. Let's do it. We'll go today. She saw the fresh marks, 3 parallel grooves in the wood, and her face lost all its color. She finally admitted she'd heard something in the night, but thought it was a dream. Her rational world was gone. She looked from the door to our son, who was quietly drawing more spirals at the table, and for the first time, real, unnameable dread filled her eyes. What is happening to our family? She whispered, her coffee mug shaking in her hand. And from the table, our son, without looking up from his drawing, answered in a clear, sweet voice, We're becoming part of the quiet. That was the breaking point. The fear in the cabin was now a thick, suffocating thing we all breathed in. My wife moved through the day like a ghost. I knew we couldn't stay here either, but leaving felt just as dangerous. Where could we go that it wouldn't follow? That afternoon, I was down by the lake, trying to clear my head, when I saw my son on the dock again. He was leaning over, peering into the water. I walked out to him. See any fish? He didn't turn. It's easier to hear him down there, he said. His voice had that flat, older tone again. The water makes the words clearer. I knelt beside him, my own reflection wavering next to his on the dark surface. Who are you hearing, son? He finally looked at me, and his eyes were like the lake, surface calm, but hiding depths I couldn't see. The quiet man. He says you're loud. He says you fight the quiet, and that makes you tired. He reached out a hand and trailed his fingers in the water, breaking our reflections into swirling pieces. He says if you let go, you could hear it too. It's peaceful. I grabbed his shoulder, gently but firmly. Look at me. That's not you talking. Fight it. I know you're in there. Squeeze my hand if you can hear me. I held out my hand. He looked at it, then up at my face. For a fleeting second, I saw a flicker in his eyes, confusion, pain, a glimmer of my real boy. His hand twitched. Then his expression smoothed over, blank as polished stone. He placed his small, cold hand in mine, but he didn't squeeze. He just let it lie there limp. He doesn't want to come out right now, Daddy, he said, using that dual-layered voice, his own over a whisper that seemed to come from the water itself. He's scared of the dog. I pulled him into a hug, holding him tight, feeling the small, familiar shape of him. I'm not scared of the dog, I whispered into his hair. I've got you. I'm not letting go. He didn't hug me back. He just stood there, stiff, until I released him. He walked back to the cabin, leaving me kneeling on the dock. I looked down at the water. Our reflections were gone, but for a moment, I thought I saw something else just under the surface, a darker shape that was not a log or a fish, something that watched from below before slowly sinking out of sight. I stood up, my legs weak. The hopelessness was a physical weight. We were losing him. Piece by piece, word by word, we were losing our son to the quiet. That night, after another tense, silent meal, my wife put the kids to bed. I went outside with our dog. I sat on the porch steps with him, the vast starry sky overhead feeling cold and indifferent. I put my arm around him. What do we do, boy? Huh? How do we fix this? He leaned into me, licking my cheek, then stared out at the black line of the trees. He let out a small huff, then rested his head on my knee, his eyes fixed on the darkness. He had no answers either. He was just as lost as we were. Back inside, I checked on our son. He was asleep in his bed. For a moment, he looked so innocent, so peaceful. I bent down and kissed his forehead. As I did, his eyes opened. They were clear blue and full of a terror that was purely, wholly his own. His small hand came up and grabbed the front of my shirt. "Daddy," he whispered, his voice choked and desperate, the voice of my real son, trapped and screaming from inside. "It's so cold in here. And he's so loud. Make him stop. Please." Then his eyes fluttered shut, his hand went limp, and he was asleep again, his face relaxing back into that blank peace. I stumbled out of the room, tears streaming down my face. That was the hook, the fragile thread of hope. He was still in there. He was fighting, and he was asking for our help. We had heard him. Now we had to find a way to answer. The sound of my son's own voice, that tiny, desperate plea from the prison of his own body, changed everything. It was a spark in the suffocating dark. We weren't just fighting for him anymore. We were fighting with him. He was still in there, and he had just handed us a message. My wife had heard it too, standing in the hallway, her hand over her mouth. That shared moment, that proof, welded us back together into a single unit with a single purpose: get him out. The problem was, we had no tools, no knowledge, no weapons against something like this. The next morning, we moved with a new, grim energy. We stopped pretending everything was normal. We spoke in low tones when the kids were distracted making plans. My wife, the practical one, started researching. She used her phone when we drove to the nearest town for supplies, 30 minutes away, to get a signal. She looked up everything she could think of: childhood dissociation, rare neurological disorders, even with a furtive, ashamed look, local folklore about the lake and the woods. Nothing fit. Nothing explained the scratching, the shadows, the things he knew that he couldn't know. Meanwhile, I did an inventory of the cabin. It wasn't a home. It was a fortress we were stuck in, and I needed to know what we had. I found tools in a dusty box under the kitchen sink: a hammer, a roll of duct tape, a handsaw, a few rusty nails. In a drawer, wrapped in an oily rag, was an old hunting knife with a bone handle. The blade was still sharp. I pocketed it, not sure what I would do with it, but feeling better having it. I found a heavy-duty flashlight with batteries that still worked. I also found my sister's old cassette player and a few tapes of folk music. It gave me an idea. That afternoon, I took our dog for a walk away from the cabin down the shoreline. I needed to talk to him without being overheard. We found a spot on a flat rock. I sat down, and he sat in front of me, his intelligent brown eyes locked on mine. "You see it, don't you, boy?" I said, scratching behind his ears. "You've seen it from the start. We need to work together, okay? You're the early warning system. You tell me when it's close. You tell me when he's not himself." He licked my hand, a slow, deliberate swipe, as if sealing a pact. He understood more than any of us. When we got back, my wife pulled me aside, her eyes lit with a frantic hope. "I found something. Not an answer, but a method. There are accounts, stories really, about people trying to reach someone who's trapped inside themselves. They use anchors. Familiar things. Smells, sounds, songs. Things that are purely them, that the thing inside wouldn't know or care about. A plan, fragile and based on whispers from the internet, but it was a plan. We decided to try that evening. After dinner, we built a fire in the stone fireplace. The normal, crackling warmth of it was a bulwark against the creeping cold we all felt. We gathered around. My daughter, sensing the gravity, was quiet. My son sat between us, his expression unreadable. Our dog lay at my feet, watching him. My wife started. She brought out a small, worn baby blanket from our son's suitcase, one he'd had since birth. She held it to his nose. "Remember this, sweetie? You called it your soft. You took it everywhere." He sniffed it, his face blank. "It smells like dust," he said. Not a rejection, just an observation from a stranger. My heart sank. I tried next. I had the cassette player. I put in a tape of silly songs we used to sing in the car on road trips, songs we'd made up ourselves. I pressed play. The tinny sound of my own voice, younger, singing a goofy song about a truck made of spaghetti, filled the cabin. My daughter giggled, remembering. My son listened. For a second, his foot tapped. Just a tiny, unconscious movement in time with the beat. Then it stopped. "That's a funny noise," he said. Not, "That's a funny song." A noise. The thing didn't recognize the memory. It just processed the sound. Our dog, however, had seen the foot tap. He lifted his head and let out a soft, encouraging whine, looking from my son to me. He'd seen it too. That tiny, reflexive movement was everything. It was a thread. We just had to pull on it. That night, we put the kids to bed with the cassette player left on low in my son's room, playing those familiar, silly songs on a loop. We hoped the sound would seep into his sleep, into whatever place he was trapped. My wife and I sat up by the dying fire, talking in whispers. "We need more," she said. We need to communicate with it, to bargain. The idea made my skin crawl. Bargain with what? I don't know, but it wants something. It's attached to him for a reason. If we can find out what it wants, maybe we can offer it something else. It was a dangerous thought. Opening a dialogue felt like surrender. But what else did we have? The next day, we tried a different tack. We engaged our son in simple, physical activities, things that required his body to remember. We played catch with a tennis ball. At first, his throws were awkward, like he was learning the motion for the first time. But after a while, muscle memory took over. The throws became smoother, more accurate. He even laughed once, a short, sharp sound that was startling in its normalcy. Our dog chased the ball happily, bringing it back, dropping it at my son's feet, tail wagging furiously, as if trying to remind him of this old, joyful game. For a beautiful half hour, it almost worked. We were just a family playing catch by a lake. Then my son stopped. He held the ball, looking at it like it was a strange artifact. He says this is a waste of energy, he said, the dual voice back. Energy is for listening. He dropped the ball and walked back to the cabin, leaving us standing in the sun. The setback was crushing, but it taught us something. The thing had limits. It could control his voice, his words, his actions, but it seemed to have to focus to do it. During automatic actions, during sleep, my son's own essence could flicker through. That was our battlefield. We had to create moments where the thing's attention was divided, where my son could push through. That night, I tried the communication my wife had suggested. I waited until everyone was asleep. I took the old hunting knife, and I went outside. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. I walked to the edge of the clearing, near the trees where I'd seen the tall shape. I felt foolish and terrified. I spoke to the dark. What do you want? My voice was a dry rasp. Nothing answered. The woods were still. You have my son. Tell me what you want for him. A breeze stirred the pine needles, sounding like a slow exhale. Then, from the direction of the lake, a sound carried, a loon's call, lonely and piercing in the night. It was a normal sound, but it didn't stop. One call after another, a frantic, overlapping chorus that was not normal at all. It sounded like alarm, like panic. From inside the cabin, our dog began to bark, not at the door, but at my son's window. I ran back inside. My wife was at the top of the loft ladder. My son's door was open. He was standing at his window, his small hands pressed against the glass, looking out at the shrieking loons on the black water. He was whispering, fast and low, words I couldn't catch. As I entered the room, he turned. His eyes were wide, but not with his own fear. With a kind of hungry excitement. They hear it too, he said. They don't like it, but they hear it. The old song under the water. He walked past me, went back to bed, and pulled the covers up. The loon calls ceased abruptly, leaving a ringing void. I had my answer of a sort. It didn't want to bargain with me. It was showing off. The following day, a thick fog rolled in off the lake, wrapping the cabin in a damp, white blanket. Visibility dropped to a few feet. The world shrank again. It felt like we were in a cocoon, or a laboratory specimen under a bell jar. My wife was jumpy, starting at every drip of water from the eaves. My daughter complained of being bored, trapped inside. My son sat at the table, drawing again. This time, he wasn't drawing spirals or the house. He was drawing the lake, but from an underwater perspective, looking up at the blurry bottom of our dock. And in the drawing, looking down from the dock, were stick figures of our family. And beside them, a large, dark shape with too many lines, reaching up toward us with tendrils that looked like smoke or roots. He was drawing the thing's point of view. He was showing us how it saw us. It was a gift of terrifying insight. I took the drawing and studied it. Does it want to pull us down there, son? I asked gently. He looked at me, and for a fleeting second, his expression was one of profound sadness, his own sadness. Then it was gone. Down is quiet, he said in that flat voice. Up is loud. It's tired of the loud. It wasn't malice. It was a desire for stillness, for an end to the noise of living. And it saw my son, with his quiet, receptive mind, as the perfect vehicle to achieve that, not just for itself, but for all of us. The realization was a new kind of horror. We weren't dealing with a demon. We were dealing with a vacuum, a force that wanted to turn out the lights and stop the music forever. And it was using our child to do it. That evening, the fog still pressed close. We were all on edge. During a game of cards, my daughter, frustrated, knocked over her glass of water. It splashed across the table, soaking the cards and my son's drawing. He stared at the spreading puddle, his face tightening. Stop, he whispered. Not to his sister, to the water. and the water, it stopped. Not the soaking into the paper, but the spread of the main puddle on the wooden table. It ceased its natural flow and simply held its shape, a perfect, quivering circle, defying gravity. We all stared. My daughter squeaked. My son looked at the puddle, then at his own hand. He flexed his fingers slowly, as if surprised by them. Then he blinked, and the puddle collapsed, flowing normally across the table and onto the floor. He had done that, or the thing using him had. It was a display of power, a reminder that the rules of our world were malleable here. After we cleaned up, my wife took our daughter to the loft early, wanting to shield her. I was left downstairs with my son and our dog. The fog made the world outside the windows a uniform, glowing white. It felt like we were the only people left on Earth. My son looked at me. "You should be scared, Daddy." "I am scared," I admitted, something in his tone making honesty feel necessary. "Good," he said, and it was the thing talking, its voice more prominent now. "Fear is a loud noise. When you are done being afraid, you will be quiet. We can wait." It was patient. That was the worst of it. It had all the time in the world, and we were running out. Our sun was fading. The glimpses were becoming shorter, the thing's control more solid. That night, I had the dream. I was standing on the dock, looking into the water. My son was deep below, not drowning, but standing on the bottom, looking up at me. Bubbles came from his mouth, and they formed words I could hear clearly in the dream. "The dog is the key. He hears my frequency. Use the noise." I woke with a start, my heart pounding. It was just a dream, my frantic mind trying to solve the puzzle. But it felt different. It felt like a message. I looked at our dog, sleeping at the foot of my son's door. He heard my frequency. The dog could sense my son's true self, the thing the entity couldn't fully mask. The silly songs on the cassette player were a noise the thing disliked. What if we could amplify that? What if we could create a noise so specifically tied to my son's real self that it would disrupt the thing's signal, like static on a radio? It was a wild, desperate idea born from a dream. But as the first faint light of dawn touched the fog outside, it was the only idea we had left. We were out of time, out of options, and out of our depth. But we had a dog who loved our boy, a tape of silly songs, and a deep, screaming need to get him back. The next move was ours, and it would have to be loud. The idea from the dream felt insane in the cold light of morning, but it was the only rope we had to grab. Use the noise. Our dog was the key. He could tell when our real son was near the surface. We had to create a moment so loud, so specifically tied to who our boy was, that it would drown out the quiet thing inside him, even for just a second. My wife, when I told her my plan over a rushed, whispered breakfast, looked at me like I'd lost my mind. But the grim set of her jaw told me she was on board. We had to try something. We spent the morning preparing. It was a beautiful day, the fog burned away by a bold sun. The lake sparkled. The normalcy of it was a cruel joke. We acted like a happy family. We swam off the dock, the cold water shocking our systems awake. We built a lopsided sandcastle on the small beach. Our son participated, but it was like watching a very skilled puppet. The movements were right, but the joy was missing. Our dog, however, was different. He was focused, intense. He followed my son's every move, not with fear now, but with a sharp, working attention, like a mechanic listening to an engine. He was listening for the frequency. That was the plan. We would use the one thing we knew was purely, uniquely our son's, his birthday. It was in 2 days, but we decided to have the party today. A surprise. We told the kids we were having a summer fun day, with cake and presents. My daughter was delighted. My son just nodded. My wife baked a box-mixed chocolate cake in the old propane oven, the only kind our boy would eat. I blew up balloons we'd brought from town. We wrapped a small gift, a new set of colored pencils. We were building a shrine to his normal self. In the afternoon, we staged the party on the porch. We put the cake, sloppy with frosting, on the table. We sang happy birthday with exaggerated cheer. Our son stood before the cake with its flickering candles, his face blank in the sunlight. "Make a wish, buddy," I said, my voice too loud. He looked at the candles, then at us. For a long moment, he didn't move. The thing was deciding, letting him play along, or shutting it down. Our dog, sitting beside me, let out a low, tense whine. He was staring at my son's hands. I followed his gaze. My son's right hand, the one not holding a plate, was clenched into a tight fist, the knuckles white. The dog saw the real boy, fighting to blow out his own candles. "Now," I hissed to my wife. This was the moment. As my son leaned forward mechanically, my wife turned on the cassette player, placed behind him, at full volume. But it wasn't the silly songs we had recorded over part of the tape earlier. First, a blast of static from the radio, the loudest white noise we could generate. Then, immediately after, my own voice, shouting over the static, yelling a chaotic, joyful barrage of our son's most personal memories. The name of his first stuffed animal, the secret handshake we had, the lyrics to the spaghetti truck song, the color of his bedroom walls at home, the feel of his dog's fur, the taste of his favorite cereal. It was a wall of sound, a tidal wave of him. The effect was instant and violent. My son jerked backward as if slapped. The blank expression shattered into one of pure, startled confusion. The static was a physical thing in the air. Our dog started barking, not a warning bark, but a sharp, urgent sound as if calling someone. My son clapped his hands over his ears. His eyes darted around, lost, scared. "Turn it off," he screamed, and it was his voice, his real, terrified, 6-year-old voice. "Daddy, make it stop!" He was back. My wife fumbled with the player and switched it off. The sudden absence of noise was almost as shocking. Our son stood there, swaying, his hands slowly lowering from his ears. He looked at the cake, the balloons, at us, at the dog. His eyes filled with tears. "I had a bad dream," he whispered, his chin trembling. "A really long, cold dream." My wife swept him into a crushing hug, sobbing. I dropped to my knees and wrapped my arms around both of them, tears streaming down my face. Our dog pushed in, licking our son's face, whining with desperate relief. For 10 glorious minutes, he was ours again. He hugged us back. He petted the dog and laughed when he got licked. He ate a piece of cake and made a silly face. He was weak, confused, like someone waking from a long illness, but he was present. We didn't ask him questions. We just soaked him in. We played a board game. He cheated, like he always did, with a mischievous grin. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But the dog never relaxed. He stayed pressed against our son, watching him, his body still tense. He knew it wasn't over. The thing had been startled, not defeated. Like a radio signal jammed temporarily, it would clear again. And it did. As the sun began to lower, our son's energy faded. His laughter became slower. His answers became shorter. During a quiet moment, as he colored with his new pencils, he looked up at me. His eyes were clear, but tired. "It's coming back, Daddy," he said quietly, matter-of-factly. "It's really mad about the noise. We won't let it take you again," I said, my throat tight. He gave me a small, sad smile that was far too old for his face. "You have to be louder." Then he blinked, and when he looked at his drawing again, the focus was different. The connection was gone. The thing was back in charge. But we had done it. We had proven he could be reached. We had a weapon, overwhelming, personal noise. The problem was, we couldn't blast him with a cassette tape forever. He'd just adapt, or the thing would find a way to block it. We needed a more permanent solution. We needed to sever the connection. That night, after the kids were in bed, my wife and I talked in frantic, hopeful whispers. "We have to keep him awake," she said. "Keep him engaged. Don't give it a chance to fully take hold again. Tire it out." It was a good thought. Exhaust the possessor. So the next day, we launched Operation No Quiet. It was relentless. We played tag, we had water fights, we told endless stories, we sang at the top of our lungs. We filled every second with life, with loud, messy, human noise. Our son participated, but it was a battle. You could see the fatigue in him, a deep, soul-wearing tiredness. The thing inside didn't like it. It made him clumsy, dropping things, stumbling. It spoke through him less, conserving energy, hunkering down. Our dog was our guide. When our son's movements became truly his own, the dog would play, wagging his tail. When the thing was piloting, the dog would become watchful still. By afternoon, our son was pale and hollow-eyed. We were burning his own body out to smoke the thing from its nest. It was a terrible thing to do to your child, but the alternative was worse. As dusk approached, we knew we couldn't keep it up. He was about to collapse. We made a decision. We would try to talk to the thing while our son was weak, while it was perhaps disoriented from the day's assault. We put our daughter in the loft with a book. We sat with our son on the couch, the dog between us. He was nearly asleep, his head nodding. "We know you're there," I said, my voice low and steady. "We want to talk." His head lifted slowly. The eyes that looked at me were not sleepy. They were cold and fully aware. "Talk is a noise," the dual voice said, weary but firm. "You have made too much noise." "What do you want?" my wife asked, her voice shaking but clear. "We want our son back." "Your son is a vessel," it replied, using his mouth. "He is a good vessel. He does not fight the current. He lets the deep song in. You fight. You're jagged rocks in the stream. We'll stop fighting, I said, the words ash in my mouth. If you let him go, we'll leave. We'll go somewhere quiet. We won't make any more noise. It was a lie, and it knew it. My son's head tilted. You lie. Your hearts beat a lying rhythm. You're noise machines. You cannot stop. It paused, and a strange curiosity entered the tone. But the forelegs is different. It hears the true song, but it chooses your noise. Why? It was asking about our dog. The question threw me. He loves him, I said simply. Love is a vibration, the thing said, as if analyzing a strange scientific phenomenon. A persistent, irritating frequency. It looked at the dog, who stared back, unblinking, a low growl in his chest. We will take the forelegs' frequency away. Then the vessel will be calm. A new, more immediate terror seized me. It saw the dog as the anchor, the lifeline keeping our son connected to us. It was going to target the dog. The conversation was over. Our son's eyes fluttered shut, and he fell into a genuine, exhausted sleep. We carried him to bed. That night, we took shifts watching. I took the first. I sat in a chair in the main room, the hunting knife on the table beside me, the flashlight in my lap. Our dog lay across my son's threshold. The cabin was still, but it was the stillness of a coiled spring. Around midnight, I heard it, a skittering sound on the roof, like many small claws. Then a tapping at the window, not the slow scratch of before, but a rapid, insectal clicking. Our dog rose, his growl a solid thing in the dark. The clicking moved from window to window, circling the cabin. It was testing, looking for a way in. Not for my son, for the dog. I woke my wife. We stood together in the dark, listening to the thing circle our home. Then the sound stopped. We waited, straining our ears. A new sound came from the direction of the lake. A splash, not a fish jumping. A larger, heavier entry. Then another, and another, like things were sliding into the water from the shore. Our dog went to the front door, sniffing underneath it, his growl deepening. He looked back at me, then at the door, and let out a single, sharp bark of warning. Something was outside. Something was coming. I made a decision. I couldn't let it get to the dog. I couldn't let it get inside. I picked up the knife and the flashlight. What are you doing? My wife whispered, horrified. Drawing it away, I said. If it wants a target, I'll give it one. You bar the door after me. Don't open it for anything. Before she could argue, I unlatched the door and stepped out onto the porch, closing it firmly behind me. I heard the lock click. The night was vast and black, the lake a sheet of obsidian. I turned on the flashlight, its beam cutting a shaky path through the darkness. I walked away from the cabin, toward the lake, making myself a bright, noisy beacon. Hey! I yelled, my voice swallowed by the night. You want someone? Here I am. Come and get me. I reached the dock and walked out onto it, the old boards groaning under my feet. I stood at the end, shining the light out over the water. The beam reflected off the surface, showing nothing. Then, about 20 yards out, the water bulged. Something broke the surface. It wasn't a loon. It was a shape, dark and sleek, like a wet log, but it moved against the current, turning to face me. Then another bulged closer to shore, and another near the dock's pilings. They were rising. I backed up, my heart hammering. This was a mistake. A terrible mistake. I turned to run back to the cabin and froze. At the shore end of the dock, standing between me and the cabin, was the tall, thin shape from the trees. It was clearer now, in the beam of my flashlight. It was not a man. It was a suggestion of a man, made of what looked like woven darkness and stripped branches, impossibly tall and thin, with a head that was just a darker knot at the top. It had no face, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure. It took a step onto the dock. The wood did not creak. It made no sound at all. I was trapped. The things in the water behind me, this thing in front of me. I held up the knife, knowing it was useless. The tall shape took another silent step forward. Then, a furious barking exploded from the cabin. Our dog. He was at the window, barking his head off, a sound of pure, protective rage. The tall shape hesitated, its head turning slightly toward the noise. In that moment of distraction, I acted. I didn't run toward it. I ran to the side of the dock and jumped into the freezing black water. The cold was a shock that stole my breath. I plunged under, kicking away from the dock, the flashlight extinguished, the knife still clenched in my hand. I surfaced, gasping, and swam with frantic strokes toward a rocky part of the shore away from the cabin. I scrambled out, soaking and freezing, and looked back. The tall shape was gone from the dock. The bulges in the water were gone. The only sound was our dog, still barking from the cabin. I had drawn it away, and it had lost interest when I left the light and entered its domain. It didn't want me. It wanted the quiet, and I had just thrown myself into its world. I crept back to the cabin, dripping and shivering. My wife let me in, her face white with fear. We barricaded the door with a heavy chair. I changed into dry clothes. Our son slept through it all. We had survived the night, but we had learned a terrible lesson. The thing outside and the thing inside were connected, part of the same will. And now it knew we would fight. It knew we would use noise. And it had shown us it had soldiers. We were not just trying to rescue our son from a possession. We were at war with the quiet itself, and the battlefield was all around us. The dog stopped barking and came over to me, licking the cold water from my hands. He had saved me, his noise breaking the thing's focus. We had won a skirmish, but the war was far from over. As the first light of dawn tinged the sky, we sat together, too wired to sleep, knowing the quiet was out there, waiting for us to tire, waiting for a moment to take back what it thought it owned. And we knew, with a certainty that settled deep in our bones, that the next move would be its. The day after the night on the lake dawned bright and hard, the sun feeling like an interrogation light. We were all frayed at the edges, moving through the cabin with a brittle carefulness. My son woke late, seeming drained and distant, the thing inside conserving its strength after the previous day's onslaught of noise and the night's confrontation. Our dog stuck to him like a shadow, a constant, warm pressure against his leg, a living reminder of the world he was being pulled from. The failed communication and the attack had shown us one thing clearly. Negotiation was impossible. The quiet didn't want to bargain, it wanted to consume. And we had made ourselves a nuisance. We needed a new plan, one that didn't involve just shouting or waiting to be picked off. My wife, her eyes ringed with dark circles, found an old book on a shelf, tucked behind some dusty novels. It was a journal, my sister's from years ago, filled with notes about the cabin, the lake, maintenance tips. And on the last few pages, scribbled in a hurried hand, were other notes. Observations. She'd written about still nights where the loons wouldn't call, about a feeling of being watched from the water, about a local story she'd heard from an old fisherman about things that lived in the deep cold of the lake, things older than the trees, that hated the noise of life and sometimes drew the quiet ones to them. It wasn't much, but it was confirmation. This place wasn't random. It was a wellspring for whatever this was. The thing had been waiting here, and it had called to the quiet place in our son. They had found each other. This meant the cabin, the lake, were part of the problem. We couldn't win here. We had to leave. But how? We couldn't just drive away. The thing was inside our son. It would come with us, and after last night, I believed the tall shape and its watery companions would follow, or worse, call ahead to some other lonely, quiet place. We had to force it out before we could run. The idea came to me in a flash, looking at the old propane stove. Fire. Fire was the opposite of quiet. Fire was crackling, consuming, transforming noise. Fire was light and heat, things the deep cold of the lake would hate. And fire could cleanse. A wild, dangerous hope took root. We would use fire, not as a weapon against our son, but as a barrier, a ritual of noise and light to break the connection. We would surround him with life, so fierce the quiet would have to let go. We spent the day preparing, telling the kids we were having a big bonfire on the beach that night, a celebration. My daughter, desperate for normal fun, helped gather driftwood. My son watched us, his expression unreadable. We built the pyre about 50 feet from the cabin, on the open beach, a good distance from the trees. We piled it high with dry wood, old newspapers we found, anything that would burn bright and fast. As the sun set, we ate an early dinner. The atmosphere was tense, electric. Our dog felt it too, pacing, whining softly. When full dark fell, we all went down to the beach. The pile of wood was a dark mound against the lighter sand. The lake was calm, a black mirror reflecting the stars. "Okay, everyone get behind me," I said, trying to sound cheerful. "Big fire coming up?" I struck a match. It flared, a tiny, brave point of light in the vast dark. I touched it to the newspaper. For a second, nothing. Then a curl of smoke, a lick of orange flame. It caught, spreading with a hungry crackle through the dry tinder. The fire grew, fast and loud, snapping and popping, flames reaching up toward the sky. The light was tremendous, pushing back the night in a wide, flickering circle. The heat washed over us, a comforting blanket after so much cold dread. My daughter clapped. Wow! My wife held her close, her eyes on our son. He stood beside me, his face painted in moving light and shadow. He stared into the heart of the fire, mesmerized. The dog sat at his feet, looking from the fire to his face. For a long time, there was just the sound of the fire, a roaring, living thing. Then my son spoke, his voice almost lost in the crackle. "It's pretty." It was his voice, small and wondering. "But it's so loud. It hurts." He put his hands over his ears. This was it. The fire was doing what we hoped. It was putting pressure on the thing, creating an environment it couldn't tolerate. "It's okay, buddy," I said, putting an arm around his shoulders. "Listen to it. That's the sound of being alive." He trembled under my arm. Then his body went rigid. His hands dropped from his ears. He stepped forward, closer to the heat than was safe. "And oh," he said, and it was the dual voice, strained and furious, fighting to be heard over the roar. "This is a consuming. A waste. Stop it!" The fire flared as if fed by gasoline, the flames shooting higher with a hump that made us all stumble back. Embers flew into the night sky like angry stars. The thing was fighting back, trying to dominate the very element we were using against it. "No!" I yelled back, pulling my son away from the blistering heat. "You stop. Let him go." The fire began to behave unnaturally. The flames didn't just leap, they coiled, twisting into shapes that were almost familiar. Tendrils, grasping hands, the spiky outline from the drawings. The roar of the fire took on a tone, a deep bass note that vibrated in our chests. It was trying to turn our weapon against us, to make the fire itself a voice for the quiet. That's when our dog acted. He didn't bark. He threw his head back and howled. It was a long, ululating sound, raw and wild, cutting through the distorted roar of the fire. It was the sound of the pack, of the wild things that feared fire, a primal noise of warning and survival. And he didn't stop. He howled again, and again, a relentless, sonic attack on the thing trying to twist the flames. My son clapped his hands over his ears again, crumpling to his knees. "Make him stop," he screamed, his own voice now raw with pain. "Make it all stop!" The fire, deprived of the thing's focus or challenged by the dog's ancient song, seemed to falter. The unnatural shapes in the flames collapsed. The deep note vanished, leaving just the normal crackle and pop. The dog stopped howling, panting heavily. My son knelt in the sand, sobbing, small shoulders shaking. My wife rushed to him, wrapping him in her arms. He clutched her, crying into her shoulder. "I want to go home," he wept. "I just want to go home." It was him. Fully him, battered and terrified, but him. The fire had worked, with the dog's help. It had created a zone of such aggressive life that the quiet had been forced to recoil, to loosen its grip. We had him back. Now we had to move. "We're going right now," I said to my wife over his head. "We get in the car and we drive and we don't stop." She nodded, tears streaming down her face. We helped our son up. He was weak, leaning on us. We turned our backs on the still burning fire and hurried toward the cabin to grab our pre-packed bags. We didn't make it 10 steps. The lake, which had been so calm, erupted. Not with waves, but with movement. Shapes broke the surface all along the shore, dozens of them, the same sleek, dark forms from the night before. They slithered onto the sand, not coming fully out, but crowding the water's edge, blocking our path to the cabin and the car beyond it. They made no sound. They just waited. From the tree line at the edge of the clearing, the tall shape emerged. Not one, 3 of them. They stood impossibly still and thin, forming a loose semicircle, cutting off any retreat into the woods. We were surrounded. The fire at our backs, the things in the water, the tall ones in the trees. The quiet had mustered its army. My son began to whimper, burying his face in my wife's neck. The dog planted himself in front of us, facing the water, a continuous, defensive growl rumbling from his chest. This was the price of our victory. We had shaken the passenger, and now the full force of the driver was here to reclaim its property. The tallest of the thin shapes took a step forward. It didn't come toward us. It moved to the side, toward our bonfire. It extended a long, branch-like arm toward the flames. The fire didn't burn it. The flames nearest its hand guttered and died, as if sucked of their energy. A patch of darkness spread from its touch, crawling up the pyre, smothering the fire. The roaring light began to shrink, consumed by a spreading, cold void. It was putting out our fire. It was reclaiming the quiet. Despair, cold and final, washed over me. We were out of ideas, out of time. We couldn't fight this many. Then, my son lifted his head from my wife's shoulder. He looked at the dying fire, at the tall shape killing it, at the things in the water. His face, pale and tear-streaked, set into an expression of fierce determination that was entirely new. He wriggled out of my wife's grasp and stood on his own 2 feet, facing the lake. He took a deep, shuddering breath. And then my little boy, my quiet son, screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a scream of pure, unbridled rage. A scream of no more. A scream that came from the very core of the child who loved his dog, who hated broccoli, who missed his home, who was tired of being cold and scared. It was a human sound, a living sound, so loud and sharp it seemed to cut the night itself. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The things in the water recoiled as if scalded, slipping back beneath the surface with quick, frantic movements. The tall shapes by the trees seemed to blur, their edges becoming indistinct. The one by the fire snatched its arm back from the flames, which leapt up anew where the darkness had been. My son's scream echoed across the water, then faded. He stood there, panting, small fists clenched at his sides. He had done what all our noise-making could not. He had rallied his own spirit and fought back with the most basic weapon he had, his own voice. The quiet was not used to the vessel fighting back. It was stunned. In that moment of stunned hesitation, I saw our chance. Not to fight, but to run. The path to the cabin was still blocked by a few lingering shapes in the shallows, but the car was on the other side of the cabin, up the gravel path. The car! I yelled. Go around. Now! I grabbed my son's hand. My wife grabbed our daughter. We ran not toward the cabin door, but along the beach, past the fire, skirting the edge of the tree line, heading for the far side of the building. Our dog ran with us, a protective flank. The tall shapes did not pursue. They seemed to be regrouping, coalescing back into solidity. The things in the water did not come back out. We scrambled up the slight embankment onto the gravel driveway. The car was there, a dark hulk in the night. I fumbled for the keys, unlocked it, and we all piled in, kids in the back, wife in the passenger seat, dog leaping into the back with the kids. I turned the key. The engine coughed, then roared to life, another wonderful mechanical noise. I slammed it into reverse, spun the car around in a spray of gravel, and then onto the dirt road, heading away from the lake, away from the cabin, into the dark tunnel of trees. I drove fast, too fast for the bumpy road, the headlights jerking wildly. No one spoke. We just listened to the sound of the engine, the tires on gravel, our own ragged breathing. We didn't look back. After a few minutes, we hit the main paved road. I turned onto it and accelerated, putting miles between us and that place. The further we drove, the more the terrible tension in the car began to ease, replaced by a shaky, disbelieving relief. We had done it. We had gotten him back, and we had escaped. My wife reached over and held my hand, her grip tight. In the back, our daughter fell asleep. Our son leaned against the window, his eyes closed. The dog lay across the seat, his head in my son's lap. I drove for an hour, then 2, putting a whole county between us and the lake. We needed to stop for gas. I pulled into a brightly lit truck stop, a stark island of fluorescent light and the smell of diesel. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I filled the tank while my wife took the kids to the bathroom. Our dog stayed in the car, watching us. We bought coffee and snacks. We stood under the harsh lights, a tired, messy family, but together. We got back in the car. As I pulled back onto the highway, heading south toward home, I finally allowed myself to believe it might be over. We had won. We had weathered the storm. My son was sleeping in the back, his face peaceful. The dog was asleep. My wife dozed in the passenger seat. I drove, the white lines of the highway hypnotic in the dark. Then about an hour from home, my son stirred. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. He looked out the window at the passing darkness. "Daddy," he said, his voice soft and sleepy. "Yeah, buddy. I can still hear the lake," he whispered. I glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes were wide open, reflecting the dashboard lights. They weren't full of the quiet's coldness. They were full of a new, profound sadness. It's not as loud, but it's still there, in the back of my head, like a song you can't forget. He lay back down, curling up against the dog. "It's okay," he murmured, mostly to himself. "I'm getting better at tuning it out." He closed his eyes and was asleep again. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The relief I'd felt curdled into something else. We had gotten him back. We had escaped the place. But we hadn't cut the connection. We had just turned down the volume. The quiet was still with him, a station on a dial he couldn't quite turn off. We were going home, but we weren't bringing back the boy we'd left with. We were bringing back a veteran of a war none of us could see, with a piece of the enemy still whispering in his ear. The fight wasn't over. It had just changed venues. Home never looked so good or felt so strange. Pulling into our driveway in the flat, morning light felt like stepping onto another planet. A planet of trimmed lawns, swing sets, and the distant hum of a lawnmower. The ordinariness was a shock to the system. We unloaded the car, our movements slow and stiff, like astronauts returning to gravity. Our neighbors waved. We waved back, our smiles feeling like cracks in porcelain. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it, but it didn't feel like ours anymore. It felt like a museum of our old life. The memories on the walls, the toys in the bins, all seemed to belong to a different family. Our dog did a slow, cautious patrol of every room, sniffing corners, checking under beds, his tail low. He didn't growl. He was just verifying. My wife immediately started opening blinds, turning on lights, playing music on the kitchen speaker, pop songs, something with a driving, undeniable beat. She was filling the space with noise, building a fortress of normal sound. Our daughter ran to her room, eager for her own things. Our son stood in the middle of the living room, just looking. He touched the back of the couch, ran a finger along the edge of the coffee table. "It feels smaller," he said, not sadly, just stating a fact. The first few days were a delicate, exhausting dance. We tiptoed around our own son. Every quiet moment felt dangerous. We kept the TV on, the radio playing. We talked constantly about nothing, about everything. We asked him questions just to hear him use his own voice. "What do you want for lunch? Did you miss your blue pillow? Want to kick the soccer ball?" He answered, but his responses were thoughtful, measured, as if he was translating from another language. He was here, but he was also listening to something else. The song he couldn't forget. Our dog was his constant companion. The dog slept in his room, followed him to the bathroom, sat by his chair during meals. They had a new understanding, a silent communication built in the trenches of that lakeside war. The dog would nudge his hand, and my son would absently pet him, the touch seeming to ground them both. We resumed life. I went back to work, at first just for half days. My wife took the kids to the park, to the library, always staying in crowds, in sunlight. We were trying to reacclimate him to the world, to remind him, and whatever was still attached to him, what life was supposed to be, loud, bright, and shared. It mostly worked. He played with friends, though he was quieter than before. He did his schoolwork. He laughed at funny movies. To an outside observer, he was a boy recovering from a traumatic experience, a little withdrawn, but okay. We knew the truth. We saw the signs. He would sometimes stop in the middle of an activity, his eyes going distant for just a second, like he was tuning into a faint radio signal. He developed a habit of tapping his fingers in a complex, rhythmic pattern on his leg. Not the three-part scratch, but something more intricate, like code. When asked, he'd just shrug and say, "It's a beat." One afternoon, a week after our return, I found him in the backyard. He was sitting perfectly still on the grass, watching a line of ants travel between two cracks in the patio. He wasn't just watching, he was utterly focused, his breathing slow. Our dog was lying beside him, awake, also watching the ants, but with a tense alertness. I knelt down. "Pretty cool, huh? How they all work together." He didn't look up. "They're not talking," he said softly. "They just know. It's a different kind of quiet. A busy quiet." He looked at me then, his eyes clear. "The song in my head is a lonely quiet. It doesn't like the busy quiet." It was the most he'd said about it since we'd come home. "Can you describe the song?" I asked, careful. He thought for a moment. "It's like the sound a big empty bottle makes when you blow over the top, but lower. And it has words, but they're not words. They're like shapes made of cold." He shivered, though the sun was warm. "The dog hears it too, but it makes him angry. It makes me tired." That night, we had our first real scare since coming home. My wife and I were watching TV downstairs. The kids were in bed. The dog was, as usual, in my son's room. Around 11, the dog started barking. Not a warning bark, but a sharp, urgent series of yelps. We ran upstairs. My son's door was open. He was standing in the middle of his room, facing the wall. His nightlight was out. The room was dark except for the hallway light behind us. He was tracing a shape on the wall with his index finger. As we watched, a faint, phosphorescent line followed his fingertip, glowing a sickly green for a second before fading. He was drawing the spiky oval. The dog was barking at the wall, at the space where the drawing was appearing. "Hey!" I said, turning on the overhead light. The room flooded with brightness. My son blinked, lowering his hand. He looked at the wall, then at his finger, confused. "I was dreaming," he mumbled. But his fingertip was smudged with something dark, like charcoal. There was no charcoal in his room. We washed his hands. We checked the wall. Nothing. Just smooth paint. We stayed up with him for hours, talking about anything but what had just happened. The incident told us the connection wasn't just a memory. It was a live wire. And it was getting stronger again, now that we were out of the crisis mode of the cabin. We needed professional help, but not the kind Dr. Evans could give. We were in uncharted territory. My wife, relentless, dug deeper online. She found forums for people with unusual experiences, places where talk of ghosts and presences was common. She created an anonymous account and posted a vague version of our story. A child changed after a trip to an isolated lake, mentions of a quiet man, a dog that reacts. The responses were a mix of skepticism, well-meaning advice about pediatric psychiatry, and a few chillingly similar anecdotes. One person, using a cryptic username, sent her a private message. It read, "The anchor is not the place. It's the agreement." The child, in his openness, said yes to the emptiness. To close the door, he must say no. Not with fear, with fullness. Fill the space where the yes was. You cannot fight a hole. You can only fill it. It was poetic, maddening, and it resonated. The agreement. My son had always been a quiet, observant, deeply sensitive kid. Had he, in some way we couldn't understand, opened a door? And how do you fill a hole in someone's soul? We decided to try. If the song was a lonely quiet, we would combat it with a full, joyful noise. We would fill his life so completely with love, with experience, with connection, that there would be no room for the static from the lake. We became intentional about joy. We didn't just go to the park. We had epic picnics with all his favorite foods. We didn't just watch a movie. We built a blanket fort in the living room and had a marathon. We invited his friends over constantly. We visited grandparents, aunts, uncles, surrounding him with the noisy, messy, loving chaos of family. We included him in everything, asking his opinion, making him feel essential. And through it all, our dog was his therapy animal, his tactile link to the present moment. We saw progress. The distant looks became less frequent. The finger tapping slowed. He laughed more, a real, belly-deep laugh that was music to our ears. He started drawing again, but now he drew spaceships and superheroes, not spirals. He began to look like our boy again, not a haunted echo. A month passed. Then two. The nightmare of the cabin began to feel like a bad dream, fading at the edges. We started to breathe easier. We allowed ourselves to believe the cryptic message might be right. We were filling the hole. One Saturday, we took the kids to a county fair. It was the perfect antidote, a sensory overload of ringing bells, screaming rides, calliope music, the smell of popcorn and diesel. We played games, won a goldfish, ate cotton candy until we felt sick. Our son rode a kiddie roller coaster, his hands in the air, shouting with glee. It was a perfect day. On the drive home, sticky and tired, he fell asleep in the back seat, his head on our dog, who was also dozing. My wife reached back and smoothed his hair. "We did it," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I think we really did it." I nodded, wanting so badly to believe her. That night, after the kids were in bed, we sat on the back porch, listening to the sounds of our suburban night. A distant siren, a dog barking, the whisper of sprinklers. It was peaceful. For the first time in months, we talked about the future without a layer of fear underneath. We made plans for a real vacation to the beach. We talked about painting the house. Normal things. We went to bed feeling lighter than we had in a very long time. I woke up much later. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. The house was still, but something was wrong. I couldn't hear the dog breathing from his spot on the floor in my son's room. I got up and walked down the hall. My son's door was open. The dog was not on the floor. He was on the bed, lying across my son's legs, awake. My son was also awake, sitting up. They were both staring at the closet door, which was closed. "What's up, buddy?" I asked softly, turning on the hall light to spill into the room. My son turned to look at me. His face was calm, but his eyes were wide. "He wants to make a new agreement," my son said. His voice was his own, but it was terribly calm. "He says the old one is incomplete. He says I'm too full now. Too loud. It hurts." My blood ran cold. "Who? The quiet man?" My son shook his head slowly. "Not a man. He says that was a shape we could understand. He's not a shape. He's a want. And he's still hungry." He looked back at the closet door. "He says he'll leave me alone." For good. He'll close the door. But he needs a new yes. No, I said the word absolute. No more agreements. My son looked at me, and a single tear traced down his cheek. He says if he doesn't get a yes from me, he'll take it from someone else. Someone who's already open. He looked past me down the hall, toward his sister's room. The meaning was clear. The threat was no longer just about possession. It was about predation. It would jump hosts to a weaker target if my son, now fortified by our love, was no longer susceptible. Our daughter. Our happy, loud, vibrant daughter. The quiet saw her noise as an affront, a challenge. And it saw her as an easier door to walk through. Our dog let out a low, pained whine, pressing his body more firmly against my son, as if to block him from the thought. The thing wasn't gone. It had just been waiting, adapting. It had seen us fill the hole in our son, so now it wanted to poke a new one. In someone else. We had won the battle to reclaim our son. But the war for our family was entering a new, more horrifying phase. The enemy had just changed its terms of engagement. The threat, whispered in the dark by my own son, changed everything all over again. The fragile peace we'd built shattered like glass. It wasn't just about protecting him anymore. It was about protecting our daughter, our whole family, from a predator that didn't hunt with teeth but with stillness. The thought of that cold, hungry attention turning toward our bright, laughing girl was a terror deeper than any we'd felt yet. We moved her into our room that very night, her sleeping bag on the floor between our bed and the door. Our dog, confused and anxious, now split his vigil, spending half the night in our son's room and half at the foot of our daughter's sleeping bag. We were an army on high alert, guarding two fronts. The next few days were a silent, frantic whirlwind. We couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows, watching our daughter for any sign of a new, chilling quietness. The thing had issued an ultimatum, a voluntary yes from our son, or it would force an entry into our daughter. We refused both options. There had to be a third way. My wife, her face pale with a determined fury, went back to the online forums. She ignored the general chatter and focused on the cryptic user who'd messaged her before. She wrote back, throwing caution to the wind, giving more details, the lake, the tall shapes, the drawing on the wall, the new threat. The response came a day later. It is a parasite of perception. It feeds on the awareness of absence. Your son became aware of a hole in the world, and it poured in. Your daughter is not aware. Yet, to protect her, you must make the parasite aware of you. Not as noise to be quieted, as a will to be reckoned with. It understands transaction. It has offered one. You must counteroffer. But you must offer something it values, from a position of strength, not fear. It was more riddles, but a thread of a plan emerged. A transaction. A show of will. We had to talk to it, but not as supplicants. As equals. Or at least, as adversaries with something to trade. But what did we have that it valued? It valued quiet. It valued the end of noise. We couldn't offer that. It valued my son's openness, but we had filled that. What else? It was attracted to places of deep stillness, the lake, the woods. And then it hit me. It wasn't just attracted to them, it was part of them. The tall shapes, the things in the water, they were extensions of it, or it was an expression of them. It was tied to that specific place, the lake. That was its home ground, its source of power. Our counteroffer would be a threat to that home. We would show it we could bring the noise to its doorstep, not just defensively, but as an attack. We would threaten to corrupt its quiet. It was a dangerous, desperate idea. We would have to go back. The very thought made my wife physically ill. But staying here, waiting for it to make a move on our daughter, was worse. We told the kids we were going on a short camping trip, just a quick overnight to a nice, familiar state park. We lied with smooth, practiced faces that broke our hearts. We packed the car again, but this time the bags held specific things. The remaining road flares from the cabin's emergency kit, a portable air horn I'd bought, a small, powerful Bluetooth speaker, and every battery pack we owned. We were going to war, and our weapons were decibels in light. The drive back to the lake region was a somber, silent journey. The closer we got, the more our son withdrew, curling into himself in the back seat. Our dog whined, pacing on the seat. We didn't go to the cabin. We drove to a public campground on the opposite side of the large lake, a place with other families, with park rangers, with the semblance of safety in numbers. We set up our tent in a crowded loop, the sounds of other people's radios and laughter a comforting shield. As night fell, I prepared to go. My wife would stay with the kids, the air horn and a flare by her side, the car keys in her hand ready to run. My job was to take the speaker, the flares, and make a statement. "I'll be back by dawn," I told her, holding her tight. "If you see or hear anything wrong, you blow that horn, get in the car, and go. Don't wait for me." She nodded, unable to speak, her eyes saying everything. I kissed my sleeping kids, our dog licked my hand, and then I slipped away into the woods, following the shoreline by moonlight toward the distant, dark silhouette of my sister's cabin. The forest at night was alive with normal sounds, rustling leaves, chirping crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl. I used a small red lens flashlight to see. My heart was a drum in my chest. After an hour of hiking, I saw the cabin, a darker blot against the trees. I didn't approach it. I moved to the rocky point of land that jetted out into the lake nearby, the place where I'd first seen the tall shape. This was the place. I set the Bluetooth speaker on a rock, facing out over the black, still water. I took out my phone, synced it, and pulled up the audio file I'd prepared. It was a loop of the most aggressive, chaotic, human noise I could compile. A mashup of rock concert crowds, city traffic, sirens, children screaming with laughter, my family talking and arguing and singing over dinner, the dog barking, the birthday party recording. It was a sonic manifesto of life. I took a deep breath. I was about to make myself the loudest, most annoying target in this entire quiet universe. I pressed play. The noise erupted from the speaker, shockingly loud in the natural quiet. It echoed across the water, a jagged, defiant scar on the night. I stood there, next to the blaring speaker, and I shouted into the dark. "Hear that? That's what we are. That's what you're so afraid of. We're not going away." I waited. For a minute, nothing. The loons, which had been calling, fell silent. The crickets stopped. The only sound was my recorded cacophony. Then, the lake's surface near the shore began to ripple, not from wind, but from beneath. The sleek, dark shapes broke the water, not dozens this time, but scores of them, lining the shore motionless, facing the noise. From the trees behind me, I felt a presence. I turned slowly. The three tall shapes stood at the edge of the tree line. They did not advance. They were listening. To the noise. To me. "I have a proposal," I yelled, my voice battling the audio. "You leave my family alone. You break your connection to my son. You forget we exist. In return, we leave this place alone. We never come back. You can have your quiet." I paused, my throat raw. The tall shapes did not move. The things in the water did not move. The noise played on, a relentless assault. "If you refuse," I continued, shouting over a burst of crowd cheering, "if you touch my son or my daughter again, I swear to you, I will bring the noise here and I will never stop. I will tell others about this place. I will bring machines and lights and people. I will fill your quiet with so much noise you will drown in it. This is my offer. Peace or a war you can't win." I stopped. I clicked off the speaker. The sudden absence of noise was a physical shock. The natural sounds did not return. The world was utterly, profoundly still. Not even the water lapped the shore. The tall shape in the center took a step forward. It didn't walk on the ground. It seemed to glide, a shift of shadows. It stopped 10 feet from me. I felt a pressure in my mind, not words, but a concept cold and vast, like the feeling of staring into deep space. It was considering. It understood transaction. It understood threat. For an endless moment, we stood there, a man and a hole in the world, negotiating. Then a new sensation. Not from the shape, but from the connection it held. A flicker of my son, far away in the campground. A feeling of sudden, intense cold in his chest, as if an ice cube were being pressed against his heart. A probe. It was testing the link, considering severing it, or perhaps considering using it to hurt him, to show me my threat was meaningless. Back at the campground, my son sat bolt upright in the tent, gasping, his hand clutching his pajama top over his heart. Our dog began to growl. My wife reached for the air horn. In that same instant, on the point, I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't light a flare. I didn't turn the speaker back on. I did something fundamentally, stupidly human. I started to talk. Not yell. Talk. I talked directly to the connection, to the part of it that was touching my son. I poured everything I had into my voice, not as a weapon, but as an anchor. "You feel that? That's my boy. His heart beats because he loves his dog. It beats because he's scared of the dark sometimes. It beats because he wants to learn to ride a bike without training wheels. That heart is full of stuff, of messy, loud, beautiful stuff. That's not for you. That's ours. You can have the empty places. You can have the deep, cold lakes. But you don't get the warm, beating things. That is a line you do not cross. I spoke with a conviction I didn't know I had, a father's absolute, territorial certainty. The cold pressure in my mind wavered. The sensation of ice against my son's heart lessened, then withdrew. In the tent, my son took a ragged breath, the color returning to his face. Our dog stopped growling and licked his cheek. The tall shape before me seemed to reevaluate. The threat of bringing noise to its home was one thing. But this claim of ownership over a specific, living warmth was something else. It did not understand love, but it understood possession. And it recognized a stronger claim. It took a step back. Then, it did something I will never forget. It raised one long, branch-like arm and pointed past me, out over the lake. Then it swept its arm in a slow, deliberate arc encompassing the lake, the woods, the cabin. The meaning was clear. This is mine. Then it pointed a single, thin digit directly at my chest. Then it pointed back the way I had come, toward the campground. The message was unmistakable. Go. Take what is yours. Stay out of what is mine. The transaction was accepted. Not the one I'd vocalized, but the deeper one I'd asserted. A border had been drawn. The shapes at the tree line melted back into the darkness. The forms in the water slipped beneath the surface without a ripple. The tall shape in front of me simply wasn't there anymore. The normal night sounds rushed back in. The loons, the crickets, the water against the rocks, as if a mute button had been released. I stood there, shaking, adrenaline crashing through me. I had done it. I had faced it down and we had a deal. I packed up the speaker with clumsy hands and started the long hike back, moving faster and faster until I was almost running. I burst into the campground as the sky was turning gray with dawn. My wife saw me and ran to me, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. The kids were asleep. Our dog wagged his tail weakly. It's over, I gasped into her hair. I think it's really over. We broke camp faster than we ever had and drove home as the sun rose. In the days and weeks that followed, we watched our son like hawks. The change was gradual but undeniable. The distant looks stopped completely. The finger-tapping ceased. The song in his head, he told us one day, had faded to a memory, like a dream you can barely recall. He played with his sister, argued with her, built Lego towers with her. He was just a boy again. Our dog relaxed, returning to his old habits of napping in sunbeams and begging for scraps. The fear slowly began to recede from our own hearts, replaced by a cautious, hard-won peace. We had drawn a line, and the quiet had respected it. We had our family back, whole and intact. Months passed. Fall came, then winter. We painted the house. We went to the beach. Life became sweet and ordinary in a way we would never take for granted again. One evening, I was putting my son to bed. He was reading a comic book. I sat on the edge of the bed. "You doing okay, kiddo?" I asked, as I did most nights. "Yeah, Dad," he said, smiling. "I'm good." He put down his comic and looked at me, his expression thoughtful. "You know, sometimes when it's really quiet, like when the power goes out and the furnace stops, I can almost hear it. Way far away. Like an echo." He said it without fear, like mentioning an old, forgotten song on the radio. "But it's okay," he continued, snuggling down under his covers. "It's not for me anymore. It's just out there, in the deep, cold places where it belongs." He closed his eyes, and soon his breathing was deep and even. I turned off his light and stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching him sleep. Our dog was already curled up on his rug. We had won. We had secured our piece of the loud, warm world. But as I walked downstairs to the living room, where my wife was reading, the memory of that tall shape pointing to the lake, then to me, played in my mind. It had accepted the border. It had respected our claim. But borders can be crossed from both sides. And as I looked out our window at the peaceful, sleeping street, a final, quiet thought settled in the back of my mind, a thought that would never fully leave. We had made a deal with the quiet, and deals, no matter how solemn, are only as good as the power that enforces them. For now, the balance held. Our home was full of light and sound. But somewhere, in the deep, cold places of the world, the quiet was listening. And it had a very long memory. The peace that settled over our home after the confrontation at the lake was the most precious thing we had ever known. It wasn't the oblivious peace of before. It was a peace earned through terror, a sturdy structure we had built on the rubble of our old lives. We cherished the noise, the slam of the screen door, the shrieks from the backyard, the morning news blaring from the kitchen radio. We kept lights on in rooms we weren't using. We never let the house get completely still. Our son flourished. He started Little League, his cheeks getting pink in the spring sun. He brought home messy art projects from school. He had sleepovers where he and his friends built pillow forts and giggled past midnight. He still had moments of introspection, a tendency to stare out windows, but now it felt thoughtful, not vacant. He was a kid who had seen the deep end of the pool and now preferred to splash in the shallows, and that was more than okay with us. Our dog aged a year in those months of peace, his muzzle growing more gray, but his spirit lightened. He no longer slept across doorways. He resumed his favorite spot on the couch, a privilege he knew he wasn't supposed to have, but we no longer had the heart to enforce. He was a veteran, and he deserved his rest. My wife and I slowly let our guard down. We stopped checking the baby monitor, which we'd finally packed away. We stopped jumping at every creak of the house settling. We started making long-term plans again, talking about college funds, about a kitchen remodel. We allowed ourselves to believe the border we'd drawn would hold. The memory of the quiet became a story we told ourselves in whispers, a dark fairy tale with a happy ending. Then in early summer, the dreams started. Not for my son, for me. They were subtle at first. I'd dream I was walking through a familiar forest, but the path would keep forking, and no matter which way I chose, I'd end up at the edge of the same dark, still lake. I'd wake with a start, my heart thumping, but the feeling would fade in the daylight. Then the dreams became more vivid. I'd be standing on the dock at the cabin, and I'd see my son underwater, not as a prisoner, but swimming freely, happily, with the sleek, dark shapes circling him like playful dolphins. He'd look up and wave, smiling, then turn and swim deeper, out of sight. I'd wake with a profound sense of loss, a longing that felt alien, like it belonged to someone else. I didn't tell my wife at first. They were just dreams. Stress. Lingering trauma. But they came every night, a silent, nightly pilgrimage to the shore of that lake. One night, the dream changed. I wasn't at the lake. I was in my own backyard. It was dusk. My son was on the swing set, pumping his legs, going higher and higher. But he wasn't laughing. He was perfectly quiet, his face serene. And with each forward arc of the swing, he went unnaturally high, the chains going slack at the top, until he was swinging parallel to the ground. Then on the highest arc, he let go. He didn't fall. He floated for a second, silhouetted against the purple sky, before gently drifting down, not onto the grass, but into a patch of shadow by the fence that seemed deeper than it should be, swallowing him without a sound. I woke up gasping, my skin cold with sweat. That morning, I found my son in the backyard, standing by the swing set, just looking at it. "Everything okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He nodded. "Yeah, I was just thinking it's kind of a boring swing. It doesn't go very high." He said it offhandedly, but it lined up with the dream with an accuracy that made my stomach twist. Coincidence, I told myself. A week later, my wife mentioned offhandedly that our son had asked if we could get a fish tank. "A really big one," she said, laughing, "with those black, shiny fish that look like shadows." He saw them at the pet store. Black, shiny fish, like shadows, the sleek things in the water. The coincidence was now a pattern. The quiet wasn't breaking our deal. It was advertising. It was sending brochures to my subconscious, showing me a version of my son not as a prisoner, but as a willing resident of its world. It was trying to make the idea attractive, to plant a seed of longing. Not in my son this time, but in me. It was working on the perimeter of our agreement. I started watching my son more closely again, looking for signs of renewed contact. There were none. He was his normal, loud, messy self. The connection, it seemed, was truly severed. The signal was coming to me, the parent, the protector, the one who had drawn the line. It was testing the fence. I began to research in a way I hadn't before, not looking for how to fight it, but trying to understand what, exactly, it was. The old forums yielded little new. I dug into local histories, geological surveys of the lake region. I found mentions of odd magnetic readings, of a peculiar acoustic shadow, over the deepest part of the lake, where sound seemed to die faster than it should. I read about deep water ecosystems that thrived in total darkness, life that had never seen the sun. I was building a profile of a place, not a monster. The quiet wasn't a ghost. It was an environmental condition that had, somehow, developed a will, a self-aware stillness, and it had taken a liking to my family. The dreams continued, becoming more elaborate, more seductive. In one, my entire family was at the lakeside cabin, but it was sunny and warm. We were having a picnic. The tall shapes stood at the edge of the trees, not as threats, but as graceful, silent observers like elegant sculptures. Our dog lay by the water, not growling, but peaceful. My son waded in the shallows, and the dark shapes brushed against his legs, and he giggled. It felt like paradise. A quiet, harmonious paradise. I woke from that one feeling a deep, aching homesickness for a place that didn't exist. That was the hook. It wasn't showing me nightmares. It was showing me an alternative, a stress-free, conflict-free existence. It was offering me a release from the noise and struggle of life. And part of me, a tired, deep part, was starting to find it appealing. I fought it. I immersed myself in life even more. I played raucous music. I took the kids to loud, crowded amusement parks. I had shouting matches with my wife over silly things, just to feel the heat of human disagreement. I was reinforcing the border with sheer volume. But the dreams were a leak, a slow drip of quiet into my mind. One afternoon, I was working in the home office, paying bills, a mundane task. The house was quiet for once, my wife at the store, the kids at a friend's house. Our dog was snoring on the rug. The only sound was the tick of the wall clock and the scratch of my pen. In that ordinary quiet, I heard it, not with my ears, in my mind. A single clear note. The note my son had described, the sound of blowing over an empty bottle. It was low, calm, and it carried a simple, wordless question. Why fight? It wasn't an attack. It was an inquiry. I froze, the pen dropping from my fingers. Our dog woke up instantly, lifting his head, looking right at me. He let out a concerned whine. He could tell. He could tell something had just touched me. I shook my head, as if to clear water from my ears. The note was gone. But the question lingered. Why fight? The pressure of the last year, the constant vigilance, the fear, it was exhausting. The idea of just letting go, of sinking into a peaceful, quiet acceptance, it was a powerful lure. That's when I realized the true danger. The border wasn't a geographical line around the lake. It was a line in my own mind. And the quiet was a master at erosion. It wasn't coming for my son again. It was coming for me, the protector. If it could make me see the quiet not as an enemy, but as a relief, then the whole family would be vulnerable. My resolve was the keystone of our defense. I told my wife everything that night. The dreams, the note, the creeping feeling. She listened, her face growing paler with each word. It's manipulating you, she said, her voice fierce. It's trying to wear you down because you're the strong one. You stood up to it. Or because I'm the weak link, I said, the admission bitter. I'm the one who's tired. She took my face in her hands. Listen to me. That feeling, that tiredness, that's not you. That's it. It's a virus, and it's trying to infect your thoughts. We fight it the same way we did before. We fill the space. We remind you what you're fighting for. And we did. We launched a campaign of joy targeted at me. My son made me ridiculous Father's Day cards months early. My daughter demanded I teach her to whittle, creating a chaotic, happy mess of wood chips on the porch. My wife planned surprise dates. Our dog brought me his slobbery ball 100 times a day. They were reminding me, through action, what the noise of life was for. It was love made audible. It helped. The dreams became less frequent when I went to bed exhausted from a day filled with purposeful living. The note did not return, but the awareness of the vulnerability remained. The quiet had changed tactics. It had become a strategist. It knew direct assault on my son had failed. So it was attempting a siege on my will, a war of attrition against my spirit. A few nights later, I had the final, clarifying dream. I was back on the rocky point by the lake. The tall shape was there. It didn't threaten. It simply extended its hand, palm up. In its palm was a small, perfect sphere of darkness, a marble of pure, condensed quiet. It offered it to me. The meaning was clear. A token. A piece of the peace to carry with me. A taste, so I would always know what I was missing, what I was denying my family. In the dream, I felt an overwhelming desire to take it, to have that little piece of calm to hold in my pocket, to retreat into when the world was too much. My hand started to lift. Then, from far away, I heard a bark. Our dog's bark. Insistent, familiar, annoying. A noise. The spell broke. I looked at the sphere of quiet, and in its perfect black surface, I saw a reflection, not of my face, but of my family, my wife and kids, their mouths open in laughter I couldn't hear, their images trapped inside that tiny globe. It wasn't offering peace. It was offering a prison, a beautiful, silent prison where I could watch my family, but never hear them again. I woke up. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't just defend. I had to inoculate. I had to make the border permanent, not just in a deal, but in my own soul. The next day, I drove to a tattoo parlor in the next town over. I showed the artist a simple design, a sound wave. But not just any sound wave. It was the visual representation of my son's scream from the beach, the one that had driven the quiet back. The artist turned it into an elegant, black line that curled around my forearm, a permanent record of that moment of defiant, human noise. When the needle started, the pain was sharp and clean and real. It was a feeling, a loud feeling. As the ink became part of my skin, I focused on the memory, not of the fear, but of the victory. Of my son's voice reclaiming itself. Of the dog's howl. Of the fire's roar. When it was done, I looked at the tattoo, the permanent mark of our noise etched into me. It was a flag planted on the border of myself, a reminder in my own skin of what side I was on. That night, I slept deeply and dreamlessly for the first time in weeks. The quiet had made its offer. I had given my answer, in a language it understood, a permanent, painful alteration. A scar of sound. The subtle hook came a few days later. My son noticed the tattoo. He traced the line with his small finger. "What's this, Daddy?" "It's a picture of a very brave sound," I said. He studied it, his head tilted. "It looks like a mountain, or a wave." Then he looked up at me, his eyes clear and curious. "Can sounds have shapes?" "I think they can," I said. "I think this one does." He nodded, satisfied, and ran off to play. Later, I was washing dishes, looking out the window at the backyard. My son was on the swing, going higher than usual, but he was laughing, shouting for me to watch. The tattoo on my arm itched a little, a faint, warm reminder. I had fortified my mind. I had drawn a line in the sand of my own psyche. The quiet had retreated from this new, more personal border. For now. But as I watched my son swing, his silhouette against the bright sky, I understood the new reality. The war wasn't over. It had just moved inward. The battlefield was no longer a lakeside cabin or my son's consciousness. It was in the quiet moments of my own thoughts, in the space between heartbeats, in the natural human longing for rest. I had an enemy that knew how to wait, and how to make waiting look like a gift. I had my tattoo, my family, my noise, and I had the certain knowledge that the quiet was patient, and it never, ever forgot a thing it wanted. The year that followed was the sweetest of our lives, precisely because we knew how fragile the sweetness was. We didn't take a single laugh, a single slammed door, a single barking fit from our old dog for granted. My tattoo became a part of me, a conversation starter I'd deflect with a joke, a personal monument to a war no one else could see. My son grew like a weed, his memories of the lake softening into the hazy, strange recollections of early childhood. He still loved the water, but he preferred crowded pools with slides and fountains. Our daughter remained blissfully, loudly unaware, her world one of friendship bracelets and soccer games. Our dog's muzzle grew more gray, and he moved a little slower, but his eyes were clear and his tail still thumped a steady rhythm of contentment against the floor. The quiet, it seemed, had honored our agreement. The dream stopped. The whispered notes in my mind ceased. We sold the cabin, my sister understanding with a sympathetic look that we just couldn't go back there. We used the money to build a big, screened-in porch on our house, a place to hear the summer bugs and the neighbors living their lives, a fortress of familiar sound. We were healing. We were winning. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday in October, our dog died. He didn't die in a dramatic way. He was old. His heart, the vet said, just gave out. He went to sleep on his favorite couch cushion one afternoon and didn't wake up. The grief was profound and simple, the kind that comes from losing a beloved member of the family. We cried, we buried him in the backyard under the old oak tree. We told stories about his goofy puppyhood, his bravery, his loyalty. My son took it the hardest. The dog had been his silent guardian, his anchor through the storm. For days, our boy was subdued, spending hours sitting by the oak tree, not talking, just being there. We gave him space to grieve. It was a human grief, a natural grief. But in the wake of the dog's passing, I felt the balance of our home shift. A certain frequency had gone out of the world. The dog's bark, his whines, the click of his nails on the floor, the sound of his contented sighs, all were gone, leaving a new kind of quiet in their place. Not the hungry quiet of the lake, but a sad, empty quiet. A quiet that made room. About a week after the burial, I came home from work to find my son in the backyard again, not by the oak tree, but by the old swing set. He was perfectly still, just staring at the seat of the swing as it moved gently in the autumn breeze. "You okay, champ?" I asked, joining him. He didn't look at me. I was thinking about how he used to chase me when I swung. He'd bark and try to catch my feet. He smiled a little, but it was a sad smile. It's really quiet now." The word in his mouth, in this context, sent a tiny cold trickle down my spine. "Yeah," I said carefully. "It is. We miss him." My son finally looked at me, his eyes older than his years. "The quiet isn't so bad, Dad. When it's just a memory quiet, it's kind of peaceful." He said it without any double meaning, without any hidden resonance. He was just a boy missing his dog. But the trickle in my spine became a stream. The quiet had found a new door, not through fear or manipulation, but through loss. Through an absence we all felt. It was respecting the letter of our agreement. It wasn't attacking, it wasn't possessing. It was just present in the space our dog had left behind, offering its version of comfort. That night, for the first time in nearly a year, I had a dream. I was standing in our backyard. It was twilight. My son was on the swing, going gently back and forth. Under the swing, where the dog would have lain, the shadow was deeper, thicker. And from that patch of ground, a small, smooth, dark stone pushed up through the grass, like a mushroom after rain. It was the same sphere from my earlier dream, the marble of quiet. My son stepped off the swing, picked it up, and held it in his palm, looking at it with curiosity, not fear. I woke up with a gasp, not from terror, but from a deep, aching sense of inevitability. The quiet hadn't broken our deal. It had waited for a door to open naturally, and death had opened one. I didn't tell my wife about the dream. She was grieving too, in her own way, quietly organizing photos of the dog into an album. But I saw her jump at small sounds less often. I saw her appreciate the calm of a sleeping house. The loss had taken the edge off our need for constant noise. We were all, in our way, getting used to the new quiet. A month passed. The sharp pain of loss softened into a dull ache. We started talking about maybe getting a puppy in the spring. Life was moving on. Then the small things began. The lights in the hallway would flicker, just once, around the same time every night, 10 p.m. The old battery-powered clock in the kitchen, which had stopped working years ago, suddenly started ticking again, a slow, steady, mechanical sound that was oddly comforting. A potted plant in the living room that had been dying for months suddenly sprouted new, deep green leaves. These were not scary things. They were neutral, even slightly positive. But they were changes. They were adjustments to our environment. It felt like the house itself was settling into a new, quieter rhythm. One evening, my son asked if he could have a fish tank again. This time, he didn't want the black fish. He wanted a single large, slow-moving goldfish. One that just floats, he said. Something calm to watch. We got in the tank, a small one for his room. He named the goldfish Bubbles. He would sit for long periods, watching it drift in its silent, watery world. The tattoo on my arm itched sometimes when I watched him watch the fish. The quiet was no longer a hunter. It was a gardener, patiently tending the soil of our lives, planting seeds of stillness. My wife began practicing meditation. She said it helped with the stress of work, with the sadness. She'd sit in the living room in the morning, eyes closed, seeking peace. I supported her. It was healthy. But I noticed the house was most still during those times, as if holding its breath with her. The quiet was weaving itself into our routines, into our coping mechanisms. It was making itself useful. The final test came on a snow day in January. A blizzard had blanketed the world, muffling all sound. The power went out. The familiar hum of the furnace, the fridge, the electronics, all gone. We were plunged into a profound, natural quiet, broken only by the howl of the wind outside and the crackle of the fire I built in the fireplace. We gathered around it, wrapped in blankets, the four of us. We told stories by firelight. We roasted marshmallows. It was beautiful, family bonding at its best. My son snuggled against me. "This is nice," he murmured, his eyes on the flames. "It's like camping, but safer." He was right. It was nice. The quiet of the snow, the intimate circle of firelight, it wasn't threatening. It was lovely. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. As the fire died down to embers, my wife and daughter fell asleep on the couch. My son was dozing in my arms. I looked around our living room, at my sleeping family, at the soft, dancing shadows, at the serene white world outside the windows. The old, frantic need to make noise, to fight the quiet, was gone. In its place was a deep, weary acceptance. A thought, clear and calm, formed in my mind, and I couldn't tell if it was my own or not. This is enough. This is peace. You have earned your rest. It was so tempting to just stop, to accept the quiet not as an enemy, but as a reward for a battle hard fought. To let this soft, snow-muffled serenity be the new normal. I looked down at my son's peaceful face. I thought of the dog under the oak tree. I thought of the long, loud struggle. My eyelids grew heavy. The embers pulsed like a slow, red heartbeat. Then a memory surfaced, not of screaming or fear, but of a simple, loud moment. My son's 8th birthday party, just a few months ago, in this very room. A dozen kids, the shriek of unwrapping presents, the dog barking crazily at the balloons, my wife laughing so hard she snorted, the cacophony of pure, undiluted joy. That noise was life. That noise was love. It was messy and exhausting and perfect. The quiet, even this beautiful snowy quiet, was the absence of that. It was the space between the notes. Necessary, perhaps, but not the song. I took a deep, deliberate breath, and I broke the quiet. I didn't shout. I didn't turn on a radio. I began to hum. A silly, tuneless hum, the melody of the spaghetti truck song from the old cassette tape. It was a small, feeble noise against the vast quiet of the snowstorm. My son stirred in my arms, opened his eyes sleepily, and smiled. Then he joined in, his small, soft hum harmonizing with mine. A moment later, my wife, roused from her doze, began to hum too, her voice a lower, warmer note. My daughter, half asleep, mumbled the words. We sat there in the dark, firelit room, in the middle of a silent, snowbound world, and we made a tiny, collective noise. It wasn't a defense. It wasn't a weapon. It was a declaration. We were here. We were together. And we were not quiet. The moment passed. The humming faded. The snow continued to fall. The power would come back on in a few hours, bringing with it the familiar noises of modern life. But something had settled inside me. I understood now that the border wasn't a line on a map or a deal struck in the night. It was a daily choice. A choice to hum in the dark. To choose the messy, complicated, beautiful noise of life over the serene, empty promise of perfect quiet. The war would never be over because the temptation would always be there, in moments of grief, of tiredness, of peace. The quiet was patient, and it was clever. It could wear the mask of comfort, of solace, of rest. Our dog was gone. A piece of our noise was gone forever. But we were not. We had each other. We had our memories, loud and bright. And we had the choice, every single day, to fill the spaces left behind with something warmer than silence. I looked at my family, their faces glowing in the ember light, and I knew the answer to the question the quiet had asked me long ago. Why fight? Because this, right here, this fragile, humming, imperfect circle of light in the dark, was worth every second of the fight. The snow would melt. The sun would come out. The world would get loud again. And we would be ready not with fear, but with the simple, enduring noise of a family choosing, again and again, to be alive. The quiet was out there, and it would always be waiting. But for now, in this room, we were wonderfully, defiantly loud. Story number 3. The whole thing, the real trouble, kicked off with that stupid camera, a big plastic brick of a thing that my dad pulled out of a dusty box in the attic with a grin wider than I'd seen in months. We were packing for our annual trip to Pine Grove, just me, my little brother, my mom, and him, and he held it up like he'd found a treasure map. New rule this year, team, he announced, his voice full of that fake serious tone he uses when he's about to introduce something he thinks is brilliant. We're not just snapping photos. We're on a mission. We're going to capture the soul of the forest. My brother, who's 9 and still believes in most of what our dad says, gasped with genuine excitement. I rolled my eyes, being the cool 13-year-old, and my mom just smiled that tired, fond smile she gets. 10 shots, our dad continued, wagging a finger. That's all the film we've got. No deletions, no do-overs. You see something that feels like the heart of this place, you point, you click, and you commit. Make everyone count. He handed me the camera. It was heavier than I expected, with a cold metal flash and a lens you had to actually turn to focus. It felt ancient, like a relic from a time before phones, which I guess it was. My brother was already jumping up and down. What counts, he chattered. Our dad pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Glad you asked. Scavenger hunt list. Find a perfect ray of light cutting through the trees. Find a set of animal tracks that tell a story. Find the oldest, wisest looking tree you can. Find water doing something interesting. Soul stuff. The drive up was all normal, the same winding roads, the same stupid card games, the same argument over which playlist to blast. We pulled into our usual spot at the campground, the one right by the big creek, and the familiar smell of pine needles and damp earth hit me. It was a good smell, a safe smell. We set up the tent in our usual chaotic way, my mom directing traffic, my dad hammering stakes with more enthusiasm than skill, and my brother and I unfurling sleeping bags. The camera sat on the picnic table, this weird, off-white lump looking out of place in all that green. After dinner, with hot dogs blackened just right over the fire, our dad picked it up. "All right, who wants first go?" My brother's hand shot up so fast he almost toppled his chair. "Me. I know what to get. The big tree by the bathroom." He meant this gigantic oak that stood sentinel near the wash house, a monster of a tree we climbed every year. We all trooped over, the last of the sunset painting the sky orange and purple. My brother stood very seriously, his tongue poking out the corner of his mouth, and framed the shot. He pressed the button. The camera made a loud chunkwar sound, and a blank, grayish square slid out the front. He held it carefully, like it was a baby bird, and we all crowded around, watching as shapes began to swim up from the gray nothing. It was slow magic. The dark trunk appeared first, then the sprawling branches, then the intricate web of those huge, twisty roots. It was a good picture, really good. The fading light gave it drama. "That," declared our dad, clapping him on the shoulder, "is a contender. That tree has seen some things." We pinned it to a little clothesline we'd strung between two trees by our tent, a gallery for our finds. The next day was all about the hunt. We hiked along the creek, looking for our shots. My mom found her ray of light, a single, brilliant shaft cutting through a canopy of leaves to spotlight a patch of bright green ferns. It looked like a stage light from God. My dad spent an hour trying to get a good picture of a pile of scat he swore was from a bobcat, which was gross, but he said it told a story of the wild, so whatever. I was looking for my shot, something better than my brother's tree, something with real meaning. I wandered a bit off the main path, down near where the creek bubbled over some rocks. I saw a dragonfly, its wings like stained glass, perched on a reed. That could be it, I thought. A tiny, perfect piece of life. I lifted the camera, focused, and just as my finger touched the button, a cold feeling went down my back, like someone had dripped ice water on my spine. It wasn't a scary feeling, just a sudden, deep chill that made me shiver. I shrugged it off, blaming a passing cloud over the sun, and took the picture. The word sounded extra loud in the quiet. The picture that developed was okay, but the dragonfly was a blur. I'd moved at the last second. I stuffed it in my pocket, a little disappointed. That night, after mores and ghost stories that weren't scary at all, we reviewed our gallery by the light of the propane lantern. We had 7 pictures pinned up, fluttering in the gentle night breeze. My brother's tree, my mom's sunbeam, my dad's bobcat story, which just looked like a blurry lump. A cool picture of swirling creek water. A close-up of moss that looked like a tiny forest, my failed dragonfly, and a funny one my dad had taken of my brother making a cross-eyed, goofy face after he'd gotten chocolate everywhere. We were laughing about that last one when our dad leaned in closer to the first picture, the oak tree. "Hold on," he said, his voice losing its laugh. "Look at this." He pointed to the base of the tree, where the roots twisted together into a shadowy hollow. "What is that?" We all huddled around. In the flash's harsh light, deep in the tangle of roots, was a smooth, pale curve. It wasn't rough like bark. It looked rounded, organic. It flowed into the root, but a part of it, the top, looked unnaturally smooth. "It's just a weird root," my mom said, but she didn't sound sure. "Yeah, pareidolia," I said, proud to use the word I'd learned in science class. "You know, when you see faces in clouds or shapes in toast." "It looks like a shoulder," my brother whispered, and the way he said it, so quiet and certain, made the night feel a little colder. We all stared, and he was right. It did. It looked like the smooth curve of a person's shoulder, blending right into the tree. A long silence stretched out, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Then our dad forced a laugh. It was too loud. "Come on, you guys. It's a root. This old camera, the flash does weird things. It's just light and shadow." He took the picture off the line and turned it over, like the answer might be on the back. "See? Nothing. Just our imagination running wild. Too many ghost stories." We all nodded, eager to believe him. We were a logical family. We believed in science and explanations. We pinned the picture back up, but it didn't feel fun anymore. It felt like it was watching us. Just before we turned in, my dad, trying to lighten the mood, did something spontaneous. He called my brother over. "Hey champ, let's get one more. A real family photo." He pulled my mom and me in, wrapped his arm around us in front of the tent, and held the camera out at arm's length. We all squeezed together and smiled, a real, happy smile this time. The flash went off, blinding us for a second. The camera whirred and spit out the 10th and final picture. We were too tired to wait for it to develop fully. We'll look at it in the morning, my mom said, yawning. It's going to be great. She laid the still-developing photo face down on the picnic table. We zipped ourselves into the tent, the familiar sounds of the forest night all around us, crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves. I fell asleep quickly, the strange shoulder in the tree picture already fading into a dream. Sometime later, in the deep, black part of the night, a sound woke me. It was a mechanical sound, sharp and out of place. Chunkwar. I knew that sound. It was the Polaroid. My eyes snapped open. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, listening. Everyone else was breathing deeply. The sound had come from right outside. The camera was on the picnic table. We'd used all the film. There was nothing left to eject. My heart started thumping against my ribs. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe, knocking against the table. But raccoons don't make that specific sound. I must have dreamed it. Yeah, that was it. I was just spooked from earlier. I closed my eyes, forcing my breath to slow. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard it. Not a word this time. A soft, shuffling scrape, like something was moving slowly, carefully, through the dry pine needles around our tent. It circled once, then stopped. Right outside the fabric wall, right next to where my head lay on my pillow. I stopped breathing. I could feel a presence, a weight in the air. I wanted to wake my dad, but my voice was locked in my throat. I just stared into the darkness, listening. Then I heard a new sound. A faint, wet, clicking sound. It reminded me of someone gently popping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. It came from right there, just inches away through the thin nylon. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was a patient sound. A curious sound. It went on for a minute that felt like an hour. Then, the shuffling steps started again, moving away this time, fading into the woods until there was nothing left but the normal night noises. I didn't sleep another wink. When the first gray light of dawn filtered through the tent, I was the first one out. I went straight to the picnic table. The camera sat there, innocent as anything, but next to it, where my mom had left the final, undeveloped family photo face down, there was nothing. The picture was gone. I searched the ground all around the table. Nothing. Just as I was about to wake everyone, my foot knocked against something under the table. I bent down. There, in the dirt, was our family photo. It must have blown off in the night. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The image was fully developed now. There we were, all four of us, squished together, smiling goofily at the camera. The flash had made our eyes look red. But that wasn't what made my blood turn cold. In the picture, behind us, just over my dad's shoulder, the dark opening of our tent was visible. And inside that dark triangle of the tent doorway, the flash had illuminated something the night should have hidden. Two small, faint, white circles. They were spaced apart like eyes, reflecting the flash back from the deep blackness inside our empty tent. They were low to the ground, like whatever they belonged to was crouching, watching us from the dark, even as we smiled. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, where the chemicals sometimes smeared, was a mark. It wasn't a smear. It was too deliberate. A single wobbly line, like a child's drawing of a smile. I stood there in the cold morning air, that photo in my hand feeling like a block of ice, the smiling sun drawing in the border, and those two little white dots staring from our own tent. My brain scrambled for a logical explanation. A bug, maybe. A moth caught in the flash, its eyes reflecting. Yeah, that had to be it. But moths don't make smiley faces. My dad's voice behind me made me jump about a foot in the air. You're up early. Find the last picture? He sounded cheerful, normal. I didn't turn around. I just held the photo out. He took it, his smile fading as he looked. He was quiet for a long time. "Huh," he finally said, the word flat. Reflection. Probably from a piece of metal on a backpack or something. The smile is just a chemical flaw. This old film is unpredictable. He said it like he was convincing himself. My mom and brother came out of the tent then, yawning and stretching, and the normal morning routines took over. The clatter of the camp stove, the smell of instant oatmeal, the argument over who finished the last of the juice. But the mood was different. We were all watching the tree line without saying we were watching the tree line. The scavenger hunt was forgotten. The camera sat on the table like a bad guest nobody wanted to talk to. After breakfast, my dad, trying to salvage the trip, suggested a hike to Lookout Point. Get some sun, see the valley. No cameras, he said firmly. It was a relief. We walked the trail, a wide, easy path, and for a little while, things almost felt okay. The weirdness of the night and the photo began to feel silly in the bright daylight. We ate lunch on the big flat rocks at the lookout, the whole world spread out below us, beautiful and peaceful. On the way back, my brother, who'd been lagging behind, let out a shout. "Hey, look up!" High above, soaring in a wide, lazy circle, was a bald eagle. It was magnificent, its white head and tail gleaming against the perfect blue sky. Without even thinking, my dad swung the backpack off his shoulder. The camera was inside. He'd brought it after all. "Just one," he said, almost apologetically. "We have to get this. It's the soul of the forest, right there." He fumbled with the camera, but the film pack was empty. We'd used all 10 shots. We all knew it. My mom pointed this out, her voice tight. "We used them all last night. The family photo was the last one." My dad looked at the camera, confused. "That's impossible. I checked this morning. The counter said 0. He pressed the little button to open the film door, and we all crowded around. Inside, snug in its slot, was a fresh film pack, fully loaded. 10 new shots. "I don't understand," my mom whispered. My dad just stared. I must have packed a spare and forgot. But none of us remembered buying a spare. Polaroid film was expensive, a special purchase for this trip. My brother, oblivious to the adult's unease, begged, "Please, Dad, the eagle." The eagle was still there, a distant, majestic speck. My dad, moving like he was in a dream, slid the film pack in. The camera made its ready sound. He lifted it, tracked the bird, and took the shot. The loud were seen to swallow all the forest sounds for a second. The picture came out. We didn't wait to develop it. My dad shoved it into his jacket pocket, and we practically power walked the rest of the way back to camp, not talking. The second we got back, he pulled the photo out. We gathered at the picnic table. The eagle was stunning, caught in mid-flight, sharp and clear. "See," my dad said, a shaky relief in his voice. "It's fine. A perfect picture. Nothing weird at all." But my mom was squinting. "The lower corner," she said. "What's that?" In the bottom left of the picture, where the dense green of the pine trees framed the sky, was a shape. It was blurry, out of focus because the camera had been focused on the distant eagle. But it was a shape that didn't belong. It was tall and thin, a vertical smudge of darker green against the trees. And at the top of it, a slight bulge tilted. It wasn't a tree trunk. Trees don't stand that straight and alone in a thicket. And they don't have a tilt at the top that looked so much like a head cocked to the side. It was looking up. At the eagle. Or maybe at us, watching the eagle. "It's a stump," my dad said, but his voice had no force behind it. A weird, skinny stump. My brother, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, spoke in a small voice. "Why does it want to be in all the pictures?" That question hung in the air, worse than any answer. It wanted to be in the pictures. That felt true, in a way that stump or root did not. The camera was no longer a tool we were using. It was an invitation we had sent out, and something had RSVP'd. We spent the rest of the afternoon in a strained, quiet panic. My parents had hushed, intense conversations by the car while my brother and I listlessly tossed a frisbee. The decision was made. We would leave first thing in the morning. Cutting the trip short by 2 days felt like a defeat, but the alternative, staying, felt unthinkable. The happy family vacation was over. We made dinner early, just hot dogs again, and ate without tasting anything. The camera was placed on the dashboard of the locked car, as if putting it behind glass could contain whatever was happening. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant streaks of orange and red, my mom looked at the view and sighed. It was a genuine sigh of sadness, for the trip that was ruined, for the normal fun that was stolen. "It really is beautiful," she said. "The last sunset here." And then she did something that shocked all of us. She walked to the car, unlocked it, and took the camera from the dashboard. "What are you doing?" my dad asked, standing up. "One more," she said, her jaw set. "One more picture of just the sky, of just the beauty. For me. Not for a game. Not for a soul. For us to remember that this place was good before all this." She pointed the camera at the blazing horizon, away from the trees, away from the campsite, at the open, empty, colorful sky. She pressed the button. The photo ejected. She brought it back to the picnic table, and we watched it develop as the real sky faded. The colors were vivid, breathtaking. The clouds were lit up in fiery glory. And there, in the formation of the clouds, right in the center, the dying light and the cloud shapes combined to create a pattern. It was unmistakable, a wide, stretched curve like a smile. And above it, 2 darker patches in the cloud bank that held no light, like empty eyes. The sunset was smiling down at our campsite. My mom made a small, choked sound and dropped the photo. It fluttered to the table, that smiling sky face staring up at us. My dad grabbed the camera from her. He was angry now, a hot, scared anger. "That's it. No more. This thing is broken. It's messing with the film. It's defective." He stormed over to the big metal part garbage can by the bathrooms, raised the camera high, and for a second I thought he was going to smash it. But he stopped. He just stood there, trembling. He couldn't do it. Instead, he opened the film compartment, ripped out the partly used film pack, and threw it into the trash. He slammed the empty camera down on the picnic table. There. No film. No more pictures. Game over. The finality of it should have been a relief. But it wasn't. The thing in the pictures didn't need film to be here now. We all felt it. We went to bed early, just to be in the tent, to be together behind a zippered door. We didn't play cards. We didn't tell stories. We just lay in our sleeping bags in the dark, listening. The forest at night is never completely quiet, but you get to know its sounds. The creek's constant chatter, the wind in the tops of the pines, the little skittering of night creatures. You learn what is normal. So when a new sound starts, you hear it clear as a shout. It started about an hour after we'd zipped up. A scrape, a slow, deliberate drag, like a branch being pulled across the ground. It made a circle around our tent. My dad called out, "Hello." His voice was shaky. The scraping stopped. We all held our breath. Then from right outside, so close the fabric must have been vibrating, we heard it. A tap, not a knock. A single light tap, like one long fingernail touching the nylon. Then another, a few inches away. Tap, tap, tap. It was exploring, mapping the shape of our shelter. My mom had her hand over her own mouth. My brother was crying silently, shaking. I felt frozen. The tapping made its way to the tent door, the flap of nylon that was our only way in or out. The zipper pull, a little piece of metal jiggled. Up a quarter of an inch. Down. Up. It was playing with the zipper. Then a new sound. A low, wet exhale right against the fabric. Not a sigh. Not an animal sound. It was the sound of someone breathing out a mouthful of water. A gurgling, damp exhalation that left a patch of darkness on the green nylon from condensation. The zipper pull jiggled more insistently. The pull started to move, slowly downward. It was unzipping the door from the outside. My dad lunged forward in his sleeping bag. "Hey," he roared, his voice huge and brave in the small space. He slapped his hand against the door from the inside. "You get away from here." Everything stopped. The zipper pull froze. The damp patch on the nylon began to fade. We didn't move, didn't breathe, for a long, long time. We heard one final, receding scrape, and then the normal night sound slowly trickled back in. None of us slept. We sat huddled together until the first gray light. As soon as it was bright enough to see, my dad unzipped the door. He looked out, then stepped outside. We followed. The campsite was empty, peaceful. The picnic table, the fire ring, the car. And on the ground, right in front of the tent door, were three objects placed neatly in a row. A small white pebble, a twisted piece of pine root that looked like a bony finger, and the film pack my dad had thrown in the trash last night, now clean, undamaged, and waiting for us. We stared at the three things on the ground in front of our tent. The pebble, the gnarled root, the film pack. They were arranged so neatly, so purposely, that it felt like a sentence we couldn't read. My dad's face was pale. Without a word, he kicked the little lineup apart, sending the pebble skittering under the picnic table. He snatched up the film pack and hurled it deep into the woods. It made no sound when it landed. "Everyone pack up. Now. We're leaving in 10 minutes, he said, his voice a low, strained command that brooked no argument. There was no discussion. The vacation was a corpse, and we were fleeing the burial ground. We moved in a frantic, wordless scramble. It wasn't the usual leisurely takedown of camp. It was a salvage operation. Sleeping bags were rolled sloppily and shoved into sacks. The tent came down in a series of violent yanks, poles clattering together. My mom shoved our cooking gear into a box, not even wiping off the dried oatmeal. My brother and I just grabbed armfuls of whatever we saw and ran it to the car, tossing it into the open trunk. The normal sounds of packing, chatter, directions, the thump of a mallet, were replaced by harsh breathing, the crunch of frantic footsteps, and the slam of car doors. In under 15 minutes, our campsite was a bare patch of dirt with a fire ring. The only thing left was the picnic table and the big metal garbage can. And the camera. It still sat where my dad had left it after ripping out the film. A lonely, plastic artifact on the weathered wood. We were all piling into the car, my dad already starting the engine, when my mom froze with her hand on the passenger door. "The pictures," she said. "We can't leave the pictures." The clothesline was gone, already packed. But the photos from the first day, the ones we'd pinned up, were in a neat stack on the front seat. My brother had gathered them. All but one. The final family photo, the one with the reflected dots and the drawn smile, was still tucked in my dad's jacket pocket from last night. "We have them," my dad said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Let's go." "No," my mom insisted, her voice cracking. "The camera. We can't leave it here. What if someone else finds it?" The thought was a new kind of horror. Passing this curse to another family, some unsuspecting group of campers who'd think it was a fun find. My dad killed the engine. The sudden lack of sound was jarring. He got out, walked slowly to the picnic table, and picked up the camera. He looked at it with pure hatred, then turned and walked not to the car, but to the garbage can by the bathrooms. He lifted the heavy steel lid and tossed the camera inside. It landed with a plastic thud. He slammed the lid shut. The bang echoed through the empty campground. "There," he said, coming back to the car. "Let the park service deal with it." He got in, put the car in reverse, and we backed out of our spot. As we turned onto the main campground road, gravel crunching under our tires, I twisted in my seat to look back. Our empty site looked innocent, just a patch of dirt waiting for the next happy family. Then my eyes went to the big green garbage can. The lid was off. It lay on the ground beside it, and the can was empty. No camera. My dad saw it in the rearview mirror at the same time I did. He jammed his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, spitting gravel, and we fishtailed onto the paved park road that would take us down the mountain, back to the highway, back to normal life. For the next 20 minutes, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the tires on the pavement. We were all wrapped in our own private storms of fear and relief. We were getting away, putting miles between us and that place. The tightness in my chest began to ease, just a little. My brother even pointed out a deer in a meadow, a normal, beautiful thing. Then my mom, trying to be practical, trying to anchor us in reality, started going through the bag at her feet. "We should organize these photos," she said, her voice still thin. "Put them in an envelope or something." She pulled out the stack, the oak tree, the sunbeam, the eagle, the smiling sunset. She flipped through them, her face a mask of tension. Then she stopped. Her fingers trembled. "There's one more," she whispered. "What?" my dad asked, his eyes flicking from the road to her and back. "I only pinned up 7. We took 10. The dragonfly blur, the goofy face, and the family photo make 10. But there are 11 here." She held up the stack. There was an extra photo at the back, one we hadn't taken, one that hadn't been on our clothesline. It was a Polaroid, fully developed. My dad pulled the car over onto the narrow shoulder, the tires bumping onto the dirt. He took the photo from her. We all leaned in. It was a picture of the inside of our tent, taken last night. It was shot from near the door, looking in. The angle was high, like from the ceiling. The lantern was off, but a weird, sourceless gray light illuminated everything. There we were, in our sleeping bags. My dad was on his back, my mom curled on her side. I was facing the wall of the tent. And my brother was facing the camera. His eyes were wide, impossibly wide, the whites showing all around. His mouth was a little open. He wasn't asleep. He was staring directly at the lens with a look of pure, paralyzed terror. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, in scratchy, familiar handwriting that made my stomach drop into my shoes, were 2 words. "Found you." It was my brother's handwriting, the way he makes his Y with a big loop. "No," my brother whimpered from the back seat, seeing his own face. "No, I was asleep. I didn't wake up. I didn't write that. I didn't." He was crying now, real, shaking sobs of confusion and fear. My dad turned the photo over. On the back, etched into the glossy surface as if with a sharp stick, was another message. The letters were shallow, but clear, "Don't go. The game isn't over." A cold wave washed through the car. It wasn't just in the woods. It was here, with us, in this vehicle speeding away. It had been in our tent, right there, taking a picture of us. And it had used my brother's hand to write a message. My dad threw the car into drive and peeled out, the tires screaming for a second before catching the pavement. He drove faster now, too fast for the winding mountain road. We were all clutching our seats, bouncing with every curve. The photos lay in my mom's lap like a toxic spill. Nobody looked at them. We just watched the trees blur past, willing the highway to appear. Finally, after what felt like hours, the road straightened and we saw the green sign. Highway 89, 1 mile. We were almost out. A collective, shaky breath seemed to go through all of us. We merged onto the wide, smooth highway, joining the sparse morning traffic. The normalcy of other cars, of yellow lines, of speed limit signs, was like a balm. My dad's grip on the wheel loosened a fraction. My mom leaned her head against the window and closed her eyes. My brother had cried himself into an exhausted, hiccuping sleep. I watched the mountain recede in the side mirror, getting smaller and smaller, a blue bump on the horizon. We'd done it. We'd escaped. The rest of the drive was a quiet, numb haze. We stopped for gas and cheap burgers at a roadside place, but we barely ate. We just wanted the miles. The suburbs appeared, first as scattered houses, then as strip malls, then as the familiar grid of our own town. Turning onto our street felt surreal. The tidy lawns, the parked bikes, the flower pots on porches. It was a different world. Our house looked exactly the same as we'd left it. Safe. Boring. Perfect. My dad pulled into the driveway and just sat for a minute, the engine ticking as it cooled. "Okay," he said finally. "We're home. We locked the doors. We act normal. We'll figure this out." We unpacked the car in a daze, carrying our dirty, pine-scented bags into the clean, still house. It smelled of lemon cleaner in our own home, a smell I'd never appreciated so much. My parents went straight to checking every window lock, every door. My brother, exhausted, went up to his room and closed the door. I helped put things away, the normal chore of weird comfort. Later, as evening fell, my dad built a fire in our fireplace. It was a cool night for summer, and he said he wanted to chase the chill out of the house. But I knew what he was really after. He gathered all the Polaroids from the trip. The oak tree with the shoulder, the eagle with the watcher, the smiling sunset, the terrible tent photo. He didn't look at them. He just held the stack in his hand, staring at the flames. My mom watched him, her arms crossed tight over her chest. She didn't stop him. He leaned forward and tossed the whole stack into the fire. The plastic-coated photos blackened, curled, and melted. The images warped and vanished. The shoulder, the watcher, my brother's terrified face, all eaten by the orange flames. For a second, I felt a sharp relief. The evidence was gone. The physical things were destroyed. We could try to forget. Then, as the last photo bubbled away, the flames did something strange. They didn't just burn orange and yellow. In the heart of where the pictures had been, the fire flared up in a sudden, sickly, greenish-white pulse. It was brief, less than a second, but we all saw it. And from the fireplace, riding on the heat and smoke, came a sound. It wasn't the crackle of wood. It was a dry, papery, rustling sound, like 1,000 fallen leaves being stirred by a wind that wasn't there. The sound coiled out of the fireplace and into our living room, and then it was gone. The fire returned to normal colors. The logs crackled. My dad and mom looked at each other, and in their eyes, I saw the understanding that we hadn't ended anything at all. We had just sent it up the chimney, and into our home. I went to bed that night in my own room, with my own posters on the wall, and my own desk piled with normal junk. I should have felt safe, but as I lay there in the dark, I kept thinking about the rustling sound. It hadn't sounded like it was going away. It had sounded like it was settling. I must have drifted off, because a noise woke me up. It was a faint, rhythmic clicking from downstairs. Not the house settling. It was the same wet, clicking pop I'd heard outside our tent. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was coming from the living room, from the direction of the fireplace. I pulled my blanket over my head, my heart hammering, and told myself it was just the old fridge or a branch against the window. But I knew it wasn't. The game wasn't over. It had just changed venues, and now it was in the one place we were supposed to be safest. It was in our house. The clicking from downstairs went on for what felt like an hour, a slow, patient metronome of sound that seeped through my blanket. I didn't move. I just lay there, sweating, listening to my own heartbeat thump in my ears, until the sound finally stopped. Not with a finish, but with a trailing off, as if whatever was making it had gotten bored or had finished what it came to do. The rest of the night was a blank stretch of tense waiting. I must have fallen asleep near dawn, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filling my room. I got up, my body stiff, and crept to my door. I could hear normal sounds from the kitchen, the clank of a coffee pot, the soft murmur of my parents' voices. They sounded tired, but normal. Maybe I'd dreamed the clicking. Maybe burning the pictures had worked after all. I went downstairs. My mom was at the table, staring into her mug. My dad was standing by the back door, looking out at our yard. My brother was still asleep. "Morning," my mom said, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Sleep okay?" I just shrugged and got a bowl for cereal. The kitchen felt too bright, too quiet. We were all tiptoeing around the huge, awful thing that had followed us home, pretending it wasn't sitting at the table with us. My dad finally turned from the window. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low. "But not until he's up." He met my brother. We ate in a weird, polite quiet. When my brother finally stumbled downstairs, rubbing his eyes, my dad sat us all down in the living room. The fireplace where he'd burned the photos was just a black hole. "Listen," my dad began, choosing his words carefully. "What happened up there was a combination of things. Bad luck, a trick of the light, our imaginations running wild because we were isolated. We got spooked. It happens." He was trying so hard to believe it. "The camera is gone. The pictures are gone. We are home. We are safe. So today we act like a normal family. We mow the lawn. We go to the store. We watch a movie. We reclaim our space." "Okay." We all nodded, desperate for the plan to be true. My brother and I were tasked with cleaning out the car, a gross job of vacuuming up chip crumbs and pine needles. As I was pulling out the old floor mats, my foot hit something solid under the passenger seat. I reached down, and my fingers closed around a familiar hard plastic shape. My breath caught. I pulled it out. It was the Polaroid camera. It was dusty, a little scratched, but it was ours. The one my dad had thrown in the campground garbage can. The empty can with the lid off. It had been in the car with us the whole drive home. I stood there, holding it, feeling like I'd grabbed a live snake. My brother saw it and let out a little yelp. I shoved it behind my back as my dad came around the car with a trash bag. "What's wrong?" he asked. I had no choice. I brought the camera out. His face went slack. He took it from me, his hands trembling. He didn't yell. He just looked defeated. "How?" he whispered. He opened the film compartment. It was empty. Of course it was. He'd ripped the film out at the campsite. "We destroy it," my mom said from the doorway. "For real this time. We take a hammer to it." My dad nodded, but he was staring at the camera with a new, hollow look. "Not yet," he said, surprising all of us. "First, we need to know." "Know what?" my mom asked, her voice rising. "If it's really here," he said, looking at our house. "We have proof it followed us in the car. But is it in the house? We burned the pictures. Maybe that broke the connection." He was talking about it like it was a radio signal. He held up the camera. "One picture. We take one picture inside the house, right now. If it's clear, if it's normal, then we smash this thing to pieces and we celebrate. We get our lives back." It was a terrible idea. Every cell in my body screamed it was a terrible idea. But I understood his logic. We needed to see a clean, boring photo of our living room to prove we were free. The fear of not knowing was worse than the risk. My mom reluctantly agreed. We went inside. My dad put the camera on the coffee table. He didn't point it at anything in particular. He just set the self-timer, a little red light that would blink for 10 seconds before taking the picture, and stepped back to stand with us by the fireplace. We waited. The red light blinked. 1, 2, 3. It was the longest 10 seconds of my life. On the 10th blink, the flash fired, a shocking white burst in the daytime room. The camera whirred and ejected a photo. It landed face down on the table. We all stared at it. None of us moved to pick it up. The photo developed there, unseen. Finally, my dad walked over, took a deep breath, and flipped it over. He looked. His face didn't change. He just handed it to my mom. She let out a choked gasp. I crowded in to see. It was a picture of our living room, from the perspective of the coffee table. The fireplace was in the background. We were all there, grouped together, looking tense but normal. A boring family photo. Except in the picture, the hallway that led to the bedrooms was behind us. And in the hallway, just beyond the edge of the living room light, stood a tall, dark shape. It was just a silhouette, a man-shaped shadow, but it was inside our house. It was standing in our hallway, watching us take the picture. The photo wasn't proof we were safe. It was proof we had let it inside. My dad snatched the photo and the camera. He ran to the garage, my mom and I right behind him. He laid the camera on his workbench, picked up a heavy hammer, and without a moment's hesitation, brought it down with all his strength. There was a violent crunch of plastic, a spark, the shattering of glass. He hit it again and again, reducing it to a pile of broken pieces, tangled wires, and ruined gears. He scooped the mangled remains into a grocery bag, walked out to our big outdoor trash bin, and threw it in, slamming the lid. He came back in, breathing hard. "It's done," he said. "It's garbage." We spent the rest of the day trying to pretend that was that. We went to the store. We bought pizza for dinner. We tried to watch a comedy, but nobody laughed. Every creak of the house made us jump. Every time my brother went to the bathroom alone, my mom would call out, "You okay in there?" Night came, the worst part. We all went to bed, but I knew nobody was sleeping. I lay in bed, my door open a crack, listening. The house was still. Too still. Then around midnight, I heard a new sound. A faint, electronic beep. Then another. It was coming from downstairs. It was the sound of a digital alarm being set. Then I heard the soft, mechanical slide of a lens extending. My blood went cold. I got out of bed and crept to the top of the stairs. My parents' door opened, and my dad came out, a baseball bat in his hand. He saw me and put a finger to his lips. Together, we peered down into the dark living room. On the coffee table, glowing with a faint green power light, was a digital camera. Our nice, modern digital camera that we used for birthdays and holidays. It was on. Its lens was pointed straight at the front door. We hadn't gotten it out. We hadn't touched it since before our trip. My dad went down, step by careful step. I followed. He reached the coffee table and looked at the camera's display screen. On the small LCD, we could see the live view. It showed the front door, the welcome mat, the dark wood. Everything was still. Then, in the corner of the screen, a shadow moved. It wasn't outside. It was inside, just at the edge of the frame. A tall, thin shadow detached itself from the darker shadow of the hallway and moved slowly across the back of the living room, behind the couch, out of sight. It was in the room with us. My dad grabbed the camera and turned it, pointing it around the room, using the screen like a hunter's scope. He panned past the couch, the bookshelf, the fireplace. The screen showed nothing but our normal furniture. Then he pointed it toward the kitchen doorway. On the screen, in the black rectangle of the doorway, two small, faint pinpricks of light reflected back, like eyes catching a tiny bit of light from somewhere. They were low to the ground, near the base of the refrigerator. They didn't move. My dad slowly lowered the camera from his face and looked directly at the kitchen doorway. It was just a dark opening. He lifted the camera and looked through the viewfinder again. The two pinpricks were gone. The kitchen doorway was just dark. He handed the camera to me, his face ashen. "Do you see anything?" I lifted the camera, my hands shaking so badly the image wobbled. I pointed it at the kitchen. Nothing. I panned across the living room. Nothing. I pointed it at my dad. On the screen, his terrified face looked back at me. And standing directly behind him, close enough to touch his shoulder, was a tall, blurry shape. It wasn't fully there, like a smudge on the lens, but it had a head, shoulders. It was leaning forward, as if looking over his shoulder at the camera's screen. I screamed and dropped the camera. It hit the carpet with a thud. My dad spun around, swinging the bat through empty air. There was nothing behind him. He flicked on every light in the living room. The room was bright, cheery, empty. The digital camera lay on the floor, its lens retracted, its power light off. It looked dead. My mom and brother were at the top of the stairs, clutching each other. "What happened?" My mom called down, her voice thin with fear. My dad just shook his head, unable to speak. I picked up the digital camera. It was cool, inert. I pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery was completely drained. We spent the rest of the night in the living room with every light blazing, not talking, just waiting for the sun. When morning came, it brought no relief, only the grim understanding that destroying the Polaroid had done nothing. It didn't need that specific camera. It understood the idea of pictures now. It was learning. My dad, looking older than I'd ever seen him, made an announcement at breakfast. "We're not staying here tonight. We're going to a hotel. Then maybe we visit your grandparents for a while. A long while." Packing a bag felt surreal. We were refugees from our own home. As my mom was getting her things from her dresser, she let out a small, confused sound. "What is this?" she said. She was holding a single, perfectly pressed, bright red maple leaf. It was vivid, like a drop of blood against the white wood of her dresser. It hadn't been there yesterday. My dad took it. Maple trees didn't grow in our yard. The nearest big maple was 2 streets over. This leaf was fresh, supple, not dry and crumbly. It smelled like the forest, like our campsite. He threw it in the kitchen trash, but the message was clear. It could leave things for us. It could move things. It was making itself at home. We loaded the car, a single suitcase each, just the essentials. It felt like we were abandoning ship. My dad did a final walkthrough, checking windows. He came out of the house, locked the front door, and turned to look at it. His face was a mix of sorrow and fear. He opened the driver's door and got in. We all buckled up. The car was quiet. As he backed out of the driveway, I looked up at my bedroom window. The curtains were open. My room was dark inside from the bright daylight outside. And for just a second, I saw a shape blot out part of the darkness. A tall, thin shape, standing in my window, watching us leave. It wasn't waving goodbye. It was just watching. As we drove down the street, toward the hotel, toward temporary safety, a single thought echoed in my head, cold and certain. Houses have lots of windows. And it was in all of them now. The hotel room was a bland, beige box with 2 double beds and a smell of fake flowers. It should have felt safe, anonymous, a place where nothing could find us. But as we piled our suitcases in the corner, the feeling wasn't relief. It was a temporary pause. We were hiding. My dad double-locked the door and put the chain on. My mom immediately checked the bathroom and peered behind the curtains. My brother flopped onto a bed and turned on the TV, blaring cartoons to fill up the empty space in his head. I sat at the little desk, my laptop in front of me. A thought had been gnawing at me since we left the house. The Polaroids were gone, burned. The digital camera was dead. But we had taken other pictures. On our phones. The whole first day of the trip, before the Polaroid came out, we'd snapped photos. The scenic drive, the first view of the campsite, my brother making a funny face by the sign. Normal stuff. What if the picture man as my brother had called it in his drawing, wasn't just in the Polaroids? What if it was in the light itself, in any image we took of that place? Dad, I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sterile room. The phones. We should check the photos on our phones. He looked at me, confused for a second, then his eyes widened with dawning horror. He fumbled his phone out of his pocket. My mom did the same. We gathered on one bed, my brother turning down the TV. We started scrolling. At first, it was all normal. The scenic drive, just trees and sky. The campsite, empty and sunny. A goofy selfie of my parents by the car. Then we got to the pictures from our first hike, before the scavenger hunt began. There was a picture my mom had taken of a pretty butterfly on a flower. The butterfly was in sharp focus. The background, a tangle of green leaves and shadow, was blurry. But in that blur, if you looked at a certain spot and let your eyes go soft, there was a vertical line that was too straight. A dark streak that could have been a tree trunk, except it ended in a slight, rounded bulge at the top. It was in the exact same position, relative to the butterfly, as the watcher had been to the eagle in the Polaroid. It was fainter, like a ghost behind the real image, but it was there. No, my mom whispered, zooming in. The pixels blurred, but the shape held. It's in the JPEG. It's in the data. My dad went to his own photos. He had a picture of the creek, the water swirling around a rock. In the shallows, in the reflection of the trees on the opposite bank, the reflection was wrong. One of the reflected trees had too few branches, and its reflection in the water looked like it had long, thin arms reaching down. My hands were cold. I opened my own phone's gallery. I had a few dumb videos my brother had taken of me trying to skip stones. I played one. It was just 10 seconds of me throwing a rock and it plunking. My brother's laugh behind the camera. Normal. But as the video ended and looped back to the start, I watched the background instead of me. Behind me, about 20 feet back in the woods, between 2 pine trees, there was a patch of shadow that didn't move with the breeze like the other shadows. It stayed still. And in the last frame, as my brother panned the camera, that patch of shadow was gone. The digital evidence was everywhere, and it was worse than the Polaroids. You could delete a Polaroid. You could burn it. Digital files lived in clouds, in backups, on shared albums. They were forever. My dad had a terrifying thought. The social media post, he said, his voice hollow. Before we left on the trip, he'd posted a picture online. It was a shot of the Polaroid camera sitting on our kitchen table with the caption, "Going old school for this year's camping trip. No filters, just film. Wish us luck." It was a cheery, normal post. Dozens of friends had liked it. He opened the app now, his fingers clumsy. He found the post. The picture was innocent. But the comments, we scrolled down. Most were things like "have fun" or "cool camera." Then, near the bottom, was a comment from an account we didn't recognize. The username was just a jumble of letters and numbers. The profile picture was blank. The comment was posted 2 days ago, right around the time we were seeing the watcher in the eagle photo. It read, "The roots are deep. The branches reach far. Under that, someone we knew, a friend of my mom's, had replied, "Poetic. Is that a song lyric?" The blank account had replied to her, "It's a fact." My mom made a small, choke sound. "It's talking to people. It's using the internet." My dad immediately deleted the entire post, but the action felt pointless, like closing the barn door after the horse was in the next county. The thing had touched our digital life. It could be anywhere now. That night in the hotel, we ordered pizza, but nobody ate much. The beige walls felt like they were closing in. My dad laid down new rules. No more pictures. Of anything. We were to turn off location services on our phones. We would not post anything online, not even a weather complaint. We would become ghosts. It was a quarantine for the digital age. My brother, overwhelmed, fell asleep early with the TV still on. My parents spoke in low, urgent tones by the window. I was plugged into my laptop, headphones on, but I wasn't listening to music. I was going through every single photo and video from the last 6 months, looking for anomalies. A family picnic in the backyard last month. Was that just a trick of the light behind the grill? A photo from Christmas. Was that shadow in the hallway behind Grandma just a coat on a hook? Once you started looking, every shadow became a suspect. I was zoomed in on a picture from my birthday, my face covered in cake, when my email dinged. A new message. The sender was that same jumble of letters and numbers from the social media comment. The subject line was blank. The body of the email contained a single image file. My heart froze. I didn't want to open it, but I had to. I clicked. It was a picture. A digital picture, but it had the washed-out, faded color of old Polaroid. It was a picture of our hotel room, taken from the corner near the bathroom door. It showed my parents by the window, my brother sleeping on the bed, me at the desk with my laptop. It was taken within the last hour. The timestamp in the bottom corner of the image, digitally imposed, read the current date and time. It was a live update. The email had no other text. I slowly turned my head to look at the bathroom door. It was closed. I hadn't heard it open. I hadn't heard a shutter click, but a picture had been taken and sent to me. I didn't scream. I just said, "Dad." He heard the tone in my voice and was across the room in 2 strides. I showed him the screen. The color drained from his face. He looked from the laptop screen to the bathroom door, then marched over and yanked it open. The bathroom was empty, clean, bright. The shower curtain was pulled back. Nobody was there. He looked up at the ceiling, at the smoke detector. No camera. He came back, looked at the email. "It's spoofing," he said, his tech voice taking over, a desperate attempt to explain. "It's hacked the email. It's using an old image. But the image wasn't old. My brother was in the exact position he was in now. The pizza box on the table was open at the same angle. It was current. My mom started crying quiet, helpless tears. My dad closed my laptop with a snap. "We're leaving. Now. We're not staying here." "Where?" my mom asked, wiping her eyes. "Where can we go?" "Anywhere but here. We'll drive. Just drive." We woke my brother and packed in a frantic hurry, barely taking 2 minutes to throw everything back in our bags. We fled the hotel like thieves, not checking out, just leaving the key cards on the table. The night air outside was cool. The parking lot lights were bright. We loaded the car again. As my dad started the engine, he looked at our house, dark and distant across town. "We can't go back there," he said. It was an admission of defeat. Our home was occupied territory. "We'll drive to your sister's," he said to my mom. "It's 4 hours away. We'll be there by morning." We merged onto the highway, a river of red taillights stretching into the dark. The drone of the engine was almost soothing. The digital world felt far away out here, just us and the road. My brother slept again. My mom stared out the window. My dad drove with a fixed, determined look. I kept checking my phone, but I had no service, which felt like a blessing. About an hour into the drive, my mom, trying to find a tissue in the glove box, let out a small, puzzled sound. "What is this doing here?" she asked. She pulled out our old digital camera, the one that had died in the living room. It was here, in the car we'd packed in a panic at the hotel. Nobody had put it in the glove box. My dad took it from her, his jaw tight. He pressed the power button. The green light glowed. The lens extended. The battery was full. He turned it on and, without thinking, pointed it at the road ahead and took a random picture. The flash didn't go off. It was too bright outside from the highway lights. The camera made its fake shutter sound. He lowered it and looked at the screen on the back to review the shot. It was a picture of the highway, the yellow lines, the back of a truck. Normal. Then his eyes caught something. In the reflection on our windshield, in the center where the rearview mirror was, the flash of the camera had caught a reflection. It wasn't reflecting the inside of our car. It was reflecting a different image, superimposed over the road. The image was of a man's face, but not a human face. It was textured like bark, with deep grooves and knots. 2 dark holes for eyes, and a wide, stretched grin, too many teeth. It was sitting in the back seat. The reflection showed it sitting right between my brother and me. My dad slammed on the brakes. We swerved, tires screeching, and lurched to a stop on the narrow shoulder. He whirled around in his seat. The back seat was empty. My brother was asleep against the window. I was in the middle, next to a pile of blankets. There was nothing between us. But on the seat, right in the spot where the reflection had been, lay a single long brown pine needle. It hadn't been there before. It was fresh. My dad grabbed the digital camera and threw it out the window into the ditch. He didn't say a word. He just put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, driving faster now. The rest of the drive was a blur of fear and exhaustion. We arrived at my aunt's house as the sun was coming up, a pale pink in the sky. She was confused but happy to see us, asking about our sudden visit. We made up a story about a plumbing disaster at our house. She believed us because why wouldn't she? We were family. She made us breakfast and gave us her kids' old rooms to sleep in. It was a normal house, full of kids' toys and the smell of coffee and bacon. For a few hours in the bright daylight, surrounded by the sounds of my cousins playing, it almost felt like we'd outrun it. That afternoon, while my parents talked quietly with my aunt in the kitchen, I went to use the bathroom upstairs. The house was old, with lots of family photos in the hallway, graduations, weddings, babies. I was washing my hands when I glanced at the mirror, and behind me, reflected in the glass, one of the framed photos on the wall seemed wrong. It was a picture of my aunt's family at the beach last summer. They were all smiling, but in the background, in the rolling dunes, there was a tall, dark stick figure that didn't belong. It was faint like a water stain on the photo paper, but it was there. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I turned and looked directly at the photo. The figure was gone, just sand and grass. I looked back in the mirror. There it was again, a smudge in the reflection. It wasn't in the photo. It was in the reflection of the photo. It was in the light bouncing off the glass. It was learning to live in the in-between spaces, in the copies of copies. I didn't tell anyone. What was there to say? We had brought it with us, not in our suitcases, but in our eyes, in the light that had touched us in those woods. It was in the signal now, and we were the receivers. That night, as I tried to sleep in my cousin's bunk bed, I heard a familiar sound from downstairs. Not a click, not a whir. It was the sound of a home printer, humming to life and then spitting out a page. Then another, and another. It was a steady mechanical rhythm, printing out a message we hadn't sent, a picture we hadn't taken, in a house that was supposed to be a sanctuary. The branches truly did reach far, and they had found us here too. The sound of the printer downstairs was a soft, persistent purr followed by the crisp shove of paper being fed out. It was 2 a.m. I lay frozen in the bunk bed, listening. It wasn't printing one page. It went on, a mechanical waterfall of paper. After what felt like forever, it stopped. The house was still again, but it was a different kind of still, a waiting stillness. I heard my parents' door open downstairs, then the soft pad of their footsteps. I crept out of bed and went to the top of the stairs. My dad was standing in the doorway of my aunt's home office, the light from the room casting a yellow rectangle onto the dark hallway floor. My mom was beside him, her hand over her mouth. The floor around the printer was carpeted in white paper. Dozens of sheets, maybe 100. My dad bent and picked one up. Even from the stairs, I could see it. Each page was a black and white printout of the same image, the front of our house, our own front door, our welcome mat, the potted plant my mom had forgotten to bring in. It was taken at night, from the perspective of someone standing on our walkway. The image was grainy, like it had been taken from a security camera or a very old webcam. But we didn't have a security camera. My dad picked up another sheet, same picture, and another. Every single page was identical. A relentless, copied warning. He gathered them all in a trembling stack, carried them to the kitchen, and shoved them deep into the trash under coffee grounds and eggshells. He didn't say a word. When my aunt came down for breakfast a few hours later, she was puzzled. "The printer was on," she said, clicking it off. "And it's out of paper. That's weird." We just nodded, pushing our cereal around in our bowls. We were trapped. We couldn't tell her the truth. She'd think we were crazy. We couldn't go home. We couldn't stay here and put her family in danger. We were adrift. That afternoon, my dad took me aside. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "We have to understand it," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We've been running, and it's everywhere we go. We need to know what it wants. The only clue we have is the pictures. It communicates through pictures. So maybe we have to communicate back." It was a terrifying idea. Engaging with it. "How?" I asked. "We don't have the Polaroid anymore." "We have this," he said, holding up his smartphone. "It takes pictures. It's connected to everything. It's what it's using. So we use it too. We take a picture of it, on purpose. We get it in a frame, in focus, and we see what happens." He sounded like a scientist planning a dangerous experiment. My mom was fiercely against it. "You're giving it what it wants. It wants to be seen. It wants to be in our pictures." "Maybe," my dad argued. "But maybe if we see it clearly, we can understand it. We can find a weakness. Right now it's a shadow. I'm tired of being scared of a shadow." The decision was made. We wouldn't do it at my aunt's house. We would go somewhere neutral, public, but isolated. We decided on a state park about 30 minutes away, a place with picnic areas and hiking trails, but not our woods. Never our woods again. We told my aunt we were going for a drive to get some air. She looked relieved. The tension in her house must have been obvious. The park was mostly empty on a weekday afternoon. We found a picnic table in a wide, grassy field, far from the tree line. The sun was bright. It felt exposed, safe. My dad put his phone on the table. He set it to camera mode. He didn't point it at anything. "Okay," he said, breathing out slowly. "We're here. We're taking a picture. A picture of you. Show yourself." Nothing happened. The wind blew grass. A bird chirped. My brother clutched my mom's hand. "It's not working," my mom said, a hint of hope in her voice. Then my dad's phone made a sound. A shutter click. He hadn't touched it. He looked at the screen. A new picture appeared in the gallery. He opened it. We all crowded around. It was a picture taken from the ground, looking up at us from under the picnic table. We were looking around, confused, anxious. The angle was impossible. The phone had been on the tabletop. My dad snatched the phone and looked under the table. Nothing but grass and the concrete support. He looked back at the picture, and in the picture, in the shadow cast by the tabletop across our faces, the shadows were wrong. My shadow had an extra limb, a long, thin arm that wasn't mine, resting on my shoulder. In the photo, it was there. In real life, under the bright sun, it was not. "It's here," my dad whispered. He turned in a slow circle, holding up the phone like a divining rod, using the screen as a viewfinder. He panned across the field, the trees in the distance, the empty parking lot. The screen showed normal summer scenery. Then he pointed it at a cluster of large rocks at the edge of the field. On the screen, sitting on the largest rock, was a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to blend into the rock. His face was turned away, looking towards the woods. He was perfectly clear. My dad lowered the phone and looked with his own eyes. The rock was empty. He raised the phone. The man was still there on the screen. "It's only in the picture," I said, understanding dawning with a new kind of dread. "It exists in the images. That's its place." My dad, his hand shaking, used his fingers to zoom in on the figure on the screen. As the image enlarged, the details became clearer. The clothes weren't cloth. They were textured like moss and bark. The hair was not hair, but a tangle of fine, dark roots. The hands, resting on its knees, were long-fingered and gnarled like old branches. And then, as we watched the screen, the figure on the rock turned its head. It turned slowly, until its face was in profile. The profile was sharp, unnatural. And then it kept turning, further than a human neck could turn, a smooth, mechanical rotation, until it was looking directly at the camera lens. At us. Its face was a mask of knotted wood, with two deep, dark hollows for eyes. And it was smiling. A wide, lipless grin of splintered wood in shadow. My dad jerked the phone away, breaking the view. He was breathing hard. "We got it," he said, almost to himself. "We have a picture of it." He looked at the image saved in his gallery. It was there, the clear, high-resolution picture of the picture man sitting on the rock, smiling at us. It was proof, but it was also a possession. We had captured it, and in doing so, we had maybe made it more real. We drove back to my aunt's house in a state of stunned confusion. We had done it. We had seen it. But what now? That night, my dad sat at the kitchen table with his phone. analyzing the picture. He zoomed in on every pixel. "It's not a person in a costume," he muttered. "The texture is too detailed. The eyes, there's nothing there. Just dark." My mom was more practical. "Delete it. Right now." He hesitated. "It's proof." "Proof of what? For who?" "Delete it." Reluctantly, he pressed delete. The phone asked for confirmation. "Delete this photo?" He pressed yes. The thumbnail vanished. A moment later, his phone buzzed. A notification popped up. It was from his cloud storage. Photo recovery available. Recently deleted items are held for 30 days. And there was a thumbnail. The picture of the picture man. It was in the digital trash, waiting to be restored. He tried to delete it from the cloud trash. The app froze. Then his phone's screen flickered. For a single second, the wallpaper, a photo of our family from last Christmas, was replaced by the image of the picture man on the rock, its grin filling the screen. Then it was back to normal. "It's in the system," my dad said, his voice flat. "It's in the phone's memory in the cloud. It's part of the data now." He put the phone down like it was hot. Later, as we got ready for another sleepless night, my brother was drawing with crayons my aunt had given him. He was quiet, focused. I looked over his shoulder. He was drawing our family. We were all stick figures. And behind us, he had drawn a tall, brown figure with lots of lines for texture. Above it, in his wobbly handwriting, he had written, "The picture man is here." And he had drawn a series of smaller pictures around the edges, a phone, a TV, a computer monitor. And in the screen of each device, he had drawn a tiny, smiling stick figure with dark holes for eyes. "How did you know to draw that?" I asked him quietly, pointing at the screens. He didn't look up. "He showed me," he said simply. "In my dream last night." He said he likes screens. They're like windows he can climb through. My blood ran cold. I took the drawing and showed my parents. The last of their hope seemed to drain away. That night, we unplugged everything. We unplugged the TV, the computers, the Wi-Fi router. My aunt thought we were being weirdly paranoid about a power surge, but she humored us. We went to bed in a house that was digitally dark. For a few hours, it worked. The house was just a house. Then, around 3 in the morning, a glow seeped under my bedroom door. A blue flickering glow. I got up and opened the door. Across the hall, in the living room, the big flat-screen TV was on. It was not plugged into the wall. The power cord lay coiled on the floor. The screen showed static, but not normal snow. This static was green and black, swirling. And in the center of the static, a shape was forming. It was the picture man, composed of flickering digital noise, slowly becoming clearer, stepping forward out of the buzzing screen as if from a great distance. It reached the foreground of the image and stopped, its knot-hole eyes scanning the dark room. It was looking for us. I backed away, pulled my door shut, and shoved a chair under the knob. I heard no sounds from the living room. But in the morning, the TV was off, unplugged on the floor, cool to the touch. On the coffee table in front of it, arranged in a neat circle, were 6 of my aunt's family photos, all face down. My aunt, when she saw them, was just confused. "Who was playing with the pictures?" she asked. We didn't answer. We knew. It was rearranging her memories. It was editing her life. We couldn't stay. We made excuses about the plumbing being fixed, about needing to get back. My aunt was worried, but let us go. As we drove away, my dad spoke the thought we were all having. It doesn't matter where we go. It's in the current. It's in anything that can hold a picture. Phones, computers, TVs, maybe even mirrors if the light is right. We can't unplug the world. We were driving back towards our own town, but not to our house. To a motel on the other side of the county. It was a surrender to motion, to having no fixed address for it to find. As we pulled into the motel parking lot, my dad's phone, which had been in his cup holder, lit up. A notification. It was from a photo-sharing app he hadn't used in years. Someone had tagged him in a photo. With a feeling of doom, he opened it. It was a photo posted by the blank, jumbled number account. The photo was of the 4 of us, taken just minutes ago through the windshield of our own car as we pulled into the motel lot. We looked exhausted, defeated. The caption under the photo read, "A complete set. Almost time." The photo of us pulling into the motel, posted online for anyone to see, was the final straw. It wasn't just in our devices anymore. It was broadcasting us, packaging our fear, and sending it out into the world. A complete set. Almost time. The words echoed in the hot, stuffy car. My dad didn't even get out. He just put the car in reverse and backed out of the motel lot. "Where are we going?" My mom asked, her voice a frayed thread. Home, he said, and the word had a new, terrible weight to it. We can't run. It's in the pipes. It's in the wires. It's everywhere we go because we're carrying it with us. The only place left is where it started wanting us. Our house. It wasn't a decision made from courage, but from an exhausted, final understanding. We were the subjects, and the picture man was the photographer. We had been trying to flee the frame, but the frame was all around us. The only choice left was to go back to the center of the picture and face whatever was supposed to happen when the timer ran out. The drive to our house was like driving to our own funeral. The suburbs looked alien, each tidy house holding its own secret digital life, any one of which could be a door for it. Our street was quiet in the late afternoon sun. Our house looked smaller, sadder, like a shell. My dad parked in the driveway. We all just sat for a minute, looking at the front door. Okay, he said, more to himself than to us. New plan. We don't hide. We don't run. We set the stage. If it wants a picture, we give it a picture. But on our terms. His idea was as simple as it was insane. We would turn our living room into a studio. We would invite it in, formally, and take its portrait. The logic was twisted but clear. The thing operated by the rules of photography. It respected the frame, the flash, the moment of capture. Maybe if we played by its rules completely, if we acknowledged it as the subject, we could somehow end the game. We need light, he said, getting out of the car. Lots of light. We went inside. The house was cool, still, and felt completely empty in a way that was somehow worse than if we'd felt a presence. It was waiting. We got to work. My dad dragged every lamp we owned into the living room. Floor lamps, desk lamps, even the bright utility light from the garage. He aimed them all at the front door, the point of entry. He taped up sheets over the windows to block out the dying sun, to control the light. My mom and I gathered every mirror and reflective surface we could find and turned them to face the walls or covered them with towels. We didn't want any extra angles, any unwanted reflections. My brother sat in the middle of the couch, watching us, clutching a stuffed animal he hadn't carried since he was little. The final piece was a camera. Not a phone, not a digital camera. My dad went down to the basement and came back up with an old film camera, a real one from before even the Polaroid. It used little canisters of film you had to wind by hand. It had no screen, no digital heart. It was just a mechanical eye. This is it, he said, loading a fresh roll of film with trembling fingers. 36 shots. That's all. We wait. When it comes, we take its picture. We fill the roll. We document it until there's nothing left to document. He mounted the camera on my mom's flimsy tripod, pointing it squarely at the front door. He focused the lens manually, the image in the viewfinder sharp and clear on the wooden door, the brass knob, the little peephole. He attached a long cable release, a coiled wire with a plunger on the end that would let him take the picture from across the room. He set the camera to its fastest shutter speed and the smallest aperture, to freeze motion and get everything in focus. It was a trap made of light and chemistry. As the last of the daylight faded outside, we turned on all the lamps. The living room was blazing, hotter than any summer day, a stark island of white light in the dark house. The front door was so brightly lit it looked like a white rectangle, every scratch and grain in the wood visible. We sat together on the couch, facing the door, my dad holding the cable release. We waited. Minutes ticked by. An hour. Nothing happened. The tension was a physical thing, a wire pulled tighter and tighter in my chest. My brother fell asleep against my mom. The bright lights made everything feel surreal, like a movie set. Maybe it won't come, my mom whispered, a desperate hope. Just as she said it, the overhead light in the hallway behind us, which we had turned off, flickered on. Then off. Then on again. It was a signal. My dad's grip tightened on the cable release. We heard a sound from the kitchen, the slow, deliberate turn of the faucet handle. A drip of water into the stainless steel sink. Plink, plink. Then the back door, which led to the yard, creaked open on its hinges. We hadn't unlocked it. We heard it swing wide and bang softly against the wall. A cool draft snaked into the hot living room, carrying the smell of wet soil and pine. It was coming in the back way. It was bypassing our stage. My dad stood up, his eyes wild. No, he said, not yelling, but firm. You want a picture? You come through the front door. You stand in the light. You follow the rules. He was talking to the empty air, to the house. He walked to the edge of the living room, looking down the dark hallway toward the kitchen. You hear me? This is the frame. He came back and sat down, his jaw set. For a long moment, nothing. Then, the back door swung shut with a solid click. The dripping faucet stopped. The hallway light went off. All the little invasions ceased. It was listening. It was considering the invitation. The air in the room grew colder, the heat from the lamps seeming to recede. The bright white of the front door seemed to deepen, the grain of the wood becoming more pronounced, the shadows around the frame growing darker and more solid. The brass doorknob began to turn, slowly, first to the right, then back to the left. It was testing it. My mom shook my brother awake. We all huddled together. My dad raised the cable release, his finger hovering over the plunger. The doorknob turned fully to the right. The latch clicked, and the door began to open. It didn't swing open fast. It moved inward an inch, then stopped, then another inch. It was a slow, theatrical reveal. The darkness outside was not the normal night. It was a wall of pure black, like the open mouth of a cave. No streetlight, no stars, no glow from a neighbor's house. Just black. The door opened wider. Halfway now. The blackness beyond the threshold was absolute. And then a foot stepped into the light. It was not a human foot. It was long and narrow, made of what looked like polished dark wood, shaped like a foot but with too many joints. It placed itself carefully on our welcome mat. Then the other foot followed. A leg, a tall, slender body composed of shadows and the memory of trees, stepped fully into the doorway. It stood there, framed perfectly, a negative space cut out of the darkness behind it. This was it, the picture man, in our home. It was taller than the door frame, and it had to duck its head slightly to stand inside. Its body was a collection of angles and knots, like a walking thicket. Its face was the worst part. It wasn't the blurry smudge from the digital photo or the rough sketch from my brother's drawing. It was detailed. The bark-like skin was etched with deep lines that swirled and converged around the eye holes. Two bottomless pits that seemed to suck the light from the lamps. And it had a mouth, a long, horizontal crack that split open into that same wide, splintered grin. It didn't move. It just stood, acclimating to the light, its head tilted as if listening to the hum of the lamps. My dad's finger pressed the plunger on the cable release. Click whir. The old camera's shutter snapped, and the film advanced. The sound was shockingly loud. The picture man did not startle. It slowly turned its head toward the sound, toward the camera on the tripod. It seemed curious. It took a step forward, into the room. Its movement was not smooth, but a series of small, precise adjustments like a stop-motion puppet. My dad pressed the plunger again. Click whir. Another step. Click whir. With each picture, it seemed to become more solid, more real in our space. The smell of ozone and damp earth grew stronger. It was now fully in the room, standing in the pool of light, maybe 10 feet from us. It was close enough to see the intricate texture of its wooden skin, close enough to see that its eyes were not just holes, but deep, resonant spaces that seemed to flicker with a faint, inverted light, like the afterimage of a flash. It stopped advancing. It looked from the camera lens to us on the couch. Its grin seemed to widen just a fraction. It was enjoying this. It was posing. My dad kept taking pictures, the mechanical click whir becoming a rhythm. The picture man began to turn its head slowly, giving different angles to the camera. A profile, a three-quarter view. It was a model in a shoot. This went on for what felt like an eternity, the camera eating up the roll of film. 20 shots. 25. My dad's hand was shaking, sweat dripping down his temple, but he kept pressing the button. He was documenting the monster. On shot 30, the picture man did something new. It raised one of its long, branch-like arms. It didn't reach for us. It pointed. Its finger, a twig-like cluster, was aimed not at us, but at the camera itself. Then slowly, it swung its arm until its finger was pointing at my dad. The meaning was clear. It was his turn. It wanted him in the frame. My dad's breath hitched. He looked at the remaining shots on the film counter. 6 left. He looked at us, then back at the unmoving figure. He made a decision. He stood up, leaving the cable release on the couch. He walked, step by slow step, to the tripod. He stood behind the camera, looking through the viewfinder. Now he was the photographer, and the picture man was his subject. The creature's grin seemed to soften into something almost approving. My dad took a picture. Click whir. Then he did something I didn't expect. He turned the focus ring on the lens, shifting the focus away from the picture man, and pointed the camera at us, at my mom, my brother, and me on the couch. He took a picture of our terrified faces. Click whir. The picture man's head snapped toward us. Its expression didn't change, but the feeling in the room did. A wave of cold disapproval washed over us. That was not part of the game. The subject was supposed to be it. My dad ignored it. He advanced the film. 3 shots left. He turned the camera back to the picture man and took another. Click were 2 left. The picture man took a step toward the camera. Its hand came up again, not pointing, but reaching. He was going to touch the lens. My dad pressed the button. Click were 1 shot left. The creature was now right in front of the camera, its body filling the viewfinder. It leaned down until one of its dark eye holes was aligned with the camera lens. It was looking into the machine. It was looking at my dad through the glass. My dad's finger was on the button for the last shot. The picture man slowly raised its hand and placed its wooden fingers over the end of the lens, covering it. The gesture was gentle, final. It was saying, enough. My dad didn't take the last picture. He just stood there, breathing hard, the camera's viewfinder black. The picture man straightened up. It looked at each of us in turn, my mom, my brother, me, and finally my dad behind the camera. Then it turned and walked back to the front door. It didn't hurry. It stepped through the doorway and into the wall of blackness. The door swung shut behind it with a soft, definitive click. The oppressive cold lifted. The lamps seemed to brighten back to their normal intensity. The wall of black outside the windows became ordinary night again, with a neighbor's porch light visible across the street. It was gone. We didn't move for a long time. Finally, my dad rewound the film with a mechanical grind. He took the small canister out of the camera. He held it in his palm. 35 exposures taken. 1 left and used. We had a full roll of film containing the clearest, most detailed pictures of the picture man in existence. We had faced it. We had taken its picture. And we had survived. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical thing, a weight lifted. My mom started to cry, but they were tears of release. My brother buried his face in her side. My dad put the film canister on the mantel. Tomorrow, he said, his voice raw, we develop these. We see what we caught. That night, for the first time in what felt like years, I slept. A deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, the sun streamed through the windows. The house felt like a home again. The film canister was still on the mantel. My dad made plans to take it to a specialty lab that could develop it quickly. We ate a real breakfast. We talked about normal things. The nightmare, it seemed, was over. We had met the monster and survived by playing its game. Later that afternoon, my dad went to get his keys to go to the lab. They weren't on their hook. We found them on the kitchen counter. And next to the keys, sitting on the laminate surface, was a single, freshly printed Polaroid photo. It was impossible. We had no Polaroid camera. We had smashed ours. The photo was of our living room from last night. It was taken from the hallway looking in. It showed us on the couch, my dad behind the camera, and the picture man standing in the center of the room, perfectly in focus, smiling. It was a behind-the-scenes photo, and in the white border at the bottom, in handwriting that was a messy blend of all of our writing styles, as if it had learned to write by copying us, was a message. A good session. Prince will be ready soon. It had taken its own picture. It had the negatives. And the game, we realized with a sinking, cold certainty, was not about taking pictures. It was about developing them. We had taken the snapshots. Now it was going to make the prints. And we had no idea what that meant. The Polaroid on the counter shattered the fragile piece we'd built that morning. The cheerful sunlight now felt like a lie. Prince will be ready soon. The words were a promise or a threat, and we had no idea what it involved. The film canister from the old camera suddenly seemed less like a trophy and more like a bomb. My dad still took it to the lab, a 1-hour photo place in a strip mall. The rest of us stayed home, but the house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a darkroom, a place where things developed unseen. He came back with a thick envelope. We gathered at the kitchen table, the same table where the Polaroid had appeared. He slid the stack of glossy 4x6 prints out. The first few were of the empty, brilliantly lit door. Then the pictures of the picture man entering. Seeing it on paper, in high-quality chemical print, was different. It was more real than on a screen, more permanent. The details were excruciating. The grain of its wooden skin, the intricate whorls around its eye holes, the way the light caught the jagged edges of its grin. We flipped through as it stepped into the room, as it posed. The sequence was a horrifying flipbook of its approach. Then came the picture where it pointed. Then the one where my dad was behind the camera. Then the one he took of us, our faces masks of terror. And then the final pictures he took of the picture man up close, filling the frame, until the last one where its hand covered the lens. The final print was just a dark blur with the faint outline of wooden fingers. 35 pictures. A complete record. We stared at them, spread across the table. We had done it. We had captured it. So now what? My mom asked, her voice small. We have these. Does that mean we have power over it? As if in answer, the overhead kitchen light flickered. Not a power surge. A deliberate, slow pulse. On. Off. On. Off. It was watching. It knew we were looking. My dad carefully gathered the photos, his hands steady but his face pale. We keep them safe. Together. We don't separate them. He put them back in the envelope and placed the envelope in a metal lockbox where we kept important documents. He clicked the lock shut. The sound of the tiny metal latch engaging was the most comforting sound I'd heard in weeks. For 3 days, nothing happened. No strange sounds. No misplaced items. No new photos. We began to breathe again. Maybe the lockbox was a kind of container, a way to trap its image and its power. Maybe by formally photographing it, we had satisfied its need to be seen and recorded. Life began to stutter back toward normal. My dad went back to work from home. I started thinking about school eventually starting again. My brother played in the yard, though one of us always watched from the window. On the 4th evening, we were in the living room watching a movie, a stupid comedy we weren't really following. The lockbox was on the bookshelf, a dull gray rectangle. In the middle of a laugh track, the lockbox made a sound, a soft metallic snick. We all turned. The little latch had popped open. My dad paused the movie. The room was dead still. He walked over and lifted the lid. The envelope of photos was inside. He let out a breath he'd been holding. Then he picked up the envelope. It was too light. He opened the flap and tilted it. Nothing came out. It was empty. All 35 photos were gone. No, he whispered. He upended the box, shook it. Nothing. They had vanished from a locked box. At that moment, the movie unpaused itself on the TV. But it wasn't the comedy anymore. The screen showed a single image, a contact sheet, like photographers use, a grid of small, rectangular pictures. It was our contact sheet. Every picture my dad had taken that night was displayed in neat rows. The picture man in the door, stepping forward, pointing, its hand over the lens. And our terrified family portrait was there too, in the middle of the grid. The image on the TV was sharp, professional. Underneath the grid of pictures, text appeared, typed out letter by letter as if by an invisible hand. Proofing sheet. Select your favorites. A cursor, a blinking black line, appeared at the bottom of the screen. It was waiting for our input. My dad grabbed the remote and mashed the power button. The TV didn't turn off. He yanked the power cord from the wall. The screen stayed lit, glowing with its own impossible energy, the cursor still blinking. My brother started to cry. It wants us to choose, my mom said, her eyes glued to the screen. Choose what? Which pictures it should make bigger? Which ones are good? It was curating our horror. My dad walked up to the TV, his reflection superimposed over the contact sheet. We're not choosing anything, he shouted at it. The cursor blinked. Then on its own it moved. It glided across the screen and stopped under one of the images. It was the picture of us on the couch, the one my dad had taken when he shifted focus. The cursor highlighted it. A checkmark appeared next to it. Selection confirmed. Subject A family portrait. The screen went black for a second. When the image returned, it was no longer a contact sheet. It was a single large, beautifully rendered photograph of our living room. But it wasn't a photo from that night. It was a new composition. The room was empty, clean, afternoon light streaming in. It looked peaceful. Perfect. And in the center of the room, standing together as if for a formal portrait, was us. Our family. But we weren't us as we were now. We were us as we looked in the picture from the couch, terrified, pale, clutching each other. We were frozen ghosts in our own sunny living room. The title underneath read, Final print 1 of 4, Family in Residence. The screen went black again, then showed the contact sheet. The cursor moved again, this time stopping under a picture of the picture man itself, in a 3/4 pose, looking almost thoughtful. Selection confirmed. Subject B, the artist. The screen changed. This photo was of the woods at our old campsite at golden hour, beautiful and serene. And standing among the trees, clear as day, was the picture man, its head tilted, its bark face calm. It looked natural there, like it belonged. Final print 2 of 4, source material. My dad was frantic now. He unplugged the router, smashed the Wi-Fi extender with a hammer. The TV screen remained lit, an island of impossible signal. The cursor moved a third time. It went to the picture where the picture man was pointing at the camera, at my dad. Selection confirmed. Subject C, the photographer. The new image that appeared was my dad's home office. He was sitting at his desk, his back to the camera, working on his computer. The picture was taken from inside the room. The time on his computer clock in the image was current. Final print 3 of 4, the eye. We were all screaming now, crying, begging for it to stop. But it was a process, and it was following its own developing steps. The cursor moved for the last time. It went to the very first picture on the contact sheet, the empty, brightly lit front door. Selection confirmed. Subject D, the frame. The final image filled the screen. It was a picture of a picture frame. A simple, elegant wooden frame hanging on a white wall. Inside the frame was not a picture, but a deep, perfect blackness. A window into nothing, or into everything. Final print 4 of 4, the exhibition ready. The TV screen went black for good this time, the power cord dangling uselessly. The room was lit only by a single lamp. We were sobbing, holding each other. We didn't understand what it meant, but it felt complete. It had selected its favorites. It had made its final prints. The session was over. The next week was a haze of dread. We waited for the exhibition to begin, for the final prints to manifest in our world. But nothing happened. No new photos appeared. No strange occurrences. The digital haunting stopped entirely. It was as if, having finished its work, it had left. We were shell-shocked, but alive. We started to believe, tentatively, that maybe this was the end. The thing had gotten what it wanted, a perfect series of images, and had moved on. My dad, trying to reclaim some control, had the idea to take a new picture. A happy one. "We need to overwrite the memory," he said. "We need a new picture of this room, of us, that's good." It was a sunny Saturday. We cleaned the living room until it sparkled. We dressed in nice clothes, forced smiles onto our faces. My dad set up his digital camera on the tripod, the one that had died and come back to life. He used the timer and joined us on the couch. We put our arms around each other. The camera beeped, counting down. We smiled, real smiles fueled by desperation and hope. The flash went off. We waited for the preview to pop up on the camera's screen. My dad walked over and picked it up. He looked at the image. His smile melted away. He didn't speak. He just turned the camera around and showed us. The picture was perfect. We were smiling. The room was bright and clean. But in the picture, on the wall behind us where there had been nothing, now hung for beautiful, framed photographs. The frames were the same as the one from the final TV image. And in the frames were the 4 final prints. Our terrified ghost family in the sunny room. The picture man in the golden woods. My dad working in his office. And the 4th frame held that perfect, endless blackness. They were hanging in our house, in the picture. But when we all turned to look at the actual wall behind us, it was bare. White paint. Nothing. The pictures only existed inside the new photo we had just taken. The exhibition wasn't in our world. It was in the images of our world. The picture man had moved into the permanent collection of our reality. A layer just beneath the surface, visible only through the lens. My dad deleted the picture. He reformatted the camera's memory card. It didn't matter. We all knew what we had seen. That night, I was brushing my teeth. I leaned close to the mirror to rinse my mouth. As I straightened up, I caught a glimpse in the mirror not of my reflection, but of the reflection of the shower curtain behind me. For a fraction of a second, the pattern of the curtain seemed to shift, the flowers and leaves rearranging themselves into a familiar, tall, thin shape with dark holes for eyes, standing right behind me. I spun around. The curtain was just a curtain. I looked back in the mirror, just my own wide-eyed, pale face. But I knew. It wasn't gone. It had developed. It had finished its work and printed itself into the very fabric of things. It was in the negative space, in the corner of your eye, in the reflection you almost didn't catch. It was in the photo album of the world now, and we were forever a part of its collection. The game was over. It had won. We had our lives back, but they were lives lived on the other side of a lens, always wondering what was in the frame just outside our view, waiting for the next flash to illuminate what was already there, hanging in the silence of a picture no one had taken yet. We were free, but we would never again be able to look at a family photo, a sunset, or even our own reflection without feeling the cold, wooden certainty that we were not alone in the picture. We're sharing it. Forever. Story number 4. My name is Glenn, And the whole point of this hobby is to leave a little piece of yourself behind for strangers to find. A secret handshake for folks who like looking under rocks. Today, with my wife, our teenager, and our 7-year-old son, we found a piece of ourselves we had never meant to leave. It was my fault, really. I'd gotten bored with the easy caches, the ones anyone could find with an app. I dug out an old notebook from my early days, handwritten coordinates from before everything went digital, when finding a cache felt like uncovering real treasure. The one listed simply as Last Look called to me, its coordinates pointing to a wrinkled corner of the park map far from any marked trail. The drive was long, the hiking was all uphill, and the complaints started almost immediately. My teenager's phone lost its signal about 20 minutes in, and that was practically a crisis. "We're going to get lost out here," they muttered, kicking a pine cone. My wife shot me a look that said this better be worth it. Our little one, though, was a trooper, marching ahead with a stick like he was on a great expedition. The forest changed as we went deeper. The friendly, sun-dappled path gave way to a narrower track, then to no track at all, just deer trails through thick tangles of rhododendron. The air got cooler, the light a little greener, like we were walking underwater. I kept my eyes glued to the handheld GPS, the one with the real antenna, watching the numbers creep closer together. My wife asked if we should turn back a few times, and I just shook my head, that stubborn excitement bubbling in my chest. We were close. We pushed through a final wall of ferns and into a small, perfect clearing. A shaft of sunlight hit the middle of it, spotlighting a massive, moss-covered log that had fallen long ago. The GPS beeped softly, the screen reading 0. "This is it," I said, my voice a mix of triumph and relief. The hunt was on. We fanned out, poking at stones, peering under bushes. It was our son who found it, his sharp eyes spotting a corner of dull metal where the moss on the log seemed a little too perfect. "Dad, here!" he yelled, and we all crowded around. It was an old military ammo can, the kind you see in surplus stores. The green paint was blistered with rust, and the latch was stiff with age. Stamped into the metal on the lid, faint but clear, were the words "The Last Cache." That gave me a pause. Caches don't usually name them so officially, not like that. It felt more like a label than a title. "Well, open it already," my teenager said, their earlier annoyance replaced by curiosity. I took my multi-tool, wedged the flat head under the latch, and with a gritty squeal of protest, it popped open. The inside smelled of old metal and dry paper. No geocaching logo, no "Welcome to the Adventure" note. No cheap toys or travel bugs. Just a neat stack of maybe a dozen old Polaroid photos, the kind with the thick white border. I smiled, lifting them out. "Must be someone's old vacation pics," I said. "Maybe they forgot them." The first photo was of a couple on a hiking trail, arms around each other, smiling at the camera with that young, goofy love. I chuckled, and then my breath caught. The couple was us, me and my wife. But from years ago, from our honeymoon, when we'd spent a week hiking in a different state park entirely. We looked so young. My wife leaned in, her shoulder touching mine. "Oh my God," she said, a laugh in her voice. "Where did they get that? Did you post that online somewhere?" "Maybe," I said, but a worm of unease was turning in my gut. I hadn't. I was sure of it. We were private about those kinds of photos. I flipped to the next one. It was a picture of our son, but as a toddler. He was sitting on a different log, wearing a tiny blue jacket with rockets on it, grinning a toothy grin. He was in a patch of backyard sunshine, not deep woods. "That's my jacket," our little boy now exclaimed, pointing. "The one with the rockets." My wife's hand went to her mouth. "I gave that to Goodwill," she said slowly. "Years ago. He outgrew it before we ever moved to this state." The laugh was gone from her voice. The next few photos were a gut punch. Our teenager, at about age 10, standing by a creek we didn't recognize, making a silly face. A picture of our family at a picnic table, but it was a table we'd never seen, at a park we'd never visited. In every one we were smiling, happy, completely unaware of the camera that we never remembered seeing. "This isn't funny," my teenager said, their voice low. "Who would do this? How did they even get these?" I had no answers. My hands felt cold. I kept flipping. The photos got more recent. There was one from what looked like last month, of me loading the car for a camping trip, then one of my wife picking up groceries. They were grainy, taken from a distance, like surveillance photos. The final photo in the stack was different. It wasn't faded. The white border was bright, the image still dark, as if it was still developing. We all stared at it, huddled together in that cold clearing. Slowly, Shapes began to form in the chemical soup. It was a picture of a clearing, a moss-covered log, and 4 people standing around it. My heart slammed against my ribs. It was us, right now, in this exact spot. Our faces were turned toward the camera, our expressions blurred but clearly confused, scared. I was holding the stack of photos. My wife had her hand over her mouth. Our children were peering over my arm. The photo was still clarifying, the details getting sharper by the second. I could see the pattern on my wife's shirt, the mud on my son's shoes. It was being taken right now, but there was no one else here to take it. A tiny mechanical were sounded from the ammo can. We all jumped. I looked inside. There, lying beneath where the photos had been, was a Polaroid camera, an old one-step model. Its lens was pointed right at us. As we watched, a blank, white photo slid out from its mouth with a sound like a sigh. We were frozen, just like in the picture we were holding. The new photo began to develop. The first thing to appear was the ammo can open at our feet. Then our legs. It was climbing up the image, capturing this exact, terrible moment of understanding. I dropped the old photos like they were on fire. They fluttered to the moss. "We need to go," I said, my voice a harsh rasp that didn't sound like my own. "Now, don't look back. Just run for the trail." No one argued. My wife grabbed our youngest's hand, and my teenager needed no urging, already turning. We crashed back through the ferns the way we had come, a blind, panicked flight. Branches slapped our faces. My breath sawed in my lungs. All I could think about was getting back to the main trail, back to the car, back to the world where things made sense. We burst out of the thicket where the narrow deer trail should have met the slightly wider path we'd used. We skidded to a stop. The path was gone. Not overgrown, not missed. Gone. In front of us was a wall of rhododendron, dense and tangled, identical in every direction. The landmark I'd mentally noted, a tall pine with a lightning scar, was nowhere to be seen. It was like the forest had rearranged itself the second we turned our backs. "This isn't right," my wife panted, her eyes wide. "It was here. It was right here." I fumbled for the GPS, my hands shaking. I powered it on. The screen flashed, then showed our coordinates. Then it flashed again, showing completely different coordinates. Then again. It was cycling through numbers wildly, placing us miles apart in a span of seconds, as if it couldn't decide where on Earth we were. The final flash was a single line of text that glowed on the screen before the device went dark and silent for good. Cache saved. We stood there, the 4 of us, in the deepening green light of the woods, completely and utterly lost, with the proof of something impossible growing sharper and clearer in a photo tucked inside a rusted metal box 100 yards behind us. The hike back to the car was supposed to be all downhill, but as I looked at the hopeless, identical greenery surrounding us, I knew with a cold certainty that the easy path home was a thing of the past. We were still together, and we were unharmed, but the familiar woods had just become a very different kind of place, and the only map we had was one we didn't understand, still developing in the dark. You never notice how a forest lives and breathes until you're lost in one. This wasn't about being quiet, it was about everything feeling wrong, like the trees were holding their breath just to watch us. We stood where the trail should have been, a family-shaped island in a green sea of leaves and thorns. My wife was the first to speak, her voice tight. Okay. We just got turned around. We'll go back to the clearing, start fresh from there." But going back felt worse than going forward. Going back meant seeing that camera, that developing photo. Our teenagers shook their head violently. "No way. Not back there. We keep going this way. It has to come out somewhere." They pointed a defiant finger into the uniform wall of green. Our youngest just sniffled, clutching his mother's leg. I was the dad, the planner, the one with the compass. I pulled it from my pocket, the reliable old Silva with the liquid-filled dial. "We went roughly east coming in," I said, trying to sound sure. "So if we head west, we should hit the fire road eventually." I held the compass flat, waiting for the red needle to settle and point the way. It didn't settle. It swung lazily, like it was floating in oil, making a slow, complete circle under the glass. North wasn't north anymore. A cold feeling, different from the fear in the clearing, seeped into my bones. This was a rule of the world breaking. My wife saw my face. "What? What is it?" I just showed her the dial. The needle continued its slow, impossible sweep. "That can't happen," our teenager said, grabbing for it. "It's broken." But it wasn't broken. It was moving too smoothly, too purposefully. It was working just fine, just not for us. We had to move. Staying put felt like waiting for a storm to find us. We decided to follow basic survival logic my father had taught me. Find moving water and follow it downstream. Water leads to bigger water, leads to people. So we pushed into the rhododendron, not following a path but making one, the thick, waxy leaves scraping our arms and faces. The woods felt different now. Before, on the hike in, it had been a place. Now it was a thing watching us. We didn't talk. The only sounds were our ragged breathing, the crunch of our steps, and a distant, rhythmic knocking that might have been a woodpecker or might have been something else. After what felt like an hour of brutal, sweaty effort, we heard the wonderful, gentle sound of trickling water. We pushed toward it, a new energy in our steps, and found a small, clear stream about 10 feet wide, bubbling over mossy stones. "This is good," I said, forcing a smile for my family. "This is a way out." We turned downstream, walking in the shallows at the edge to avoid leaving a trail, even though the idea of something following our trail seemed ridiculous and utterly possible at the same time. The light began to fade from green to gray. Dusk was coming. My teenager's phone, our last slim hope for a signal or a cached map, chose that moment to die. But it didn't just go black. The screen flashed once, brightly, showing an image for a split second before shutting down for good. It was the photo from the cache, the one of us standing around the mossy log. Then it was just a dead piece of glass and plastic in their hand. They threw it into the ferns in disgust and fear. We kept walking, the stream our only guide. My wife held our youngest's hand, whispering to him about the adventure, about the story we'd tell. I admired her for that, for fighting the panic to comfort him. I was all out of comfort. I was down to counting steps and watching the dark spaces between the trees. Then the stream bent sharply to the right around a large rock. We followed it, and as the view opened up, we all stopped walking at the same time. My legs just wouldn't move forward. There, on the bank, was a lightning-scarred pine tree, its trunk split by an old, healed wound in the shape of a jagged Z. It was the tree I'd been looking for when we first ran. The tree that should have been near the vanished trail. But that was impossible. We'd been walking downstream, away from that spot, for over an hour. We hadn't doubled back. The stream hadn't looped. Yet, here was the tree. At its base was a pile of the stones my youngest had been stacking idly, while I'd opened the cache a lifetime ago. We were standing right back where we had started our run. The clearing with the log and the ammo can was just through that wall of ferns. A perfect, impossible circle. A small, choked sound came from my wife. Our youngest began to cry in earnest, not scared whimpering, but deep, shuddering sobs of exhaustion and defeat. The last of the daylight was leaching from the sky, painting everything in shades of purple and black. We were lost, out of ideas, and night was coming. The rational part of my brain, the part that paid bills and fixed leaky faucets, shut down. Something else took over. We couldn't stay by the stream. We couldn't go back to the clearing. We moved away from the water, into a slightly more open grove of older trees, their branches forming a high canopy. Maybe we could make some kind of shelter. Maybe we could just wait. But the forest wasn't done with us. As we trudged into the grove, we saw it. In the very center, a small campfire crackled, its flames a cheerful, normal yellow. There was no smoke, no pile of firewood nearby. It just burned all by itself, as if someone had lit it minutes before and walked away. Around it were 4 smooth, flat stones arranged like chairs. It was a setup, an invitation. My family hung back, but I took a step closer, drawn by the primal promise of warmth and light. That's when I saw it. On one of the stones, the one that faced the fire just so, like a king's chair, sat the ammo can. The rusted green metal gleamed in the firelight. The stamped words, "The last cache," were clear as day. A wave of pure dizziness washed over me. We had left that box miles away, open and empty on the moss by the log. I had dropped the photos there. I had seen the camera inside. This was the same box, I was sure of it. The same dents, the same pattern of rust. But it was here, waiting for us, as if it had never been moved. It was closed. My wife's hand clamped on my arm, her nails digging in. "No," she breathed. "Don't. We have to go. Right now." But where? The woods were a wall in every direction. The fire was the only light in a world going dark. Our youngest pulled away from her and stumbled toward the warmth, toward the familiar object from our earlier, normal day. "My cache," he mumbled, tired and confused. He reached for the lid. "Stop him," my wife cried, but it was too late. His small fingers found the latch. He lifted it. The lid opened without a sound. We all crowded forward then, because we had to see. There was no stack of photos inside now. No old Polaroid camera. The interior was clean, almost new. It held only 2 items. One was a hunting knife with a bone handle, its blade long and sharp-looking, resting on a bed of dark felt. The other was a Polaroid camera, but not an old one-step. This one was modern, sleek and white. As we stared, frozen in the firelight, the camera made a sound. A low, internal whir like it was waking up. It shifted on its own, a tiny mechanical motion, and the lens pointed directly at my wife's face. A flash burst, blinding us all for a second. We recoiled. From the slot, a square of white plastic and paper slid out. It landed face up on the moss at our feet. We watched, helpless, as the image began to develop. First came the outlines of the trees, then the fire, then the 4 stones, then us, standing in a half circle around the open cache, our faces pale and shocked in the sudden light. It was us, right now, this exact moment. But we weren't alone in the picture. Just behind my wife, close enough to touch her, stood a tall, slender shape. It was blurred like a smudge on the lens, but you could make out the suggestion of long limbs, a tilted head. One of its indistinct hands rested on my wife's shoulder. She screamed, a raw sound that tore through the grove, and clawed at her own shoulder where the thing's hand was in the photo. "It's cold," she shrieked. "Right there, it's so cold." I could see the goosebumps on her arm from where I stood. I didn't think. I just acted. I lunged for the cache and grabbed the bone-handled knife. It was ice cold in my hand, but the grip felt like it was made for me. I turned in a wild circle, holding the blade out toward the trees. "Show yourself," I yelled, my voice cracking. Nothing moved but the firelight. Then I felt it, a cold stream of air like a breath on the back of my neck. It wasn't wind. It was focused, deliberate. It smelled like wet soil and something sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. I spun, swinging the knife in a wild arc, cutting through empty air. There was nothing there, but the breath had been real. I looked back at my family, at the terror on their faces, at the horrible photo on the ground. I looked down at the knife in my hand, its blade reflecting the jumpy firelight. That's when I saw the etching near the base of the blade. I hadn't noticed it before. I tilted it to catch the light. 2 letters, in a style I knew very well. My initials, and below that, a date. The date was from over a decade ago, the month and year of my honeymoon. A knife I had never owned, with my initials on it, from a time when all of this was just a happy memory. The fire crackled, the only sane sound in the grove. We were trapped in a circle of light, holding a piece of our own past that made no sense, while something from the woods had our picture and had just touched my wife. The night was here, and the rules were gone, and the only weapon we had was a mystery meant just for me. The most terrifying thing in the woods wasn't a bear or a cliff. It was a picnic. The fire, the seats, the box, it was a setting, and we were the guests who hadn't RSVP'd. I stood there with that knife in my hand, my initials and a ghost date glowing in the firelight, and the world felt like it had cracked open. My wife was rubbing her shoulder, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "It's still cold," she kept saying, like ice is stuck under my skin. Our teenager was staring at the new Polaroid on the ground, the one with the blurred thing standing behind their mother. "What is that?" They whispered, not to me, just to the air. Our youngest was just crying, a soft, hopeless sound. The fire crackled, perfectly normal, which made everything else feel 10 times worse. I couldn't look at the photo anymore. I bent down, not touching it, and used the tip of the knife to flip it over. The back was blank, just the plain gray of the photo paper. No message. But turning it broke the spell of horror, just a little. We had to move. We couldn't stay by this fire, this clearly laid trap. "Grab your stuff," I said, my voice rough. "We're leaving this spot." "Where?" my wife asked, her eyes wide and glassy. "Anywhere but here," I said. I picked up the new Polaroid camera from the cache. It felt warm, almost alive, in my hand. I didn't want it, but I couldn't leave it. Information. It was giving us information, even if it was poison. I dropped it into my backpack. I kept the knife in my hand. It was a weapon, my initials or not. We backed away from the fire, from the 4 sitting stones, from the open cache. The wood swallowed the light almost immediately, and soon the fire was just a distant orange wink between the trees. We walked without direction, just away. The dark under the canopy was complete, a suffocating blanket. We used the light from my keychain flashlight, a pathetic little beam that just made the shadows deeper. We stumbled over roots, got slapped by unseen branches. Every rustle in the leaves made us freeze. Every snapping twig sounded like a footstep. After an hour of this blind, panicked marching, we found another stream. Or maybe it was the same one. It didn't matter. We were exhausted. We huddled together on a patch of dry ground between two big roots, the kids between me and my wife, sharing what little body heat we had. No one slept. We just sat there in the dark, listening. The forest at night is never quiet, but the sounds were all wrong. There were no crickets, no owls, just the water gurgling and that same, distant, rhythmic knocking from before. And then softer, the occasional mechanical whir. It was the sound of a Polaroid camera ejecting a picture. It would come from our left, then 10 minutes later, from far off to our right. It was out there, documenting our night. I must have dozed off, because a touch on my arm jolted me awake. It was my wife. The first sickly gray light of dawn was filtering down, turning the world from black to gloomy green. She pointed. On the other side of the narrow stream, about 20 feet away, leaned against the base of a sycamore tree, was the ammo can. It was closed. We hadn't passed it. We hadn't circled back. It was just there, waiting for us to wake up. It was following us. A deep, tired anger started to replace the fear in my gut. This was a game. A cruel, horrible game. I stood up, my joints aching. "Stay here," I said. I crossed the stream, the cold water soaking my boots. I stood over the box. I didn't open it. Instead, I turned and scanned the trees. "What do you want?" I yelled. My voice echoed flatly, swallowed by the moss and leaves. No answer. Just that knocking sound, which had stopped the moment I shouted. I looked down at the box. A thought occurred to me, crazy but simple. If it was following us, I could lead it. I could choose where it went. I picked it up. It wasn't light, wasn't weighty. It just was. I carried it back across the stream. My family looked at me like I was insane. "What are you doing?" my wife asked. "It's not leaving us alone," I said. "So we take it with us. We control where it is." It felt good to make a decision, to take an action. We set off again, this time with a little purpose. We would find high ground. We would look for a break in the trees, a cliff, anything to get our bearings. I carried the box in one hand, the knife in the other. It was a miserable morning. A cold drizzle started to fall, soaking through our clothes. The woods seemed to go on forever, every hill looking like the last, every valley the same. My hope of leading the box somewhere began to feel stupid. We were just four wet, lost people and their cursed luggage. Around midday, we stumbled into a place that was different. The trees were thinner, older. The ground was covered in a soft, spongy moss that deadened our footsteps. In the center of this open circle stood a single, massive oak tree, its trunk wider than my car. And at its base, someone had built a small, neat pile of stones. A cairn, a marker. Human hands had done this. A wild, desperate hope flared in my chest. "Look," I said. "A trail marker. There must be a path." We rushed to it. But as we got closer, the hope curdled. The stones weren't just gray river rock. They were flat, smooth, and dark. And stacked carefully on top of the cairn was a Polaroid photo. I knew before I picked it up what it would show. It was a picture of this exact oak tree, from this exact angle. In the photo, four blurry figures were approaching the cairn. Us. It was taken maybe 5 minutes ago. The word click had come from somewhere above us. We all looked up into the branches of the great oak. Nothing. But leaning against the other side of the trunk was the ammo can. My ammo can. The one I was holding. I looked at my hand. It was empty. I had dropped it, or it had vanished, I didn't know. But it was over there waiting. My wife made a sound, a half-sob, half-sigh of utter defeat. She walked to the cairn and sat down heavily at its base, her back against the oak. "I can't," she said. "I just can't walk anymore." The kids slumped down beside her. The drizzle had soaked their hair, plastering it to their foreheads. They looked finished. The anger in me boiled over. This thing, this forest, it was hurting us. It was breaking us. I stomped over to the ammo can. This time, I didn't hesitate. I kicked it. The metal dented with a satisfying thud. I kicked it again, sending it skittering across the moss. I picked up the knife I'd dropped. "You want to play?" I yelled at the trees. "Come out and play. Stop hiding." I ran to the box and raised the knife. I was going to stab it, to hack it to pieces. But as I brought the knife down, the lid sprang open on its own. I stopped, the point of the blade hovering an inch above the interior. Inside, there was no camera now. No knife. Just a single, fresh Polaroid. It was face down. My hand was shaking. I reached in slowly and picked it up. I turned it over. It was a picture of my wife from years ago. She was in a hospital bed, smiling tiredly, holding a tiny wrapped bundle. Our first child. It was a private, beautiful moment. A moment no one else had a picture of. I hadn't even taken that photo. Her mother had. I felt a violation so deep it made me sick. This thing wasn't just watching us now. It was digging into our past, into our most precious memories. I heard my wife's voice behind me. "What is it?" I couldn't show her. I couldn't. I shoved the photo into my pocket. "Nothing," I said, my voice thick. "It's nothing." But she saw my face. She stood up and came toward me, her hand out. "Let me see." I backed away. "Don't." It was the wrong thing to do. Her eyes, already full of fear, now filled with a new kind of terror, distrust. "Of me? What did it show you?" she demanded. Our teenager was watching us, their eyes wide. Our youngest just stared at the ground. The thing in the woods had done it. It had turned us against each other, without even showing itself. I took the photo out of my pocket. I didn't hand it to her. I just held it so she could see. She looked at it, and her face went soft for a second, then crumpled into confusion and pain. "How?" That was the only word she could get out. Then from my backpack, still slung over my shoulder, came the sound. Click. The new camera, the one I'd taken from the fire clearing, was working on its own. A photo slid out of the bag's side pocket, where I'd stuffed it. It fell to the moss. We all watched as it developed. It wasn't a memory this time. It was the present. It showed the five of us, me, my wife, our two kids, and the blurred, tall figure, standing right here by the oak tree. We were arranged exactly as we were now. I was holding the baby picture. My wife had her hand over her mouth. The figure was in the background, between two trees, its head tilted. And in this picture, you could see its face. Not clearly. It was still a smudge, a swirl of gray and black. But the shape of it suggested something. A long, wide mouth. Curved, like it was smiling. My wife looked from the photo on the ground to the trees where the figure stood in the image. She whispered, her voice so faint I barely heard it. "It's smiling. I can feel it smiling at us." The drizzle picked up, tapping on the leaves above. We were cold, wet, divided, and watched. The box was just a few feet away, open and empty, ready for the next round. We had found no trail. We had found no way out. All we had found was proof that the thing hunting us knew our deepest joys and was smiling in the dark about it. The knife in my hand felt useless. The photos were the real weapon, and we were being cut apart by them, memory by memory, moment by moment. The only path forward was deeper into the woods, and the only thing waiting for us there was a smile we couldn't quite see. We'd been taught to leave no trace. But the forest was tracing us, inscribing our panic into its own dark ledger, and our blood was the ink. That photo of our firstborn, now tucked wet and crumpled in my pocket, was a theft more personal than anything before. My wife looked at me with eyes full of shattered trust, and the drizzle felt like needles on my skin. I still held the bone-handled knife, my useless, initialed weapon. The frustration and fear were a pressure in my chest, a need to act, to cut something, to make a mark that mattered. Without really thinking, I pressed the tip of the blade against the pad of my thumb. A sharp sting, and a perfect bead of dark red welled up. I watched it, a tiny globe of my own life in this dead, mossy circle. I flicked my hand, sending the drop flying. It landed on a broad fern leaf, a bright crimson spot against the green. It didn't roll off. It didn't soak in. It sizzled like water on a hot griddle and evaporated into a tiny, twisting wisp of silver mist. The mist didn't fade into the air. It rose in a straight line, quick as a snake, and was sucked up into the canopy of the great oak above us. The moment it vanished, a jolt slammed through me. It wasn't pain. It was a vision, clear as day but happening behind my eyes. I wasn't in my body. I was looking down from high up in the oak tree's branches. I saw our family from above, small and huddled together like wet mice. I saw my own head looking up, my face slack with shock. I saw the ammo can open and empty on the moss. The perspective was all wrong, like I was a bird, or something sitting in the tree. Then it was over, and I was back in my own skull, gasping like I'd been punched. My wife grabbed my arm. "What? What happened?" I could only stare at my thumb, at the tiny cut. The understanding was cold and absolute. "It's not lost," I whispered, my voice cracking. "We're not lost. We've been collected." The forest wasn't just watching. It was tasting. Our fear, our confusion, our memories, it was all food. The caches weren't hiding places. They were feeding dishes. The photos were receipts, proof of a meal. And our blood, our very life, was the sauce it preferred. I had just given it a sample. The horror on my wife's face told me she got it too. Our teenager was staring at the fern leaf where my blood had been. It ate it, they said, their voice flat. I had to know more. This was data. Awful, terrifying data, but it was something we could maybe use. I pricked my thumb again, ignoring my wife's gasp of protest. Another drop welled up. This time I focused. I thought of a happy memory, the strongest one I could grab. Our wedding day. The sun, her smile, the feeling that everything was beginning. I let the drop fall onto a flat, gray stone. It sizzled again, but slower. The mist that rose was faintly tinged with gold. It wavered in the air, almost lazy, and then simply dissipated, ignored. The silver mist of my fear had been gulped down. This golden mist of joy was unappetizing. The entity preferred the taste of our terror. My youngest son, seeing the blood on my hand, started crying again. He pushed away from his mother and ran to me, wrapping his arms around my legs. "Don't cut, Daddy," he whimpered. He reached up, his small, cold fingers touching the cut on my thumb. His own finger, scraped from a fall earlier, had a tiny scab. It pulled loose, and a bright, fresh bubble of his blood welled up and mixed with mine on my skin. The mix of our blood, my tired fear and his pure childish fright, touched each other. What happened next wasn't a wisp. It was a vortex. A thick coil of silver and gold mist, intertwined like braided rope, erupted from our joined hands. It shot upward faster than I could blink, not in a line but a spiral, drilling into the canopy above. The reaction was immediate. The great oak tree shivered. Not just its leaves, but its trunk, a deep, groaning tremor that we felt through the soles of our feet. Every tree in the circle seemed to lean in a little. The rhododendron leaves rattled. A sound emerged, not from an animal, but from the woods themselves. It was a low, grinding creak, the sound of roots moving against stone, of bark stretching. And that sound formed, impossibly, into a single, whispered word that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It hung in the wet air, a vibration more than a voice. More. We broke apart, scrambling back from the center of the circle. The word wasn't a request. It was a satisfied sigh, a demand for the next course. The knife was shaking in my hand. My mind was racing. If it fed on fear, could we starve it? Could we hide our terror? The idea was laughable. We were terrified. But what if we could give it something else? Something that would make it sick. The photo in my pocket felt like a burning coal. It had taken that memory. Could we force a memory on it? My wife was holding our son, rocking him, her eyes darting between the trees. "It wants our blood," she said. "Our scared blood. It wants the flavor of our memories," I corrected, the theory forming even as I spoke. "The blood is just the delivery. Like a spoon." I looked at the ammo can still sitting there. An idea, desperate and probably stupid, clicked into place. It wanted a story, a complete set. That's what the photos were building toward. Our story, from honeymoon to now, seasoned with dread. What if we could change the recipe for the final dish? "We have to give it something it doesn't want," I said. "We have to think of something happy, so happy it's strong. And we have to link it with blood so it has to taste it." My wife looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Think happy? Here? Now? What's the happiest memory you have?" I asked her, my voice intense. "The one that's just yours. The one it can't twist." She thought, her face pale. "The first time I felt the baby kick," she whispered. "Just me in the shower. It was a secret joy. It was perfect. Private. Powerful." "Okay," I said. "We're gonna give it that." I didn't let myself think about the violation. This was war. I took the knife. This time, I didn't prick a finger. I made a small, careful cut across my palm. It stung and blood pooled quickly. I handed the knife to my wife. She hesitated for only a second before doing the same, her jaw tight. Our teenager, wide-eyed, took the knife next. They cut their palm, their face a mask of grim understanding. Our youngest son cried, but held out his hand. I took the knife and made the tiniest nick I could on his fingertip. We stood in a circle, our bleeding hands held out over the moss in the center. "Now," I said to my wife, "think of that moment. Hold it in your mind. Don't let anything else in." I thought of my wedding day again, but harder. I poured everything into it. The smell of her perfume, the feel of the ring, the way my heart was pounding with joy. I didn't know what the kids were thinking of, but I saw them concentrating, their eyes squeezed shut. Our blood dripped, mingling on the green moss below. It didn't sizzle right away. It pooled a dark, shiny patch. Then it began to steam. The vapor that rose was a brilliant, swirling gold, shot through with streaks of white light. It was beautiful. It rose in a column, slow and stately, up toward the branches. The trees around us didn't shiver this time. They recoiled. The branches of the oak tree pulled back, as if from a heat source. The grinding creek returned, but it was a different tone, strained, uncomfortable. The golden mist reached the canopy and hovered there, glowing like a tiny captive sun. Then, with a sound like a sigh of wind through a crack, the mist was pulled apart, dissipated not with a gulp but with what felt like distaste. The word came again, but it was different. Not a hungry more. It was two words, sharp and clear and full of a cold, ancient anger. Try harder. The voice wasn't a whisper this time. It was all around us, in the rustle of every leaf. Our happy memories, our strongest joys, were just a bland side dish. It had tasted them and found them lacking. The pressure in the air changed. The drizzle stopped. The gray light seemed to dim further, as if the forest was closing a fist around our little circle. The ammo can's lid snapped shut with a loud, final clang. We were still bleeding, still holding out our hands, but our offering had been rejected. We had tried to fight its hunger with light, and it had told us our light was weak. The cut on my palm throbbed. The knife, now sticky with all our blood, felt colder than ever. We were running out of ideas, running out of strength, and the thing in the woods was still out there, patient and smiling, waiting for the main course of our despair to finish cooking. All we had managed to do was annoy it, and an annoyed god of the forest was worse than a hungry one. The path of happy memories was a dead end. The only ingredients we had left in abundance were fear and pain, and it was setting the table for just that. Hope is a poison here. The forest uses it to lower your defenses, to make you open your mouth so it can pour the real nightmare down your throat. The cold, angry voice of the trees, "Try harder," hung in the air long after the sound faded. Our hands stung, our mixed blood a failed offering on the moss. We were shivering, not just from the cold drizzle that had returned, but from a deep, soul-level chill. Our happy memories were worthless here. We bandaged our cuts with strips torn from my shirt, a quiet, grim process. My wife wrapped our son's tiny finger, her movements gentle, but her eyes distant, haunted. We had to move. Staying in that circle under the judgmental oak felt like waiting for a sentence. We picked a direction at random, just walking to keep the blood flowing, to feel like we were doing something. The woods seemed to respond to our defeated mood. The oppressive, watchful feeling eased just a little. The tangled underbrush gave way to softer ground. The trees seemed to space themselves out, letting in more of the gray, cloudy light. After an hour of trudging, we pushed through a final stand of ferns and stopped. We were in a meadow, a real, honest-to-goodness meadow full of wildflowers, purple clover, yellow buttercups, white daisies. A gentle breeze waved the grasses, and a shaft of actual sunlight broke through the clouds, painting the whole scene in gold. It was beautiful. It was safe. It felt like a postcard from the world we'd lost. The relief was so sudden and so powerful it made my knees weak. My wife actually gasped, a small sound of pure wonder. Our youngest son let go of her hand and took a few steps into the flowers, a faint smile touching his dirty face. "See," my teenager said, a brittle hope in their voice. "We're out. We found the edge of it." It was a trap. I knew it in my bones. But the pull of that normal, sunlit place was magnetic. After days of gloom and terror, my mind screamed for it to be real. We walked into the meadow, the flowers brushing our legs. The air was warmer. The buzzing of bees filled the air. It was perfect. Then I saw the picnic. On the far side of the meadow, under the shade of a lone, spreading maple tree, were 4 figures. They were sitting on a red and white checkered blanket. They were us, but not us. They were faint like projections, shimmering with a soft, internal light. The shimmering me was grilling a hot dog on a little portable grill. The shimmering wife was passing a plate to the shimmering kids. They were laughing. Not a sound came from them, but you could see the shake of their shoulders, the open mouths of joy. It was a perfect snapshot of a family outing we had never, ever had. A potential memory. A what could have been crafted from the scraps of happy thoughts we'd just tried to feed the forest. My wife let out a choked sob. "They're so happy," she whispered, taking a step forward. I grabbed her arm. "Don't. It's not real." "But it could be," she said, her voice breaking. "Look at them. It's what we wanted today to be." The scene was hypnotic. The love between those shimmering echoes was palpable, a physical warmth we could feel across the distance. As the echo wife smiled, the real one next to me saw her echo self look directly at the echo me with a love so profound, so uncomplicated by fear and exhaustion, that it broke her heart. It was a love she hadn't felt in years, stolen and displayed back to her as bait. Our teenagers stood frozen, staring at their own shimmering double, who was texting on a phone and grinning. "That's not me," they muttered, but there was longing in their voice. Our youngest just pointed and said, "Look, a picnic." He started to walk toward it, drawn by the simple, beautiful scene. I was about to pull him back when the shimmering teenage echo stopped laughing. Its head turned slowly, deliberately. It looked past its echo family, across the field of flowers, and its gaze locked onto the real teenager. Our child. The smile on the echo's face melted away. Its expression shifted from joy to a dawning horror, then to abject, petrified terror. It knew. It knew it wasn't real. It knew what it was for. Then, the entire echo family shattered. Not with a sound, but with a visual crack, like glass breaking in a silent movie. All 4 figures fragmented into 1,000 shimmering pieces, which then dissolved into motes of glowing light. These motes didn't float away. They were sucked downward, into the grass and soil beneath the picnic blanket, as if the meadow itself was drinking them. The red checkered blanket vanished. The little grill vanished. All that was left was the maple tree, and beneath it, a perfect circle of dead black grass. In the center of that dead circle sat a small metal box. Another ammo can. We walked forward, drawn by a horrible curiosity. The grass crunched underfoot, brittle and lifeless. The box was older, more corroded than the other. Its label wasn't stamped. It was burned into the metal with what looked like a hot poker. It read, "The first cache." My wife fell to her knees at the edge of the dead circle, her hands covering her face. The teenager was breathing fast, looking from the spot where their echo had been to the box, their face pale. The echo had worn their face, felt their terror. The violation was now complete, personal, and psychological. I was the only one who could move. I stepped into the circle. The ground was cold, leaching the warmth from my boots. I knelt in front of the first cache. This felt different. This wasn't about us. Not just us. This was history. The latch was rusted shut, but it broke easily under my knife. Inside, there were no Polaroids, no modern camera. The contents were ancient. There were crude drawings on curled pieces of birch bark. There were shapes etched onto fragments of animal hide, darkened with age. I lifted them out with trembling fingers. The first drawing on bark showed 2 stick figures on a hiking trail. They held little stick hands. Above them towered a tall, wavy line, like a drawing of heat haze or a distorted person. The next showed the same 2 stick figures by a campfire, the wavy line closer. Another showed the 2 stick figures with 2 smaller stick figures, a family. The wavy line was in the trees around them. The drawings told a story, a timeline. The final piece was a larger square of thick bark. On it was a map, burned in like the label on the box. But it wasn't a map of the forest. It was a spiral, a coiled, twisting line. At the very first curve of the spiral, the outermost coil, was a tiny burned drawing of an ammo can. Next to it was a single word, honeymoon. My breath caught. I traced the spiral inward with a dirty finger. The next coil had another cache drawing. Firstborn, then toddler, then family trip. Each was a point on the spiral of a life, our life. The spiral coiled tighter and tighter. Each marked cache a moment we'd lived. Moments the forest had apparently tasted through photos we never took. It led inexorably to the very center of the spiral. In the center was one last cache drawing, and a date. The date wasn't today's date. It was tomorrow's. According to this map, we were living in the cache labeled for tomorrow, but we hadn't reached the true center yet. The map was a guide to our own consumption, and we were almost out of time. I looked up at my family, their faces etched with a new kind of dread. "It's been planning this," I said, my voice hollow. "For years, since before we were even a family." As I held the bark map, the burned lines began to glow. A faint, phosphorescent green light pulsed along the spiral. At the same time, in the real world around us, a path of glowing mushrooms pushed up through the pine needles and dead grass at our feet. They sprouted in a curving line, each fungus emitting the same eerie green light, leading away from the dead circle, away from the meadow, and back into the deep, dark woods. The forest wasn't hiding the path anymore. It was illuminating it for us. It was showing us the way to the center of the spiral, to the final cache. The choice was impossible. To stay here was to be picked apart by echoes and false hope. To follow the glowing path was to walk knowingly into its larder, to the place where it finished its meals. My wife stood up, wiping her eyes. She looked at the mushrooms, then at me, then at our children. Her face hardened into a resolve I hadn't seen since this began. "If the center of the maze is also its heart," she said, her voice steady, "then that's where we have to go. That's where we can hurt it." It was a thin hope, a warrior's logic, but it was all we had. We turned our backs on the dead circle and the false meadow. We stepped onto the path of glowing mushrooms. As we walked, the forest changed again. The colors became too vibrant, the greens too electric, the browns too rich. Sounds were muffled, as if we were underwater. We passed a tree with our family initials carved in a heart, dated 3 years in the future. We kept walking. From the trees around us, unseen, came the sound we'd grown to dread, the mechanical work click of a Polaroid shutter. It came from our left, then our right, then from ahead. We were being documented in real time. Our journey to the center added to the collection. My teenagers suddenly stopped, pointing between two close-growing pines. "I saw it," they hissed. A flash between the trees, a tall, thin figure holding something square to its face. A burst of light, like a flashbulb. A moment later, a developed Polaroid fluttered down from the branches, landing on the glowing path in front of us. I picked it up. It was a picture of our backs, walking away. We were in the photo, on this exact path. The figure was not. It was behind the camera. We were getting closer. The mushroom path led us downward, into a damp hollow where the air grew cool and still. The glowing fungi ended abruptly at the edge of a perfectly circular, black pond. The water was like glass, not a ripple on its surface, and reflected in it wasn't the gloomy sky or the surrounding trees. The reflection showed a room, a living room, our living room back home. The TV was off. The toys were put away. A single lamp was on. It was empty and dark and still, and sitting right in the middle of our coffee table, clear as day, was the last cash ammo can. The one we had left behind, the one that had followed us. It was already home, waiting. The pond wasn't water. It was a window, and it was showing us that even if we by some miracle got out, it was already inside. Maps promise you can know a place. This map promised we could know our own doom, plotted point by point on a spiral of our own lives. We stood at the edge of that impossible black pond, staring at the reflection of our own living room, of that cursed box sitting on our coffee table like a trophy. The message was clear. There was no out to get to. It was already in our home, in our past, in our future. The glowing mushroom path had delivered us to a view of our own defeat. Our youngest son broke first. He let out a wail and lunged for the water, his small hands reaching for the image of home. "I want to go back," he cried. My wife and I grabbed him, just as his fingertips were about to touch the surface. The moment his hands got close, the image in the pond shimmered and changed. Now it showed his bedroom, his nightlight casting a soft yellow glow on his rumpled dinosaur comforter. It was personalized bait, and it was almost irresistible. I pulled him back, holding him tight as he sobbed into my shoulder. "That's not real, buddy," I whispered, but the words felt like a lie. It looked utterly real. The pond was a window, not a mirror. I had to be sure. I picked up a stone from the bank and threw it into the center of the black water. It didn't splash. It didn't ripple. The stone hit the surface and vanished, as if passing through a film of oil. The image of our living room shimmered violently, like a TV screen with bad reception, and then reset itself, perfect and still once more. The stone was gone, swallowed. A trade. The voice didn't come from around us this time. It came from the pond itself, a liquid, gurgling whisper that seemed to rise from the deep. It was a collage of sounds, rustling leaves, cracking twigs, dripping water, synthesized into something almost like speech. One memory. For one step home. As it spoke, the edges of the pond began to glow with that same sickly, chemical light of a developing Polaroid. It was offering a deal. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollow. "What does that mean? One memory?" Before I could answer, she turned to the pond, her voice desperate and sharp. "Take it. Take the memory of my sister's funeral. Just let us go." The pond water swirled, a slow, clockwise vortex. In its center, an image formed, not a reflection of us, but a memory. I saw a glimpse of a church, rain on windows, my wife in a black dress, her face streaked with tears. It was her memory, plucked from her mind and displayed on the water. Then the image was sucked downward, vanishing into the depths. From the spot where it disappeared, a single, flat, gray stone rose to the surface. It floated there, just beneath the water, solid and real. A stepping stone. The trade had worked. But my wife gasped, clutching her head. I know she died," she stammered, her face a mask of confusion and pain. I know I was sad, but I can't see her face. I can't remember her voice. The memory wasn't copied. It was taken, deleted, erased from her mind completely, leaving only the cold, factual knowledge of the event. The cost was real, and it was horrifying. I felt a surge of anger. What do you want with our memories? I shouted at the watery voice. The answer came back, a chorus of whispers from the trees and the pond. Flavor. Context. The fear is sweet. But the love gives it depth. It was a gourmand, a connoisseur of emotion. Our terror was the main course, but our love, our joy, our grief, those were the spices that made the meal complex, that made it worth savoring across decades. It was collecting a full vintage. Our youngest son, seeing his mother's pain, wriggled out of my arms. His face was red and furious. He stomped to the water's edge and shouted at the pond, "Give it back to my mom. You give it back." And he kicked the water. His foot didn't splash. It sank in, up to his ankle, as if the surface had the consistency of thick gel. Then, from the depths, a hand exploded out. It was made of reflected water and solid shadow, a thing of liquid darkness. It wrapped its cold, wet fingers around his ankle and yanked. The boy screamed, his leg pulled straight out from under him. I dove, grabbing him under the arms. My wife threw herself forward, grabbing his waist. The teenager leapt in, trying to pry the watery fingers loose. The hand had the strength of a closing vice. I didn't think. I still had the bone-handled knife in my belt. I scrambled, got it out, and slammed the blade down on the wrist of the shadowy hand. The knife didn't cut water. It shattered it. The hand fragmented into a spray of black ice and dark droplets that rained back into the pond. Our son was free, and we all tumbled backward onto the bank, a heap of panting, terrified bodies. My son's ankle was marked with 5 perfect, numb-looking white fingerprints, as if the flesh had been frozen. The forest erupted. That calm, gourmand voice was gone, replaced by a roar of wind through 1,000 branches. The tall, slender figure was suddenly visible, not in one place, but in the spaces between every tree surrounding the hollow. It was the same blurred shape from the photos, but now it was everywhere, a hall of mirrors reflecting the same hungry, impatient form. It was the forest, and the forest was it. We were not just in its territory. We were inside it. The chorus of voices spoke as one, a grinding, multi-layered command. The child's memory of this place, his fear, his love for you. Give it to us. We will drop the others at the trailhead, unharmed, unremembering. The offer hung in the air, monstrous and specific. It wanted our youngest son's entire experience of the last 2 days. Every moment of terror, every moment of clinging to us for safety. And most importantly, it wanted his memory of us, of his family. In exchange, it would physically place the rest of us back at the trailhead, safe, with no memory of any of this. Our son would be left alone, somewhere, with no idea who he was or who we were. The horror of the choice paralyzed me. Would he be better off? Alive but empty? Would we be saving him or losing him forever? My wife was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." Our son, trembling, understood enough. He looked from his mother to me, his lip quivering. "I don't want to forget you," he whimpered. But he also saw our exhaustion, our terror, the raw cost on our faces. He was considering it. The idea that my brave little boy was thinking of sacrificing his own mind for us broke something inside me. The anger that had been simmering since the first photo boiled over, clean and hot. I stood up, facing the ring of blurred figures between the trees. I still held the knife. "No!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat. "We don't trade pieces of each other. You don't get him. You don't get any of us." It was a declaration, a stupid, hopeless, human refusal. As I shouted, the figures between the trees all tilted their heads in perfect, unnerving unison. The grinding voice returned, but now it held a note of curiosity, of clinical interest. "You cling. Interesting. The clinging is also tasty." Our rejection wasn't met with violence. It was met with a wave of pure, physical exhaustion that hit us like a wall. One by one, our legs gave out. My wife slumped to the ground. The teenager folded over. Our youngest son lay down where he was, his eyes fluttering. I fought it, my knees buckling, but it was useless. It felt like the air had turned to syrup, pushing down on every cell in my body. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't turn my head. I lay on the cold, damp earth by the black pond, fully conscious but utterly paralyzed. From the trees, the tall figures stepped forward. They didn't walk so much as flow, their blurred forms moving with a smooth, silent grace. They bent over us, not to attack, but to examine, to gather. I could see them hovering above me, a dozen smudged faces looking down. I couldn't even blink. Then the sound came. From all around, the mechanical whirring of a dozen Polaroid cameras winding up. The flashbulbs burst, one after another, a strobing explosion of white light that filled the hollow, bleaching the color from the world. Whir click, whir click, whir click. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me was the satisfied glow of those developing chemicals, and the thought, clear and cold. The final pictures were being taken. The collection was almost complete. We weren't in a prison. We were in a pantry, and the shelves were stocked with the canned screams and jarred joys of everyone who'd ever taken a wrong turn. I woke up, not on the ground by the pond, but lying on a surface that was cool and slightly soft like packed earth. The paralyzing fatigue was gone, replaced by a dull, full body ache. I pushed myself up. I wasn't tied. I was in a vast, cavernous space. The air was cool and still, smelling of damp soil and something else, a sweet, cloying scent like old honey and dried flowers. Light came from the walls themselves, a soft, pulsing amber glow. I stood, my legs wobbly, and looked around. The walls weren't rock. They were a dense, crystalline honeycomb, each cell a perfect hexagon stretching from the floor into the darkness above. And in each cell, glowing with that internal light, was a Polaroid photo. Hundreds of them. Thousands. A gallery of souls. I stumbled closer to the nearest wall. The photo in the cell showed a man and a woman in 1970s hiking gear, their faces frozen in wide-eyed, open-mouthed terror. The photo was faded, the colors washed out, as if the memory was old and weakening. I moved along the wall. Another cell held a photo of a group of teenagers around a campfire, their smiles looking forced, their eyes darting to the side. Slightly less faded. Another showed a lone hunter, his face a mask of confusion. Each photo was a person or people caught in a moment of fear and disorientation. This was the larder, the place where the forest stored its meals while they aged. My heart was pounding a sick rhythm against my ribs. Where was my family? I turned, scanning the huge chamber. Across the way, I saw movement. 3 figures, pressed against a clear, resin-like wall. My wife, my teenager, my youngest son. They were in a large cell of their own, separate from the honeycomb walls, like a display case. They saw me and started banging on the clear substance, their mouths moving, but no sound coming through. I ran to them. The wall between us was smooth and cold, like thick glass, but it had a yellowish tint, distorting their faces. I placed my hand against it. My wife placed her hand on the other side, aligning with mine. I could feel the faintest warmth from her skin, but I couldn't touch her, couldn't break through. We could only look at each other through this awful, amber lens. On the wall outside their cell was a mosaic. It wasn't made of tiles. It was made of Polaroids. Our Polaroids. I saw the first one it had shown us, the honeymoon hike. Then the toddler picture. The surveillance-style photos. The picture by the oak tree. The one by the fire with the blurred figure. The picture of our backs on the glowing path. Every snapshot of our horror, arranged in a chronological spiral that mirrored the map from the first cache. Our collection. And at the center of the spiral of photos, there was one empty space. It was shaped exactly like a Polaroid. A placeholder. It was labeled with tomorrow's date. It was the slot for the final picture. The one that would complete the set and let the entity fully consume our story, to savor it for decades or centuries in its honeycomb vault. The understanding was a physical blow. This wasn't about killing us. It was about preservation. About turning our lived experience into a vintage it could taste again and again. My eyes scanned the other walls, the thousands of faded photos. What happened to the people when the photos faded completely? My answer came as I looked back at the 1970s hikers. In the background of that faded photo, just a blur, I saw a smaller figure. A child. With a jolt, I recognized the jacket, the haircut. It was my own father as a young boy. He had never spoken of being lost in the woods. He hated camping. A cold genealogy of terror clicked into place. We were not the first in our family to be collected. The entity had tasted my father's fear, and now it was back for the next generation, for the full family set. It was tending its garden. I turned back to my family, pressing both hands against the resin wall. My wife was pointing frantically at something behind me. I turned. The wall of the chamber near me was softening, becoming fluid and permeable. A single, slender root, pale and smooth like a vein, slithered out from the honeycomb. It didn't move like a plant. It moved with the liquid grace of a tentacle. It approached me, and I backed up until I was against my family's cell. The root stopped a foot away. At its tip, it held something. Not a camera. A single square piece of blank, white Polaroid film. It extended the film toward me, holding it delicately. The unspoken command was deafening. To complete the set, to give it the finale it craved, we had to take the final picture ourselves. We had to willingly participate in our own curation. I stared at the blank film. Then I looked at the root, and past it, into the shadows of the vast chamber. What happens if we don't? I asked, my voice echoing in the huge space. From the darkness, the grinding, leafy voice returned, but it was calm now, a curator in its gallery. You remain. Fresh. Vibrant. A live exhibit. Your story stays on the wall, unfinished, a constant, tantalizing promise. You will watch your photos slowly fade, over years, as your memories are sipped away. You will feel each one go. And when the last memory of sunlight is gone, when the last echo of your children's laughter is sipped from your mind, you will join the others in the dark. As it spoke, the root holding the film gestured toward the far end of the chamber. There, the floor seemed to open into a lower level. I could see movement, faint, shuffling shapes moving in a slow, endless circle. The people from the most faded photos. They were here, their bodies preserved but their minds hollowed out, walking an eternal, silent circuit. That was the true center of the spiral. Not death, erasure. I looked at my family, trapped in their amber cell. My wife's eyes were begging me. My teenager was shaking their head, mouthing the word no. My youngest son just looked scared and tired. The root pushed the blank film closer to my chest. The greatest trick a monster can play isn't making you afraid. It's making you an artist of your own despair and asking for your signature on the masterpiece. I reached out. I didn't take the film. I grabbed the root itself. It was cool and dry like old bark, but it pulsed with a faint life. I pulled it hard. The root resisted, then went slack, as if surprised. From the darkness came a grinding creak of irritation. I yanked the root toward me and with my other hand, brought the bone-handled knife down on it. The blade sliced through cleanly. A clear, sap-like fluid, smelling of that same cloying honey, oozed from the cut. The severed root tip writhed on the ground for a moment, then went still. The blank film fluttered to the earth. For a second, nothing happened. Then the chamber trembled. The honeycomb walls vibrated, the photos within them rattling in their cells. A deep, resonant groan filled the air, the sound of old wood under immense stress. I had heard it, or at least, I had been disrespectful in its gallery. The resin wall in front of my family's cell shimmered. It didn't melt. It became cloudy, then clear again. They were still trapped, but the message was clear. Defiance had consequences. The grinding voice returned, no longer calm. It was sharp, prickly, like thorns being dragged across stone. You will take the picture. You will choose the moment. The memory of your choice will be the first we taste. Choose wisely. It will set the flavor for the rest. It was forcing my hand. I had to give it a memory, or it would start taking them at random, starting with my family in that cell. I picked up the blank film. It felt inert, just plastic and paper. I looked at the mosaic of our horror. I looked at the empty slot. I didn't have a camera, but as I held the film, the root I had cut began to move again. It lifted from the floor, its severed end reshaping, forming into a dark, organic lens. A bulb of amber sap swelled at its base, a biological flashbulb. It pointed at me. A camera had been grown just for this. I held the blank film in front of my chest. I had to think of a memory to sacrifice, but my mind was a whirlwind of fear and love and rage. I couldn't pick one. The organic camera word, a wet, clicking sound. It was getting ready. My teenager inside the cell was screaming something, pounding on the wall. I saw them form a word. Hope, they were shouting. It hates hope. It was a desperate guess. The thing fed on fear and seasoned its meals with love. But hope. Hope was anticipation. Hope was a future. This thing lived in the past, in preserved moments. Maybe hope was a poison to its digestion. I had nothing left to lose. I closed my eyes. I didn't think of a happy memory. I didn't think of a fearful one. I thought of a hope. A specific, fragile, desperate hope. I thought of the moment I hoped for right now. The moment the resin wall would shatter, and I would pull my family out, and we would run, not to any trailhead, but into a sunrise so bright it would burn this whole rotten forest to the ground. I poured every ounce of that wished-for future into my mind. I opened my eyes and stared into the organic lens. "Take this," I said. "Take my hope." The sap bulb flashed. The film in my hand grew warm. An image developed, not in shades of sepia or color, but in stark black and white. It was a picture of my own face, my eyes looking straight ahead, filled with a furious, blazing determination. Behind me, the resin wall was shown cracked and splintered. It was a hope given form, a memory of a future that didn't exist. The moment the picture finished developing, the film was ripped from my hand by an invisible force and slammed into the empty slot on the mosaic wall. It fit perfectly. The entire spiral of photos glowed, then dimmed. The grinding voice made a sound like a hiss of steam. Bitter. Empty. A shell. It didn't like it. It couldn't taste the hope, only the want, the longing, which was apparently bland and unsatisfying. But it had taken the memory. I felt a hollow space open up in my chest where that specific, fiery hope had been. I knew I had hoped for escape, but I could no longer feel the heat of it, see the imagined sunrise. It was gone. In exchange, the resin wall in front of my family's cell cracked with a sound like ice breaking. A single, jagged line ran from top to bottom. We had bought a little time, with a flavor it found boring. The wall was weakened, but not broken. We were still in the larder, and the curator was now annoyed and hungry for something better. The shuffling from the lower level grew louder, as if the hollow ones below had been stirred by the disruption. You don't know what you're made of until someone offers to buy your son's soul with the currency of your own freedom. The single crack in the amber wall was a victory, so small it felt like an insult. I could see my family's faces more clearly through the fractured pane, their expressions a mix of terror and a flicker of the same desperate hope I had just sold. The hollow, shuffling sounds from the lower level of the chamber grew louder, a reminder of the alternative to our current trapped state. The entity's voice, still prickly with displeasure at the taste of my hope, echoed around the honeycombed walls. A poor vintage. Thin. We will select the next memory ourselves. From the youngest. His joy is still pure, his fear still bright. The root that had regrown into a camera twitched, its organic lens turning away from me and focusing on the cell, on my youngest son. He backed away from the wall, hiding behind his mother. No, we had bought a moment, not a reprieve. I still had the knife. The bone handle was slick with my sweat. I looked at the crack in the wall, then at the strange, fleshy camera root. It was connected to the wall, to the entity itself. I didn't think. I just moved. I lunged at the root camera, not to cut it, but to grab it. My fingers closed around its cool, smooth surface. It was tougher than it looked, like dense rubber. I pulled hard, putting all my weight into it. The root tore from the wall with a sound like ripping canvas, and a gush of that clear, honey-scented sap erupted from the wound. The chamber groaned again, a deeper, angrier sound. The severed root thrashed in my grip like a caught snake. I didn't let go. I swung it like a whip and smashed its lens end against the cracked wall of my family's cell. The amber-like material spiderwebbed further. My wife saw what I was doing. Inside the cell, she picked up a loose piece of stone from the floor and began hammering at the crack from her side. Our teenager joined her, kicking at the weakened area. Our youngest just watched, his hands over his ears. The entity's displeasure turned to rage. The light in the honeycomb cells flared, the thousands of captured faces seeming to wail in unison without sound. From the floor, more roots erupted, not to form cameras, but to grab. They slithered around my ankles, my wrists. One wrapped around my throat, not tight enough to choke, but to hold. I struggled, slashing with the knife, cutting through one after another, but for every root I severed, two more took its place. They were pulling me away from the cell, dragging me toward the dark opening that led to the lower level, to the shuffling hollow ones. The defiance is noted, the grinding voice said, no longer trying to sound like anything but what it was, an ancient, hungry thing. It adds a peppery finish. We will savor your struggle as we drain your wife's love for you. It will be a complex pairing. I was being pulled backward, my boots scraping on the earth. I couldn't get free. I looked at my wife, who was still pounding on the wall, her face a mask of furious tears. Then my teenagers stopped kicking. They stood still, looking not at me, but at the mosaic of our photos on the wall outside their cell. They pointed at the picture I had just taken, the black and white image of my determined face. "It's a memory," they yelled, their voice muffled but piercing through the chaos. "You gave it a memory of what you wanted to do. It's in the collection now." I didn't understand at first. Then I did. The entity's power had rules. It could take memories. It could preserve them. It could even, it seemed, make them real in twisted ways, like the Echo Picnic. but the memory I gave it was one of action, of breaking the wall. The act was now part of its curated story of us. And maybe, just maybe, that gave it a kind of weight, a reality it couldn't just ignore. The roots were dragging me to the edge of the pit. I could see the shuffling figures below, their movements slow and mechanical. I had one chance. I stopped fighting the roots. Instead, I focused everything on the memory I had given away. I tried to reclaim the feeling, not the hope, but the specific, concrete image. My fist slamming into the cracked wall, the resin shattering into 1,000 pieces. I poured every ounce of will into that single thought. The photo of my face in the mosaic began to glow, not with the chamber's amber light, but with a sharp, white light. The roots holding me hesitated. The entity's attention shifted. The glowing photo was deviating from the script. It was a memory, but it was acting like a live wire. With a final desperate heave, I tore one arm free from the roots and didn't slash at them. I pointed at the glowing photo. "You took it!" I roared. "Now use it!" The light from the photo burst outward, not as a flash, but as a beam. It hit the cracked wall of the cell. And where it touched, the cracks glowed with the same white light. A high, sharp ringing sound filled the chamber, like glass under extreme stress. My wife and teenager stumbled back from the wall. Then it exploded. Not in a violent blast, but in a sudden crystallization. The entire wall turned milky white, and then dissolved into a fine, sparkling powder that fell like snow. The cell was open. My family was free. The roots holding me went completely slack, falling away as if stunned. The chamber was utterly still for 3 heartbeats. The entity was confused. It had never been given a weaponized memory before. My wife didn't hesitate. She grabbed our children's hands and sprinted out of the crumbled cell, straight to me. We were together again, in the middle of the larder, surrounded by the evidence of countless other victims. The moment of confusion wouldn't last. The grinding voice returned, but it was different now. There was a new tone underneath the anger, curiosity, and something like appreciation. You learn. You adapt. You fight not just with fear, but with the tools of our feast. This is new. This is interesting. It wasn't complimenting us. It was a chef tasting an unexpected, bold spice. The hole in the floor where the roots had been dragging me began to widen. The shuffling from below grew more agitated. But we weren't looking at the hole anymore. We were looking at the walls. The honeycomb cells, with their thousands of fading photos, were the entity's strength, its stored power, its larder. But maybe they were also its anchor. My wife followed my gaze. She understood. "The pictures," she said. "They're all it has of them." I still had the knife. I ran to the nearest wall, to the cell holding the faded photo of the 1970s hikers, the one with my father as a boy. I didn't try to pry the photo out. I drove the knife into the hexagon cell itself, into the crystalline material around the photo. It resisted, then cracked with a sound like snapping sugar. The photo within flickered wildly, and the light in that cell died, leaving it a dark, empty hole. A shudder went through the chamber, a gasp not of pain but of loss. I had just erased a vintage, destroyed a preserved meal. From the dark opening in the floor, a wail rose, not from the entity, but from the hollow ones below. One of their number had just lost its last tether to existence. "Stop!" The voice was no longer a chorus. It was a single, sharp command, full of a possessive fury I hadn't heard before. I had found a nerve. I looked at my family. "Break them!" I shouted. "All of them!" We scattered. My wife and teenager used rocks. I used the knife. We attacked the honeycomb walls, shattering cell after cell. With each destruction, a photo flickered and died. With each death, the chamber trembled. The entity's rage was a physical storm now. Roots exploded from every surface, whipping through the air, trying to grab us, to pull us away from its precious collection. We dodged and weaved, becoming destroyers in the gallery of souls. The light in the chamber dimmed as more and more cells went dark. The shuffling from below became a chaotic clamor, but we couldn't break them all. There were thousands, and the entity was learning, focusing its roots, herding us away from the walls, toward the center of the chamber, toward the widening pit. We were tiring, our arms leaden. A root wrapped around my teenager's leg, yanking them off their feet. My wife turned to help, and 2 more roots coiled around her waist. We were being captured again. I stood amidst the destruction we'd caused, surrounded by perhaps 50 shattered cells in a sea of thousands that still glowed. It wasn't enough. We had stung it, made it angry, but we hadn't broken it. The roots dragged my wife and teen toward the pit. My youngest son was crying, trying to pull on his mother, but he was too small. The grinding voice was cold, final. You will be placed below. You will walk, and we will begin the slow tasting anew. Your defiance will be the first note of your flavor profile. We look forward to understanding it. This was it, the end of the fight. I looked at the knife in my hand, at my initials on the blade. A memory not my own, from a honeymoon a decade ago. A honeymoon where, according to the spiral map, this had all begun. The first cache. The memory of the two of us, young and in love, in these woods. That was the seed. I had one last, insane idea. If memories were real here, if they could be used, then maybe they could also be planted. I didn't attack the roots. I ran to the wall, not to break a cell, but to an intact one. I chose a photo at random, a faded image of a scared-looking Boy Scout from what looked like the 1950s. I didn't shatter the cell. I pressed the blade of the knife against it, my own blood from fresh cuts mingling with the honey sap on the crystal. And I focused. Not on my fear, not on my hope. I focused on the memory etched on the knife. I focused on the specific, powerful, joyful memory of my honeymoon. The love, the excitement, the feeling of a perfect future. A memory that didn't belong in this gallery of terror. I pushed that memory through the knife, through my blood, into the cell holding the Boy Scout's fear. The photo inside the cell changed. The Boy Scout's terrified face flickered. For a second, I saw my own young face, smiling, arm around my young wife. A memory of pure joy, inserted into the larder of fear. The cell didn't shatter. It pulsed once with a warm, gold light, so different from the amber glow. Then it went dark, not like a broken cell, but like a void. The entity screamed. It wasn't a grinding sound. It was a shrill, piercing shriek of outrage and revulsion. The roots holding my wife and teenager recoiled as if burned. The contamination of its perfect collection was a violation it could not abide. One cell of joy was a poison in its vintage. I had found its true weakness. It wasn't destruction. It was corruption. The entity's shriek was the sound of a world breaking. It wasn't a sound of pain, but of perfect, unadulterated outrage. The single honeycomb cell I had corrupted, the one that now held a stolen memory of joy instead of curated fear, glowed a sickly, conflicted yellow before going dark. That darkness spread from the cell like a stain, blackening the crystalline walls around it, making them brittle and dead. The roots that had been recoiling now thrashed in a frenzy, not at us, but at the contaminated section of the wall, tearing at it, trying to rip the corruption out. The chamber trembled on a new, more violent level. Cracks ran up the walls. Dust and bits of crystal rained down from the ceiling high above. The entity was turning its fury inward, trying to perform an emergency amputation on its own collection. It didn't care about us anymore. We were a temporary irritation. The poison in its pantry was an existential threat. My wife scrambled to her feet, pulling our teenager up. Our youngest ran to me, clutching my leg. "What did you do?" My wife yelled over the cacophony of grinding stone and shrieking wind. I gave it something it couldn't digest. I shouted back. The knife in my hand felt warm, almost humming. The memory etched into its metal was now a weapon. I looked at the thousands of other glowing cells. Each one was a story of terror, a vintage the entity cherished. And each one was a potential target, but we didn't have time to corrupt them one by one. The entity was ripping out the whole contaminated section. A huge chunk of the honeycomb wall, maybe 20 feet across, sheared away and crashed to the floor, shattering into glittering dust and releasing the faded, fear-filled photos within to flutter down like dead leaves. The hole it left revealed not more earth, but a tangled, pulsing network of thick, root-like veins that glowed with the same amber light, the circulatory system of the thing, and it was inflamed, pulsing angrily around the edges of the wound. The pit in the center of the floor, the one leading to the hollow walkers, began to close, the roots pulling earth over it like a wound clotting. The entity was going into lockdown, protecting its core. The grinding voice returned, but it was fractured, distracted, talking to itself or to the forest. Contamination. Purge required. Seal the gallery. Isolate the vintage. It was going to bury us alive in here, with its corrupted collection, and maybe wait a century for the poison to fade. We had to move. Not to escape the chamber. There was no visible exit, but to strike deeper. The veins. I pointed to the pulsing network exposed by the torn-away wall. That's its heart. We follow that. It was the opposite of running away. It was running into the monster's bloodstream. But it was the only path that wasn't solid earth or closing root. We sprinted for the hole in the wall, dodging falling debris and writhing, distressed roots. We climbed over the rubble of shattered honeycomb. Up close, the network of veins was awe-inspiring and horrifying. They were as thick as my thigh, translucent, with pulses of amber light moving through them like slow traffic. They throbbed with a low, subaudible beat that we felt in our teeth. The space behind the wall was a narrow, winding tunnel formed entirely of these pulsing roots, twisting away into darkness. It smelled strongly of ozone and wet soil. We had no choice. We entered the tunnel. The light from the veins was our only guide, casting our shadows in jumpy, distorted shapes on the walls. The tunnel sloped downward, always downward, coiling like an intestine. The deeper we went, the warmer it got, and the stronger the scent of ozone became, mixed now with that cloying honey sweetness, so concentrated it made my eyes water. We walked for what felt like miles in that suffocating living tube. My family was silent, saving their breath, their faces set in masks of grim endurance. The tunnel began to widen. The pulsing veins converged, growing thicker, until they formed the walls themselves. The light grew brighter, shifting from amber to a pale, electric blue. The air crackled with static, making our hair stand on end. Then the tunnel opened into a cavern so vast the far walls were lost in a blue haze. And in the center of the cavern grew the tree. It wasn't a tree like any on Earth. Its trunk was a column of fused, twisting roots, each one as big as a car, glowing with that fierce blue light from within. It had no leaves. Instead, from its unimaginably high branches hung thousands of tendrils, and at the end of each tendril dangled a single, glowing Polaroid photo, slowly rotating. This was the source, the heart, the developing room. These were the master images, the originals from which the honeycomb copies were made. The air hummed with energy. Below the tree, in a wide, shallow pool of what looked like clear sap, stood the hollow ones. Dozens of them. Men, women, children from different eras, their clothes faded, their faces slack and empty. They stood perfectly still, up to their ankles in the sap, connected to the tree by thin, wispy roots attached to the backs of their necks. They weren't shuffling here. They were in storage, charging like batteries, their drained emotions maybe slowly replenishing for future tasting. My wife gripped my arm, her nails digging in. "My God," she breathed. Our teenager stared, their anger momentarily replaced by a horrified awe. Our youngest hid his face against me. The grinding voice was here too, but it was different. It wasn't a chorus from the walls. It came from the tree itself, a deep, resonant vibration that made the sap pool ripple. "You have come to the source of the flavor. You have brought contamination to the root." The great trunk of the tree pulsed, and a new tendril grew with shocking speed. At its end, a Polaroid camera, organic and intricate as a flower, bloomed. It pointed at us, but it didn't flash. This was different. "You have shown adaptability. You have used our own tools. This is a rare vintage indeed. We offer a final trade." A section of the sap pool before us swirled and cleared, becoming a window like the black pond. It showed a scene, our car parked at the trailhead under a normal blue sky. It was real, present day. We could almost smell the asphalt. "Leave the corrupted one," the tree voice said. The image focused on me. Leave him. His defiance, his contamination, is a complex profile we wish to study in isolation. The rest of you may go. Your memories of him will be softened, sweetened. You will remember a father lost bravely in the woods, a tragedy. Not this. The flavor of that grief will be exquisite. It was the same deal, refined. It didn't want my son's memory anymore. It wanted me. It wanted to turn me into a permanent, defiant exhibit, a new, pungent flavor in its collection. My family would be released, their memories edited into a more palatable, sad story. My wife's hand tightened on my arm. She didn't say no this time. She just looked at me, her eyes filled with an ocean of pain and a terrible, unaskable question. The cost was unthinkable, but the offer was real. The car was right there. Safety was right there. For them. The tree knew it had us. The camera tendril waited. My teenager was looking at the image of the car, a hunger in their eyes so profound it was like a physical force. They wanted out. They deserved out. I looked at the knife in my hand. My initials. A memory of a beginning. This thing lived in the past, collecting it, tasting it. What if I gave it a memory of an ending? Not a happy ending. A true ending. I thought of my father, a hollow, walking man in some other part of this hell, his story drained. I thought of all the faces in the honeycomb. This had to stop. Not just for us. But the tree was too big, too powerful. We couldn't kill it. But maybe we could give it a memory so big, so final, it would choke on it. I made my decision. I let go of my wife's hand. I walked forward toward the sap pool, toward the image of the car. I stopped at the edge. I looked back at my family. "I love you," I said, the words simple and utterly inadequate. Then I turned to the great tree. "I accept, but I choose the final memory. The one you taste first from me. The one that sets the flavor." The tree pulsed, a beat of anticipation. "Agreed." The camera tendril swiveled to focus on my face. I didn't think of a memory from my life. I thought of a concept. I thought of the end of all stories. Not with a bang, but with the closing of a book. The feeling of a final page being turned. The emptiness after the last word is read. The silence that isn't quiet, but is the absence of narrative altogether. I poured the idea of finale, of conclusion, of the period at the end of the very last sentence, into my mind and stared into the lens. The camera flashed. A photo grew from its tip. It was black. Not developed black. Empty black. A void in a square shape. The tree took it. The black photo was drawn up the tendril and into the glowing blue trunk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the light in the trunk flickered. The pulse stuttered. A tendril nearby, holding a glowing photo of a weeping woman from some long ago century, went dark. The photo turned black and fell, dissolving into the sap. Then another, and another. Like a chain reaction, the lights on the tree began to wink out. The memory of the end was spreading through its system, a logical virus. It was the one story it couldn't preserve, because it was the end of preservation itself. The tree was trying to taste the finale of all flavors, and it was short-circuiting. The grinding voice returned, but it was a stutter, a skipping record. Non-narrative contradiction, file corruption. The hollow ones in the sap pool began to sway, then collapse, their connection strings snapping. The offer was over. The weight of the car was gone. But the heart of the forest was having a stroke. We had given it a thought it could not process, and it was dying, not with a fight, but with a confused systems failure whimper. The blue light pulsed erratically, then began to dim. The great cavern started to shake for a new, final reason. It was coming apart. The greatest trick a monster can play isn't making you afraid. It's making you an artist of your own despair, and asking for your signature on the masterpiece. I didn't sign. I gave it a blank page instead. The memory of the end was a logic bomb in the heart of the thing, and the detonation was silent and profound. The great tree's light didn't go out with a bang, but with a stutter, a series of fitful flickers as the concept of finality infected its ancient, story-hoarding mind. The cavern trembled, but not with rage. It trembled with the structural uncertainty of a dream losing its dreamer. The hollow ones collapsed into the sap, their puppet strings cut. The glowing Polaroids hanging from the branches turned black and rained down like ashes. My family rushed to me as the blue glow dimmed toward a deep, twilight gray. "What's happening?" my wife asked, her voice hushed with awe and fear. "It's forgetting how to be," I said, watching the last pulses of light move sluggishly up the trunk. "It can't hold a story that ends all stories. But a place like this, a creature like this, doesn't just die. It unravels." The floor of the cavern, the sap pool, began to drain away, not downward, but inward, being sucked back into the roots. The roots themselves started to retract, pulling away from the walls, shrinking like deflating balloons. The ceiling began to crumble, but the pieces didn't fall. They dissolved into motes of dusty light. The world was coming apart at the seams, and as it did, the seams showed through. Patches of the cavern wall faded, and through them we saw glimpses of other places. A flash of green leaves and normal sunlight. A glimpse of a familiar trail sign. A view of our car, still parked under that normal blue sky. The barriers between this hidden heart and the real world were dissolving. The entity was losing its grip on reality. "It's pulling back," our teenager shouted, pointing at the retreating roots. "The woods are letting go." It was true. The tunnel we'd come through was gone, melted away. We were standing on what felt like solid ground, but the cavern around us was becoming transparent, a fading photograph overlaid on the real forest. We could hear birdsong, real birdsong, not the mechanical knocking. We could feel a warm breeze. The cloying honey scent was being replaced by the clean, sharp smell of pine. We held onto each other, a tight knot of four, as the last of the blue light in the tree faded to a dull ember and then winked out. With a final, sighing groan of ancient wood, the great trunk split from top to bottom, not with a crack, but with a sound like a long-held breath being released. It didn't fall. It simply came apart into fibrous strands that withered to dust before they hit the ground. The cavern was gone. We were standing in a small, ordinary-looking clearing in the woods. The sun was setting, painting the sky in oranges and purples. There was a mossy log, but it wasn't the same one. This was just a log. There was no ammo can, no camera, no whispering voice. The air was just air. We stood there for a long time, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the trees to lean in again, for a flashbulb to pop. Nothing happened. The forest was just a forest. The fear slowly began to drain from our bodies, leaving behind a trembling, hollow exhaustion. We started walking, not knowing which way was out, but trusting the sun's position. Within 20 minutes, we broke out onto a marked hiking trail, a real one with blazes on the trees. An hour after that, stumbling and holding each other up, we saw the parking lot. Our car was there, dusty and ordinary. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The drive home was a blur. No one spoke. We were too empty, too used up. We got home. Our house was exactly as we'd left it. Normal. Quiet. The coffee table was bare. No ammo can. We took long showers, ate food that tasted like nothing, and fell into our beds, not into sleep, but into a deep, dreamless pit of exhaustion. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, it felt like a fever dream. A shared psychosis. We didn't talk about it. We went through the motions of life. I went back to work. The kids went back to school. My wife tried to garden. But everything was different. We were different. We jumped at sudden noises. We avoided looking at family photo albums. The woods were never mentioned. We were a family of ghosts haunting our own lives. A week later, I was cleaning out the garage. I moved a box of old camping gear, and something clattered to the concrete floor. It was the bone-handled knife. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice. I had left it there, in the dissolving cavern. I was sure of it. I picked it up. It was cold. My initials were still etched there. The date from my honeymoon. I turned it over. On the other side of the blade, new etching had appeared, crude and fresh, as if done by a hot nail. It was a single word, Finus. The end. I showed it to my wife. She didn't scream. She just nodded, a slow, accepting nod of a truth she already knew in her bones. It wasn't over. It had signed my knife. That evening, our youngest son came out of his room. He was holding a piece of drawing paper. He'd been quiet since we returned, not crying, just thoughtful. I drew a picture, he said softly. We all gathered to look. It was a crayon drawing of our family, standing in a sunny meadow. We were all smiling, and high up in the corner of the drawing, in the blue sky, was a single small black square. He'd colored it carefully, pressing down hard. "What's that, buddy?" I asked, my throat tight. He looked at the black square, then at me, his eyes clear and old beyond his years. "That's where it's looking from now," he said. "It finished our story. Now it's watching to see what we do next." He went back to his room. The three of us adults stayed at the table, looking at the childish drawing. The entity wasn't dead. It was sated. It had consumed our story of terror and defiance and finality. It had gotten its complete vintage. And now, like a reader who has finished a compelling book, it had closed the cover and put it on the shelf. But readers sometimes take books down again. They revisit favorite passages. They wonder about the characters after the last page. We were on the shelf. We were free. But we were also collected. The haunting wasn't one of chasing us through the trees. It was the haunting of being read, of being remembered by something that considered our most profound fears and loves a diverting tale. We would live our lives. We would grow older. We would have good days and bad. And somewhere, in the spaces between the trees, in the quiet moment before a camera flash, something ancient and hungry would have our book on its shelf. And the cover was closed, but the story inside was forever fresh, forever waiting to be tasted again. We were out. We were safe. We were home. And we would spend every day for the rest of our lives wondering if today was the day it decided to open the book and read our chapter one more time. The end was just a pause. The story never really finishes. It just waits.